Section 64 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey DeSena, Coeur d'Alene. Chapter 17, The Scandinavian North, by the Reverend W. E. Collins, Part 2. Such was the state of religion in Denmark when the struggle began which led to the overthrow of the Danish Church. In May 1525, the nobles complained to Frederick I that the See of Lund had been overlong vacant. They pointed out that the Archbishop of Lund was, quote, the gate and bulwark between Denmark and Sweden, as the Duke of Schleswig is between Denmark and Germany, end quote, and begged the king, quote, no longer to allow the church in this land should be thus dealt with, end quote. The circumstances were peculiar. On the death of Archbishop Berger in 1519, the chapter had elected their dean, Åge Spare. The king had nominated Jørgen Sydborg, and Leo X, to the great indignation of the Danes, tried to appoint a young Italian by provision. All three were set aside, and Diederik Slaghook was elected instead. But after his death there was a deadlock. Frederick now attempted to put an end to this by negotiation with the Pope. At first he seemed to have succeeded. Clement VII had apparently accepted the nomination of Skodborg and confirmed it. But what had happened in reality was that Skodborg had been induced to buy out his Italian rival, and by so doing had recognized his claim. Frederick was furious at finding that he had been tricked. On August 19, 1526, he published a rescript by which he repudiated the appointment of Skodborg, and with the consent of the Riksråd, confirmed the election of Åge Spare, saving, however, Skodborg's right to appeal to the king and the Riksråd. The accustomed fees for the confirmation were paid to the king instead of the Pope. This momentous act had consequences greater probably than those who took part in it anticipated. The procedure in question was accepted at the Herredag at Odense in December 1526, not without careful stipulations for the safeguarding of ecclesiastical liberties, and from this time forward no Danish bishop sought papal confirmation. As other sees fell vacant, they were filled in the same way, confirmation being given by the king. But in each case the bishop-elect remained unconsecrated, such purely episcopal functions as were required being performed by one or other of the retired bishops or those who, like the Bishop of Greenland, had never proceeded to their dioceses. Meanwhile, Frederick was rapidly carried in the direction of further change. His son Christian, Duke of Schleswig, was already a convinced Lutheran, and in 1525 Albert of Brandenburg, the head of the Teutonic Order, renounced Catholicism, and as Duke of Prussia became a suitor for the hand of Christian's daughter. The prospect of a strong Protestant alliance finally decided the question. Frederick, who had already shown Lutheran inclinations, from this time forward did his utmost to propagate the new views throughout his dominions. Naturally, not a few of his courtiers went with him, and in particular Mogens Gjerde, the High Steward of Denmark, became an ardent reformer. His son Christian had already shown the way in Schleswig and Holstein. A Lutheran preacher named Hermann Tast had been working at Husum since 1522, and under his influence and that of other German preachers from whom Christian had brought in as his chaplains, the new views were spreading everywhere. Early in 1526, Christian attacked Bishop Munk of Ribe, telling him that he ought to provide his diocese with married priests who could preach the gospel. The bishop temperately replied that the gospel was already preached, and that, with regard to the marriage of the clergy, quote, when the Holy Church throughout Christendom adopts it, we will do the same, end quote. From this time forward, Christian took matters into his own hands, and drew up a new Lutheran order which he imposed on his duchies. 4 clergymen who would not accept it were deprived, and the Duke's chaplains ordained others in their places. At Flensburg in 1529, after a disputation between Tast and the Anabaptist Melchior Hoffmann, the doctrines of the sacramentaries and Anabaptists were abjured, and the system was complete when Bugenhagen gave them a Lutheran, quote, bishop, unquote, in 1541, and the Danish ritual came into use in 1542. In Denmark, Christian's reforming tendencies were the cause of his never being acknowledged by the Riksråd as successor to the throne during his father's lifetime. Frederick followed his son's lead by nominating Tausen and others as his chaplains, thus at once exempting them from episcopal control and giving them protection. The plan, of course, was not unknown before, but it was so effective that it caused the bishops no little alarm. At the Herredag of 1526, they remonstrated against any preacher being licensed except with their consent, and, quote, in such wise that he preached God's word, unquote. Frederick was discreetly silent on the former point, and answered as to the latter that he never commissioned them to preach anything else. So the practice went on unchecked. Soon it produced its effect in a widespread defection, which so alarmed the bishops that they endeavoured to secure the presence in Denmark of Eck or Koklaus, or some other champion of orthodoxy, in order that the doctrinal question might be thoroughly thrashed out. But this proved to be impossible, and they were thrown back on their resources, and resolved to fight it out on the constitutional grounds with which alone they were familiar. At the Herredag at Odense in August 1527, they demanded that the people should be compelled to pay the tithes and other dues, which were now being refused on all sides. This was granted in return for concessions to the nobles, as was also the claim that they should be supported in the exercise of church discipline. But when they went on to protest against the propagation of the new doctrines and the protection of the preachers, Frederick replied that faith is free, and that each man must follow his conscience, that he was lord of men's bodies and of their goods, but not of their souls, and that every man must so fashion himself in religion as he will answer for it to God at the last day. He would no longer issue letters of protection to preachers, but if anyone molested those who were preaching what was godly and Christian, he would both protect and punish. He further suggested that the religious question should be decided by a national assembly, convoked for the purpose, but this suggestion was at once repudiated by nobles and bishops alike. He managed, however, to estrange the nobles from the bishops by supporting their attacks on ecclesiastical property, and thus the ecclesiastical movement went on vigorously. In some places the old order was overturned altogether. At Viborg, for instance, even the cathedral came into the hands of the Lutherans in 1529, and at Copenhagen, whither the king had summoned Tausen, they soon had the upper hand. Meanwhile, the bishops seemed incapable of taking the only measures that could have been of any use. Preaching was almost in abeyance on their side, and in many places there were services only 2 or 3 times a year, and large numbers of country benefices were left entirely vacant. In 1530, for instance, the 16 extensive parishes of the Diocese of Aarhus had only 2 priests between them. In 1530, the contest advanced a stage further. Preparations were being made in Germany for the Diet at Augsburg, which, it was hoped, would put an end to the religious controversy, and it seemed to the bishops that the same happy result might be looked for in Denmark, if the Lutheran leaders could be made to appear before the king and the magnates. 21 of them were accordingly cited to appear at Copenhagen, but before the Herredag, the bishops taking care also to secure the help Paul Eliason and of 2 German theologians, one of whom was Dr. Stagerfer of Cologne. The session was opened, and several days were spent in accusations against the preachers as heretics. When the time came for his reply, Tausen suddenly produced a confession of faith in 43 articles, which he and his fellows allotted among themselves and publicly defended day after day before the great multitudes of excited people in the Church of the Holy Spirit. At first, the bishops only reminded the king of his oath to put down heresy, but finding that this had no effect either upon him or upon the assembly, they drew up 27 articles against the preachers and asked that their opponents might be kept under restraint until the whole matter was decided. Tausen and his followers replied with an apologia, also in 27 articles, in which they made a violent attack upon the whole church system. But here the matter ended. The disputation which had been projected never took place because of a disagreement as to the language in which it was to be held. The bishops asked that it should be in Latin, so that their German advocates might take part. The preachers insisted upon Danish, not only as the language best understood by the assembly, but because their whole appeal was to the common people. Naturally, the popular voice was on their side. There were loud outcries in Copenhagen against the bishops, and still more against the German doctors, and when Frederick dismissed the assembly enjoining peace upon both parties, there could be no question that the bishops had lost their case. They were disheartened in many ways. The ablest of their number, Lager Erne of Roskilde, was dead. Jürgen Fries of Viborg had been excommunicated rather gratuitously by the Pope. Beldenach had been deprived of his civil rights for disrespect to the crown, and soon afterwards resigned. And his successor, Knut Gyldenstierna, the same who brought the dethroned Christian to Copenhagen, had so far thrown in his lot with the Lutheran movement as to make Sadolin kind of coadjutor in his diocese, where he translated Luther's shorter catechism into Danish and issued it to the clergy to be used as a manual of instruction. On all hands the Lutherans were gaining ground. In some places there were iconoclastic outbreaks, though both now and throughout the period they were surprisingly few. And to this day many of the Danish churches contain their ancient altar tables and reredos, and the clergy wear the old copes, but everywhere the reform progressed until Elsinore was almost the only stronghold of Catholicism. At this point, however, there came a period of disorder caused by the death of Frederick I at Gottorp in Schleswig. The effect of Frederick's concessions to the nobles had been to divide the country into a series of semi-independent local governments, and nobles, bishops, and people alike realized that they had everything to gain or to lose under the new king. Under these circumstances, conflict was inevitable. No sooner had the estates come together than the bishops demanded that the religious question should be dealt with. This was distasteful to many of the lay nobles, but in return for concessions they gave way, and it was resolved that the old order should be in all respects upheld, saving for actual abuses, that the Mass should be restored wherever it had been abolished, and that nobody should preach without the consent of the bishop. Thus, all the innovations introduced since the Herredag of Odense in 1527 were swept away. The estates next proceeded to the election of a successor to the crown. The late King Frederick I had left two sons, Christian of Schleswig-Holstein and his half-brother Hans. Most of the nobles favoured the former, whilst the bishops placed all their hopes in the latter, who was a mere child and still might be kept from Lutheranism. Failing to come to an agreement, they resolved to postpone the election for a year, whereupon Mogens and others left Denmark and endeavoured to persuade Christian to claim the crown by force. This he refused to do, but his self-restraint was of little use, for within a year civil war had broken out. The towns, smarting under the curtailment of their privileges at the hands of the lay nobles, and of their religious liberties at those of the bishops, began to look back longingly to the days of King Christian II, and soon broke out in revolt. The burgomasters of Copenhagen and Malmö, who were at the head of the movement, made common cause with the democracy of Lübeck, whose forces took the field under Count Christopher of Oldenburg in order to place the imprisoned Christian II once more on the throne. Such at least was the avowed object of the so-called Count's War, Grevefeide. But behind these were plans of another kind. For the people of Lübeck, under their determined leader Wohlenweber and his admiral Marya, had only thrown in their lot with the Danish towns in order to get Denmark into their hands, so to restore the old supremacy of the Hanseatic League in the north. Christopher directed his forces towards Sjælland and disembarked at Skovshoved on June 23, 1534. Copenhagen had opened its gates to him, and Malmö soon drove out the garrison which had been placed there to overawe it. And before long the islands had all overthrown their oppressors, often with great ferocity, and proclaimed Christian II. Freedom of worship at once was restored. Bishop Rune of Roskilde was deprived and his see given to the age's Gustav Trolle, formerly of Uppsala, and on Rune offering a bribe of 10,000 marks in order to retain possession of the see, Trolle was transferred to Fyn, in the place of Gyldenstierna, who was likewise ejected. From the islands Christopher turned his attention to the mainland. One of his lieutenants was sent to Jutland, where the peasants quickly gathered round him. The noble at once marched against him, but were routed in the outskirts of Aalborg, and thus the greater part of Jutland once more owned Christian II's sway. But the turning point of the war was already come. In the face of so great dangers, the estates had sought an alliance with King Gustavus of Sweden, and another with Duke Christian of Schleswig-Holstein. By the terms of the latter, Christian was to unite against the common enemy, and differences were to be settled afterwards. He observed the terms loyally, but first the nobles of Jylland and those of Fyn elected him their king, and at length, in an assembly held at Rø, near Skanderborg, the nobles and bishops of the mainland united in proclaiming him. Whether as ally or as king, everything depended upon him and his power. As Duke of Schleswig, he made peace with Lübeck, thus becoming free to use his army elsewhere. Then he dispatched his best general, Hans Rantzau, against the peasants of Jutland, who shut themselves up in Aalborg. Rantzau took the town by assault and crushed the rising in Jutland by putting the enemy to the sword, sparing none but women and children. Thence he passed into Fien and inflicted a crushing defeat upon the main body of Christopher's army on the hill of Yxnebjar, near Assens, in which Gustav Trolle was mortally wounded. Meanwhile, Gustavus had invaded Skåne and Jylland, where his mere presence was enough to restore heart in the nobles, who had only given in their allegiance to Count Christopher through necessity. The Danish admiral Per Skram, Danmark's Vovelhals, attacked and defeated the great Løbeck fleet near Bornholm, thus regaining command of the sea, and Rantzau's army being thereupon transported to Sjælland, Copenhagen was invested by land and by sea. These disasters occasioned great disorders at Løbeck. Wöhlenweber and Marya, having in vain attempted to retrieve their fortunes by sending forth a new commander, Albert of Mecklenburg, were themselves removed from power, and Løbeck made its peace with Denmark. Gradually all resistance died away. Malmö opened its gates on April 2nd, 1536. Copenhagen surrendered at discretion on July 29th, and on August 6th Christian III entered his capital in triumph. Soon after the victory of Assens, Norway had acknowledged his sway. The ascension of Christian, as the bishops well knew, meant their downfall, and it was only actual necessity which had compelled them to accept him. Before the outbreak of the Count's War, it had seemed that their cause might yet triumph. Tausen himself had been proceeded against and silenced. Their own authority was restored, and they had even reopened communications with Rome, which had been met, however, with chilling reserve. Now all was lost. Christian III was a determined foe of the old order, and had long expressed his intention of uprooting it, nor were they long kept in suspense. On August 11th, Christian consulted his commanders, who agreed that the bishops should be pinioned. At 4 o'clock the following morning, 3 of them were brought as prisoners into the castle. 4 hours afterwards, the king called together the lay members of the Riksråd, and proposed that the bishops should be deprived of their share in the government of the realm, and that their possessions should be forfeited to the crown. They not only consented willingly, but also voted that their spiritual powers should no longer be recognized, unless it should be approved by a general council of the Danish Church, and the remaining bishops were forthwith sought out and arrested. This vote of the Riksråd was approved by a national assembly, Riksråd or Ting, at Copenhagen, in which, however, the nobles took the chief part, which solemnly declared on October 30th, 1536, that they wished to keep the holy gospel and no longer to have bishops, and that the good of the church ought to be given up to the crown in order to lighten the taxation of the people. Thus fell the Danish bishops, as the result partly of the jealousy roused in the nobles by their greed of temporal power, partly in the fanatical Lutheranism of Christian III. They were not badly treated. The Råd of August 12th had decided that they were to be set at liberty and adequately supported, on condition of their promising to remain quiet. Rönov indeed continued in prison till his death in 1544, but the rest were set free, and 2 of them, Gillian and Uwe Bilder, ultimately conformed to the new order. Christian now turned to Luther for help. As the services of Melanchthon were not obtainable, Jakob Bugenhagen, who had already organized the reform in Pomerania, was sent in July 1537 to accomplish the same work in Denmark. He was first called upon to crown Christian and his wife by a usurpation of the ancient privilege of the archbishops of Lund. Then the king nominated 7 superintendents, who would take the place of the ancient bishops and who soon became known by their name. On September 2nd, Bugenhagen, himself no more than a presbyter, laid hands on them, and thus by a deliberate innovation the new Danish ministry was constituted. Of the persons chosen, all were Danes, with the unfortunate exception of Vondel, a German who knew no Danish, and who had to be accompanied about his diocese by an interpreter. The most important of them was Peder Palladius, who had studied at Wittenberg and become Bishop of Sjælland, and whose Visitatsbog gives us the most graphic picture that we possess of the internal life of the new church. Tausen was so far discredited as to be for the time overlooked, though subsequently, on the death of Vondel, he became Bishop of Ribe. On the same day, September 2nd, was published the new church ordinance, Kirkeordinansen, which had been prepared by the Danish theologians and approved by Luther. It was subsequently sanctioned by the Assembly of Odense in 1539, and became, with additions made at various later synods 1540 to 55, the fundamental law of the Danish Church. The bishops were to have under them a number of provosts or deans rural, and both alike were to be chosen by delegates of the clergy, who in turn were chosen by the people or their representatives, saving the rights of the nobles in some places, all being finally subject to the king's approval. These provisions, however, remained practically inoperative. So far as episcopal elections were concerned, in each diocese there were to be 2 diocesan officers, stiftslänsmand, who administered the confiscated church property, or so much of it as had not fallen into the hands of the nobles, in the name of the king, and with the bishops supervised the finances of the church, hospitals, and schools, and confirmed the election of the lower clergy. These latter continued to hold their share of the tithe, to which the nobles still refused to contribute. The episcopal tithe, however, was confiscated and largely used for good works. The university, which had fallen into decay, was greatly enlarged. Ecclesiastical revenues were applied to the support of men of merit, and learning and the plans of Christian II with regard to education were at length carried out. A liturgy was compiled, and a new translation of the Bible from the original tongues was set on foot. For the rest, changes were made gradually, and there was at first little disorder. The Augsburg Confession was ultimately adopted with certain modifications, and Tausen's Confession of 1530 was dropped. On the other hand, the formula of concord was never accepted by the Danish Church. The monastic houses and cathedral chapters were not at once abolished, though their members were free to depart. The chapter of Roskilde was engaged in a formal disputation with Palladius, and others as late as December 1543. This and most of the other chapters only ceased to exist as the canons died out, and the convent of women at Marya was not suppressed until 1521. Unfortunately, in other respects, a very different temper prevailed as time went on. In 1551, Christian was compelled to issue an edict forbidding the nobles to treat the children of ministers as serfs. The power and influence of the nobles were, however, considerably increased under his rule, the downfall of clerical authority contributing largely to this result. The adherents of the Roman communion were treated with no little severity, and the Pole John Lasky, when he left England at the commencement of Queen Mary's reign, found that there was no toleration in Denmark for such heretics as himself and his followers. Nevertheless, in spite of many drawbacks, the Reformation brought with it a distinct advance in civilization, and when Christian III died on New Year's Day 1559, Denmark was in a more settled condition than it had been since the days of Queen Margaret, whilst trade and learning flourished as they had never done before. 2. The Reformation in Norway and Iceland. The same thing could hardly be said with regard to the result of the changes in Norway and Iceland, where the ecclesiastical order had been much less unpopular, and probably less in need of reform than in Denmark. In fact, it cannot be said that in either case any popular movement for reformation existed. As regards Norway, Frederick I had made the same promises to uphold the Church and to put down Lutherans which he had made in Denmark, and his change of opinion was followed by the same results in both countries. In 1528 there came to Bergen a Lutheran preacher named Antonius, who seems to have devoted himself mainly to the German residents. Next year he was followed by 2 others, Hermann Frege and Jens Viborg, who bore royal letters of protection similar to those which had been given to Tausen, and perhaps 1 or 2 more in other places. Meanwhile, a systematic spoliation began of the religious houses and churches in Bergen. In 1528, the Nornesater cloister was secularized and given over as his residence to Vincent Lunge, the commander of the royal citadel, Bergenhus. Soon afterwards, the Dominican priory was destroyed by fire, apparently with the connivance of Lunge and the prior Jens Mortensen, who are said to have divided the spoil, and the chapel royal was pillaged. But these were nothing compared to the outrageous proceedings of Eskebilde, who replaced Lunge in 1529, and became known as Kirkebryder, from his activity in destroying churches. About the citadel of Bergen stood a group of the richest and most venerable churches in Norway, together with the palace of the archbishops of Trondheim and the canons' houses, on the pretext, for it seems to have been no more, that they interfered with the effective character of the fortress. Frederick ordered an attack to be made on these. One by one they were destroyed, and their treasures removed to Denmark, and at length, in May 1531, the ancient cathedral itself was demolished. This was done in pursuance of a bargain made some 3 months before with the Bishop of Bergen, Olaf Thorkildsen, who, by which he was to receive in exchange for his palace and cathedral the great monastery of Munkeliv, formerly Benedictine, now Brigittine, on the further side of the harbour. These proceedings naturally gave courage to the disaffected. The Lutherans now seized upon the church of St. Cross, Korskirke, whilst the German merchants introduced their minister Antonius to the church of St. Halvard, and another in the Mariakirke. Whether Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson of Trondheim would have been able to do anything to stay the hand of the destroyer is perhaps doubtful, for his own diocese was not a little troubled by the same kind of thing. But as a matter of fact, it was only when the work was complete that his suffragan of Bergen told him what was being done. Archbishop Olaf was already none too well disposed towards King Frederick. In 1523, whilst on his way to Rome to be consecrated, he had gone to Malines, where the exiled Christian II, who might still have claimed to be the legal king of Norway, then resided and had sworn allegiance to him. On his way home, the archbishop had visited Copenhagen, and had done homage to Frederick I. Nor does he seem to have flinched from his allegiance, but the spoliations in Norway now made him feel that the church would be safer under Christian, or at any rate that they could get on better without Frederick. He was by no means the only man in Norway who held this view, and Christian himself was at this very time seeking an opportunity of invading Norway. Before long it came. The bishops and the Danish nobles in Norway were summoned to a herredag to meet in Copenhagen in June 1531. The archbishop, being provided with a good excuse in a great fire which devastated Trondheim and almost destroyed the cathedral, remained behind. On November 5th, Christian reached the Norwegian coast with a fleet of 25 ships and a considerable army. And the next day he issued a proclamation to the people of Norway in which he put himself forward as their deliverer, and summoned them to gather round him at Oslo. The archbishop accepted and proclaimed him, as did the bishops, but in a somewhat lukewarm fashion, and Christian dissipated his energies and wasted his opportunities to such an extent that the following year he was compelled to make overtures to his uncle, which, as we have seen, ended in his imprisonment. Frederick was far too wise to push matters to an extremity, and the bishops were glad to purchase their safety by paying him fines. But 2 monasteries, which had given help to Christian, were secularized, and Knut Gyldenstierna carried off no small amount of church plunder to Denmark. The death of Frederick I and the wars which followed once more plunged Norway into disorder. The archbishop was at the head of the Norwegian council, and had he only known his own mind, it is possible that he might have chosen his own king, or even secured the independence of Norway. But he hesitated until Duke Christian had won his first victories, and then it was too late. In May 1535, the bishops of Oslo and Hamar, together with the chief nobles of the south, signed a manifesto by which they accepted Christian III as king, provided that he would promise to be faithful to the ancient laws of Norway, and they sent this to the archbishop and the northern lords for their signature. By this time, Olaf was beginning to recognize the fact that anything was better than a Lutheran king, and just then he received a letter from the emperor, urging him to support the claims of Frederick, the Count Palatine, who was about to marry the daughter of the imprisoned Christian II. He therefore temporized in the hope that matters might settle themselves. Soon, however, there came 2 emissaries of Duke Christian to Norway, with instructions to press forward his cause, whereupon the members of his party decided to go northwards to Trondheim. They arrived towards the end of December 1535, and a council was at once summoned, at which were present the bishops, the chief Danish nobles in Norway, and a considerable number of the Bønder and their northern provinces. Vincent Lunge, the chief adherent of Duke Christian, at once demanded that he should be elected king, and that Norway should forthwith pay scot to him. To this it was answered reasonably enough that no election could be complete until the person chosen should have promised to observe the laws and customs of Norway, and that not till then was scot due. The Bønder now withdrew and held a hasty consultation with the archbishop, from which, probably roused by his words, they rushed in a fury to the house of Vincent Lunge and slew him. Some of the other leaders barely escaped with their lives, and these were at once arrested and imprisoned by Olaf. There followed a short and ill-judged attempt on the part of Olaf to get the upper hand in Norway. but his party was less strong than he had supposed, and before long practically the whole land was subject to Christian, and Olaf was seeking terms. Presently, losing all hope, the archbishop collected all the treasure upon which he could lay his hands, together with the archives of the kingdom, and set sail for the Netherlands on April 1st, 1537. He died at Lier in Brabant on March 7th of the following year. His departure left the way open for Christian III, who almost immediately took possession. He had already taken steps both to avenge himself and to put an end to what had long been a serious danger to his realm. By the third article of his capitulation, made in the Riksdag at Copenhagen in October 1536, he avowed that the kingdom of Norway should, quote, hereafter be and remain under the crown of Denmark, and not hereafter or be called a separate kingdom, but a dependency of the kingdom of Denmark. End quote. Thus Norway lost its ancient liberties at a stroke. After this, although the recess on religion, which had been put forth at the same time, ratifying the changes which had already been made, said nothing of Norway, and it was inevitable that the Norwegian church should fall after the example of her sister in Denmark. One by one the bishops were turned out, with two exceptions. Hans Ref, the Bishop of Oslo, a man of easy convictions, soon succeeded in convincing the king of his own conversion to Lutheranism, and was reinstated in charge not only of Oslo, but of Hamar, where he remained till his death in 1545. Jeyapaul Pedersen, the Bishop-elect of Bergen, a man of far nobler character, had become a convinced Lutheran. In 1537 he went to Denmark, where Bugenhagen laid hands on him, and returned to take charge as Bishop of Bergen and Stavanger. For the rest, little or none of the care which was taken in Denmark to supply the teachers, preachers, and schools was extended to Norway. The undermanning of the bishoprics was typical of what went on elsewhere. In large numbers of country places the old clergy were left till they died. At their deaths their places were left unoccupied. The few Lutheran pastors who were sent to Norway were unacquainted with the ancient Norse language, which was still, to a large extent, used in country places. Their attempts to obtain possession of the tithes led to frequent disputes which often ended in bloodshed, and on the whole the Reformation caused as much harm to the social condition of the people in Norway, for half a century at any rate, as it did good in Denmark. In Iceland things were even worse. At first, indeed, there seemed to be hope of a conservative Reformation, for Bishop Andersen of Skarlholt, who had been educated in Germany, began making changes on the lines of those in Denmark, though without overturning the ancient ministry. And an Icelandic version of the New Testament, printed in 1540, found plenty of readers. But when a formal attempt was made to introduce the Danish ecclesiastical system, there came a violent reaction. In 1548, Bishop Jon Andersen of Holum and Øgmund, the ex-bishop of Skarlholt, placed themselves at the head of what rapidly grew into a revolt against the Danish power. And although the former was taken prisoner in 1551 by David Gudmundsson and executed as a traitor, together with his two sons, his followers long strove to avenge his death. It was not till 1554 that they were put down and the Reformation imposed by force on Iceland. End of section 64. Section 65 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Geoffrey DeSena, Coeur d'Alene. Chapter 17, The Scandinavian North, by the Reverend W. E. Collins, Part 3. 3. The Reformation in Sweden. We now return to trace the fortunes of Sweden, where, as we have seen, the massacre of Stockholm had decided the fate of the Danish rule. But if the Swedish War of Independence was already inevitable, in its actual course it was the work of one man, the young Gustav Eriksson, known to later ages as Gustavus Vasa, from the fascine or sheaf Vasa, which was the badge of the family. Born in 1496 at Lindholm, he had studied from 1509 to 1514 at Uppsala, after which he entered the service of the younger Sten Sture and fought under him against the Danes. Given as a hostage to Christian II in 1518, and carried away treacherously to Denmark. He had broken his parole in September of the following year and made his way to Lübeck, whence, after some months, he was allowed to proceed to Sweden and landed near Kalmar on May 31st, 1519. He spent the summer as a fugitive in the south, till the news of the massacre reached him, and he fled to his own remote province of Dalecarlia. Here, after enduring many hardships and having many narrow escapes, he found himself early in 1521 at the head of a sufficient force of Dalisman to raise the standard of revolt. From this time forward it was never lowered until the whole country was in his hands, and the Danes had been driven out. The first success of the insurgents was the capture of the town, though not of the citadel, of Västerås. Uppsala fell not long afterwards, and within little more than a year most of the Danish garrisons had been invested. Thanks to the undisciplined character of his troops, 2 attacks upon Stockholm failed, and the same thing occurred elsewhere. But Christian's own throne was insecure, and when once the power of Denmark was divided it could only be a question of time. On June 20th, 1523, Gustavus entered Stockholm, and by July 7th the last Danish garrison in Sweden, that of Kalmar, had capitulated. Meanwhile, Gustavus was no longer merely the leader of a band of insurgents. On July 14th, 1522, he was able to issue a proclamation as the recognized commander of the 5 provinces. An assembly at Vadstena on August 24th is said to have offered him the crown, which he refused, accepting, however, the office of administrator, and adding that it would be time enough to choose a king when they had driven the foe out of the land. The General Diet, so called, met at Strängnäs on May 27, 1523, but it is not clear whether the few magnates who still survived were summoned, but the Diet nominated a new Riksråd, and then, on June 7th, proceeded to elect Gustavus as King of Sweden. The new king's position was no easy one. Although he had been duly elected, he had little power. The peasants, who were his strongest supporters, were impatient of control, and the older nobles looked on him with jealousy, and almost with contempt. Sweden was so devastated by the war as to be practically bankrupt. The fields lay fallow, the mines were unworked, and many of the cities, Stockholm in particular, were desolated. The Swedish possessions in Finland were still in the enemy's hands, and the only ally of the Swedes, the city of Lübeck, had helped them in pursuance of its own schemes of aggrandizement, and was now claiming large sums of money to return for advances and aid given during the course of the struggle. To appease them, the Diet of Strängnäs had granted to Lübeck, Danzig, and their allies a monopoly of Swedish commerce, but ambassadors still followed Gustavus wherever he went and urged the speedy payment of the account. To eke out the scarcity of money, Gustavus, like most of the kings of his day, and to an even greater extent, had adopted the plan of debasing the coinage. But the effect was to inspire distrust, and before long he was compelled to circulate his clippings at a greatly depreciated rate. He was at the end of his resources, and the only remedy seemed to be to turn to the church, which was still as wealthy as ever. The bishops as a whole were not unfriendly. Johan Brask, Bishop of Linköping, an astute and fan-seeking patriot, had early thrown in his lot on the winning side with Gustavus. The Danish bishops of Strängnäs and Skara had been replaced by bishops-elect who were favourable to him, and the vacant sees of Västerås, Åbo, and Uppsala, from the last named of which Gustav Trolle had fled, were likely to be filled in the same way. Moreover, Gustavus himself was just then in good odour in Rome. He had indeed been accused of heresy by Christian II in 1521, but his cause found a staunch defender in the famous Johannes Magni, Johan Magnusson, a Swedish scholar and canon of Linköping, who had lived away from his country for 17 years without losing any of his interest in its affairs. He had studied at Louvain under Adrian of Utrecht, a man very like-minded with himself, and in 1522 his old master, now Pope Adrian VI, sent him as legate to Sweden. He arrived whilst the Diet of Strängnäs was in session, was warmly welcomed, and in turn spoke very warmly with regard to Gustavus, and seemed to look favourably on his plans for restoring efficiency to the Church. So much pleased with him was the new Riksråd that it addressed a letter to the Pope, begging that he and the bishops might be empowered to set to work at once. To this request no answer was ever made, but soon afterwards the canons of Uppsala chose Johannes to be their archbishop. Under these circumstances Gustavus, after having already in 1522 claimed an aid from the clergy, made in 1523 an urgent demand for money upon Bishop Brask, and issued a proclamation calling upon all the monasteries and churches to send him, as a loan, such church vessels and send money as could be spared, the amount which each diocese or monastery was expected to provide being stated in a schedule. The result was not satisfactory. The demands of the Lübeck ambassadors were indeed met, but the forced loan caused no little irritation in Sweden, and gave mortal offence at Rome. A letter from Adrian VI was presently received saying nothing about the confirmation of the bishops-elect for which Gustavus had asked, and insisting on the restoration of Archbishop Trolle. The king wrote back in no measured terms, refusing to restore him, and on November 2nd, 1523, in demanding confirmation for the bishop-elect of Åbo, he threatened that if it was refused they would do without it, and that he himself would carry out the reformation of the church. Quote, "Let not your holiness imagine," he concludes, "that we shall allow foreigners to rule the church in Sweden." End quote. These were plain words, and they appear to have some effect. Early in 1524, the new pope granted confirmation to Peter Magnusson, the legate's brother, bishop-elect of Västerås, in place of the former elect Peter Jakobsson, or Sunenvärre, removed for disloyalty. And thus, on Rogation Day, there was consecrated in Rome the bishop from whom the whole of the latest Swedish episcopate derived its succession. Meanwhile, Gustavus's position was not growing easier. Soon after his accession, a war for the recovery of Finland had greatly taxed his resources. This was followed by an expedition against the, quote, "robbers' stronghold," end quote, of Zurg Norby on the island of Gotland, which was rendered difficult by the ill-concealed jealousy of Denmark and Lübeck, and became a positive danger when Bernhard von Melen, the German knight to whom Gustavus had given the command of the expedition, turned traitor and endeavoured by means of it to reconquer Sweden for Christian II. Nor were things better at home. The further demand for money which he was forced to make upon clergy and people alike gave rise to serious discontent. When Petter Sunevärd was removed from Västerås for disaffection, as has been mentioned above, he fled to Dalecarlia, along with Kund, the provost of Västerås, at one time Archbishop-elect of Uppsala, who had also been turned out, and there they raised the standard of revolt. One plot followed another, now on behalf of Christian II, now on behalf of one of the Stures, and again early in 1527 on behalf of a pretender to their name. Gustavus found no great difficulty in suppressing them, and generally took severe measures of reprisal, but he could not prevent their recurrence. An entire readjustment of burdens as between the clergy, the nobles, and the people at large was plainly needed, and when the king convoked the General Diet of Västerås to meet him in June 1527, it was with the deliberate intention of taking action in the matter. But it was no longer merely or chiefly a question of money. During the last few years, Lutheranism had made great strides in Sweden, and the whole status of the Swedish Church was now at issue. The first preachers of the new opinions were Olaus and Laurentius Petri, Olaf and Lars Pettersson, born 1497 and 1499, the sons of a blacksmith at Örebro, who had sent them by study at Wittenberg, with no idea of the consequences which were likely to follow. On their return to Sweden in 1519, Olaus went to Strängnäs, where as a master of the chapter school, he soon acquired a great influence over the Archdeacon Laurentius Andrei, Lars Andersen, 1482 to 1552. For a time, his teaching aroused no suspicion, and his sermons preached at the Diet of Strängnäs made a great impression, but he had already roused the suspicion of Bishop Brusk, who accused him of heresy in a letter dated May 7, 1523. And from this time forward was constantly urging Gustavus to take action against him. At first the king seemed to agree, though he urged that persuasion was a better remedy than force. But the inducements to take the other side were very strong, and before long, partly from interest and partly from conviction, he had decided to give his support to the new preachers, still protesting, however, that he desired to reform and not to overthrow the church. In the summer of 1524 he summoned Olaus Petri to Stockholm as city clerk and sent his brother to Uppsala as professor of theology, and made Laurentius Andrei, already his chancellor, archdeacon of Uppsala. The advancing wave was checked for a moment in the autumn when the iconoclastic excesses brought about at Stockholm by two Dutch Anabaptists, Knipperdolling and Melchior Rink, caused a reaction of popular feeling and drew from Gustavus a stern condemnation. At Christmas, however, a discussion held in the royal palace between Olaus Petri and Peter Gale, a champion of the old order, on the subject of the sufficiency of Scripture, once more gave them confidence, and in February 1525, Olaus publicly set the rules of the church at defiance by marrying a wife. A few months afterwards, Gustavus directed Archbishop Magni to set on foot the translation of the Bible into Swedish. The work was actually planned out, and the books allotted to different translators. But, apparently owing to the opposition of Brask, it was never carried out, and the vacant place was in part filled by a version of the New Testament, mainly the work of Hendrie, which appeared in 1526, followed subsequently in 1540 and 41 by a much better translation of the whole Bible, which was edited and largely made by Laurentius Petri. In the same year, 1526, Gustavus sent a series of doctrinal articles to the prelates, intending to use their replies as the basis for a second and more exhaustive theological disputation. And although this plan fell through owing to the natural reluctance of some of the persons concerned to submit their faith to the tribunal of popular opinion, the answers of Peter Gale were published with disparaging comments by Olaus Petri. While thus undermining the claims of ecclesiastical authority, the king was also making insidious attacks upon the property of the church. He systematically billeted his troops upon the monasteries, he left no means untried to get a hold upon their internal affairs, he sought out legal pretexts for reclaiming lands given to them by his ancestors. The property of the bishops suffered in like manner, and especially that of the richest of them, the aged Brask, whom the king seemed to have despoiled with special malice or policy. Archbishop Johannes Magni suffered even worse things. Injudicious letters which he had written to ecclesiastics abroad subjected him to a charge of conspiracy, on which he was arrested and imprisoned. The king allowed him to leave Sweden in the autumn of 1526, ostensibly on an embassy to Poland, but it was really a banishment from which he never returned. He took up his abode at Danzig, and was soon afterwards confirmed by the Pope and consecrated with the barren title of Archbishop of Uppsala. And thus at length the way was prepared for further encroachment. By the terms of the summons, the Diet of Västerås was to discuss questions of faith, and especially the relations between Sweden and the papacy. The Diet met on June 24, 1527. There were present 4 bishops, 4 canons, 15 lay members of the Riksråd, 129 nobles, 32 burgesses, 14 deputies of the miners, and 104 of the peasants. For the first time in Swedish history, the bishops were degraded from their place of honour next to the king, and were ranked below the senators. Smarting under the affront, they held a secret meeting before the session of the following day, at which, instigated by Brask, they signed a set of protests, a copy of which was found 15 years afterward under the floor of the cathedral, against anything that might be done in the direction of Lutheranism or contrary to the authority of the Pope. When the Diet again met, the Chancellor arose in Gustavus's name, reviewed the events of his reign, and urged a necessity for the large revenue, plainly pointing to the ecclesiastical property as the only source from which it might be obtained. Brask replied on behalf of the bishops, saying that they could not help the state of the kingdom, that they would do all in their power to put down abuses, but that, being directed by the Pope to defend their property, they could not do otherwise. This brought Gustavus himself to his feet. He inquired whether the members of the Diet considered this a fair answer. Tore Johansson, the oldest among them, replied that it was. "Then," said Gustavus, "I will no longer be your king, and if you can find one who would please you better, I shall be glad. Pay me for my property in the kingdom, and return what I have expended in your service, and then I solemnly protest that I will never return to this degenerate and thankless native land of mine." With this outburst he strode from the hall and left them to discuss at their leisure. He knew what the result must be. He had made Sweden, and it could not do without him. They had all the power in their hands, whilst his only asset was his own personality. But it was enough, and after 3 days the members of the Diet sent to say that they would conform to his wishes in all things. Gustavus was now master. The orders, with the exception of the clergy, made their proposals for dealing with the crisis. Contrary to all precedent, these proposals were formulated by the Riksråd instead of being voted on by the whole Diet. But the resulting decree, the famous Västerås recess, was nevertheless put forward in its name. It provided that all episcopal, capitular, and monastic property, which was not absolutely required, and of this he was the judge, was to be handed over to the king. All the lands exempt from the taxes, frälsjord, which had been given to the church since 1454, were to revert to the original owners. Taxable land, skatjord, was to be given up however long it had been alienated. Preachers were to set forth the pure word of God and nothing else, whilst on the religious question in general a disputation was to be held in the presence of the Diet, and a settlement to be made on it as a basis. The disputation, if held at all, was naturally of no importance, and the Diet proceeded on June 24th to pass the Västerås Ordinantia, consisting of 22 regulations on the subject of religion. By these, detailed provision was made for the confiscation of the bulk of the church property, in accordance with the terms of the recess. No dignitaries were to be appointed until their names had been approved by the king. Parish clergy were to be appointed by the bishops, subject to removal by the king in case of unfitness. Small parishes might be united where it was desirable. The Gospel was to be taught in every school, compulsory confession was abolished, monks were not to be absent from their monasteries without license from the civil authority, and so forth. The result of these ordinances was to give the king all the power that he could wish for over the church. Dispirited and almost heartbroken, the aged Brusk before long obtained permission to visit the island of Gotland, which was part of his diocese, crossed the Baltic, and joined Archbishop Magni at Danzig. None of his brethren dared to oppose Gustavus's will. Nor was it only the ecclesiastical order that suffered. In Sweden, unlike Denmark, none but the king gained power through the Reformation. The Riksråd, once all-important, was now nothing more than a complacent royal council. As leader of a popular movement, Gustavus had triumphed over the nobles, who were glad to make common cause with the peasants wherever they were aggrieved. It should, however, be noted that one of the Västerås ordinances gave the nobles the right to recover all their property which had been acquired by the churches and convents since the redaction of the year 1454, an important concession. There were revolts from time to time, generally directed in part, at any rate, against the new ecclesiastical order, as, for instance, in West Gothland in 1529 under Tore Jonsson, and again on a larger scale in 1542 under Niels Dacke. But they were, in general, easily put down, and always left Gustavus's power stronger than before. Nor was this all. The inevitable result of the changes which were being made was to put into abeyance rights which formerly belonged to one class or another of the community. These were by degrees seized upon by Gustavus as a kind of extension of his prerogative royal, and before long he was exercising without opposition an authority which no previous king of Sweden had ever possessed. In a council held at Örebro, early in 1540, the chief nobles were made to take an oath acknowledging Gustavus's sons, Johan and Erik, as the legitimate heirs to the kingdom, and the Act of Hereditary Settlement, passed on January 13th, 1544, formally recognized hereditary succession in the male line as the rule of the Swedish constitution. Meanwhile, the kingdom grew greatly in wealth and importance. Under Gustavus's influence, the mines of the north became vast sources of wealth. Manufactures grew up everywhere, and commerce was fostered by treaties with England, France, Denmark, and Russia. Before his death, which took place on Michaelmas Day, 1560, he had raised Sweden to a condition of unexampled prosperity, and had prepared the way for the great epoch of the next century. We now return to the Swedish Church. Although the ordinances of Västerås had shorn it of its grandeur and delivered it into Gustavus's hands, they had not abolished its essential character. On January 5th, 1528, the bishops-elect of Skara, Strängnäs, and Åbo were consecrated by the Bishop of Västerås, quote, by command of the king, end quote, without the confirmation of the Pope indeed, but with the accustomed rites, and on the following day Gustavus himself was crowned by them, quote, with great pomp, end quote, in the cathedral of Uppsala. The monasteries were deprived of most of their property, and many of them ceased to exist at once. But the rest only died away by degrees, until at length there remained but a few nuns in the cloisters of Vodstena, Nardendal, Skåninge, and Skog, who lived on the king's bounty. But no man in all Sweden died for the old faith. A certain number of the clergy were deprived, but the bulk of them still went on, and their general condition may perhaps be gauged by the fact that in not a few cases they married their former housekeeper or mistress in order to legitimize their children. The bishops had lost much of their property, but were still comparatively well off. For many years the new Archbishop of Uppsala, Laurentius Petri, called Neresius, consecrated in 1531, used to support some 50 students in Uppsala, and the Bishop Skytta of Åbo supported 8 abroad. Gustavus himself did all in his power to prevent changes being forced on a reluctant people. A synod held at Örebro in 1529, under the presidency of Laurentius André, provided that a lesson from the Swedish Bible should be read daily in all cathedrals, and that evangelical preachers should be appointed to carry the new doctrines about the country. But the king was so careful to preserve the old ceremonies, or such of them as were, quote, not repugnant to God's word, end quote, that he roused no little indignation amongst the more extreme reformers, as having fallen away from the gospel. In 1528 he issued an ordinance insisting upon the payment of the legal dues of the clergy. 10 years later, when the nobles seemed to have learned too well the lesson which he had given them in the despoiling of churches, he restrained and rebuked those whose religious zeal manifested itself only in the way of destruction. Quote, "After this fashion," he said, "every man is a Christian and an evangelical." End quote. Yet he recognized no limits to his own power. "It behoveth us as a Christian monarch," he wrote to the commons of the northern province, "to appoint ordinances and rules for you. Therefore must ye be obedient to our royal commands, as well in matters of spiritual as temporal." In 1540, when Laurentius Andrei and Olaus Petri were put on their trial for treason in not having made known to the king a conspiracy, the existence of which they had learned in confession, the archbishop was compelled to be their judge. They were condemned to death, and only obtained pardon by the payment of a large fine. But although Gustavus ever denied that he was setting up a new church in Sweden, the changes became more pronounced as time went on, both in doctrine and discipline. Olaus Petri was putting forth a continual stream of tracts and pamphlets in Swedish, which reflected his own strict Lutheranism, and by degrees they had a considerable effect. The first Swedish service book, En handbok på svenska, appeared in 1529 and was followed in 1530 by a hymn book, and in 1531 by the first Swedish Mass book, or De Missae Sueticae, the Eucharistic doctrine of which was the, quote, consubstantiation, end quote, of Luther's early days. All of these were many times reprinted in subsequent years, though the use of the Latin service was by no means everywhere abolished. Gustavus himself gradually went further. He repudiated prayers for the dead and confession. For instance, he refused on his deathbed to listen to the clergy when they urged him to confess his sins and seek absolution. He seems at one time almost to have contemplated the discontinuance of the episcopal office. In 1539, one George Norman, who had been recommended to him by Melanchthon, was appointed by a commission not unlike that which had been given by Henry VIII to Cromwell a few years before, to superintend and visit the clergy and churches of Sweden, and a general visitation of the whole kingdom took place under his auspices in 1540. From 1544 the king refused to give the episcopal title to any but the Archbishop of Uppsala. The rest he styled as ordinaries. As time went on, the dioceses were divided up into some 12 portions in all, under each its ordinary. That this division was in itself desirable is likely enough, for the old dioceses were very large and unwieldy. Moreover, some, at any rate, of Gustavus's new ordinaries were in episcopal orders, e.g., when the old diocese of Åbo, Finland, was subdivided into Åbo and Viborg, the two new ordinaries, Michael Agricola, who had been previously vicar general of the whole diocese, and Paulus Euston, were consecrated as bishops together by Bishop Botvid of Strängnäs in 1554. Nevertheless, the effect of this action was undoubtedly to cast a slight upon the episcopal order, and had there not been a reaction subsequently, it must have been highly prejudicial, if not fatal, to the continued existence of the episcopacy of Sweden. The 9 years of Gustavus's son and successor Erik XIV, 1560–69, for some time the suitor of Elizabeth of England, were years of disaster for the Swedish state, and not less so for the Church. He inclined toward Calvinism, and already during his father's lifetime an overture had been made by Calvin towards the Swedish royal house by the joint dedication of a writing to father and son. It was ineffective so far as Gustavus was concerned, but Erik on his accession at once began to show favour towards Calvinists, announced his intention of making Sweden a refuge for distressed Protestants, and used his authority in the Church to bring about the suppression of a few fast days and other observances of the old order. His wasteful extravagance from the first pressed heavily on the state, but his real afflictions rose in the latter part of his reign, when he was engaged in war both at home and abroad, and everything was allowed to fall into neglect. Churches fell into ruins, the church plate disappeared, benefices were not filled up, or only by incompetent persons, and the schools ceased to exist. At length in 1569 Erik was dethroned by his brothers Johan and Karl, to whom their father had left hereditary dukedoms, and who seem to have agreed upon a joint conduct of the government after Erik's deposition. And some years later he was brutally murdered in prison, in pursuance of a vote of the members of the Riksråd, both lay and clerical. The new king, Johan III, was a scholar and a theologian, whose reading of Cassander and other similar divines led him to lay all possible stress upon the ancient order of the Swedish Church, whilst his love for his consort Catherine, the sister of Sigismund II of Poland, who was a Roman Catholic, inclined him to seek a reconciliation with the Pope, if it could not be obtained on reasonable terms. Under his influence a new church order, kyrkoordning, was drawn up by the aged Archbishop Laurence Petri, and put forth by authority, which became the basis of the practice which prevails at the present day. Care is taken for the education and examination of the clergy, though the use by them of books of homilies such as Postilla of Olaus Petri is permitted. Latin psalms and prayers may still be used, and confession, excommunication, and public penance are provided for. The bishop is elected by the clergy and others having competent knowledge, and consecrated in due course. The people choose their minister and present him to the bishop, who either ordains him or another in his place. But it is noticed that the same form of service is to be used whether the person is so, quote, consecrated, end quote, is previously a layman or a minister from another charge. There are also assistant clergy or chaplains, kapellaner, in the larger parishes. Before long the king was able to make further changes. The old archbishop died in 1573 in June of the following year. Quote, the principal divines, unquote, were convened for the election of a successor, and, quote, the votes of the great majority, end quote, were given to his son-in-law, Laurentius Petri Gothus, who was the student of the fathers and in many ways like-minded with the king. In December the archbishop-elect was confirmed by the king after giving his assent to a series of 17 articles, which approved of the restoration of the convents, prayers for the dead, and the veneration of saints, and on July 15, 1575, he was consecrated, quote, according to the complete Catholic use, end quote, with the mitre, crosier, ring, and chrism, which were also used by the new archbishop in future consecrations of his suffragans. The royal ordinance presently restored the archbishop that jurisdiction over his suffragans which had almost ceased to exist under Gustavus, and another gave archbishop and chapter of Uppsala a voice in all elections of bishops. Other changes were made of the same general character, and some of the old convents were reopened. In 1576 a more important step was taken. A new liturgy on the lines of the reformed Roman Missal, the so-called, quote, Red Book of Sweden, end quote, Röda Boken, was published. It was fathered by the archbishop in a preface, but was really the work of the king and his secretary, Peter Fechen. It was adopted after considerable opposition, in which the bishops of Linköping and Strängnäs took part, at the Diet of 1577, and the king did his best to force it upon the whole church. But he was never able to compel all the country clergy to use it, and his brother Karl, the Duke of Sudermanland, afterwards Charles IX, the ablest by far of the, quote, brood of King Gustavus, end quote, not only refused to adopt it, but made himself the champion of the kyrkoordning of 1571, and of all who suffered for their fidelity to it. The result during Johan's lifetime was estrangement, and very nearly civil war, between the brothers. After his death it led to the triumph of Lutheranism at the Uppsala Möte. All this time the king was carrying on negotiations with the papacy. So early as 1572 Cardinal Stanislaus Hosius was writing hopefully of his conversion. In 1576 two Jesuits from Louvain, Florentius Fate and Laurentius the Norwegian, appeared at Stockholm in the guise of evangelical preachers. They were instructed to proceed with great caution. The cardinal gave directions that the last named was to extol faith and depreciate works without faith, to preach Christ as the only mediator, and his cross as the only means to salvation. Quote, and thereupon, he proceeded, let them show nothing else that has been preached in the papal church, end quote. We know from their own account that at the king's bidding they concealed their real condition and were taken for Lutherans, and the clergy were compelled to receive their instruction, which was carried on in the spirit of Hosius' directions. In the same year, the king sent messengers to Rome to negotiate for the restoration of the papal authority in Sweden. It soon became evident that he was asking for conditions which were not likely to be granted. He demanded, amongst other things, the concession of the cup to the laity, the partial use of Swedish in the liturgy, the surrender of clerical exemptions, toleration of the marriage of the clergy, though with a preference for celibacy, and on the condonation of all that had been done in the past. The time was past for such concessions, although hopes of something of the kind were held out more than once by Cardinal Hosius in his letters. In 1577, however, the Jesuit Antony Possevin was sent to the north, with a commission as legate to the emperor, and instructions to use all his influence with King Yuan. He made his appearance in the following year, and so great was the impression which he produced upon the king, that after a few interviews, as we are told in his reports, Yuan declared his willingness to make Tridentine profession of faith, without waiting to see what concessions the Pope might be willing to make towards Sweden. He accordingly did so, made his confession and was absolved, penance being imposed upon him for the murder of his brother, for which he had always felt the deepest remorse, and received the communion in the Roman manner. This year, then, marks the zenith of the papal influence. About the same time, Bishop Martin Olofsson of Linköping, who had always been opposed to the direction in which things were moving in the Swedish Church, was deposed and degraded for calling the Pope Antichrist. Luther's catechism, which had been used in the schools for some years, was made to give place to that of Canisius. Many Jesuits were admitted into the country, on one pretext or another, and large numbers of Swedish boys were sent abroad to be educated in their seminaries. Above all, the primatial see was kept vacant for 4 years after the death of Laurentius Petrigothus in 1579, in the hope that it might be next filled by an archbishop of the Roman obedience. This hope was doomed to be disappointed, for the proposed surrender proved to be less attractive on a nearer view. The king's plans in religion were closely bound up with political schemes which had for their object the obtaining for himself the duchies of Bari and Rossani in right of his wife, whose mother was a Sforza, and these had just received a check. Gregory XIII declined to make the concessions which Yuan thought that he had been led to expect, and on further consideration he found himself too honestly convinced of the essential soundness of the position of the Swedish Church to be content to give up all that had been won already. The last shreds of the influence of the Romanizing party disappeared entirely after the death of Queen Catherine in 1584. The Jesuits and their fautores were once more expelled, and Yuan, after turning his thoughts for a moment towards the Orthodox East, settled down to the work of consolidating the Swedish Church as he found it. Not long afterwards, however, the question was reopened, and in more acute form by the death of Yuan III on November 17, 1592. The crown fell to his son Sigismund, who had been elected King of Poland in 1586, and who was a convinced Roman Catholic. With the consent of the Riksråd, his uncle Duke Charles at once assumed the government in his name, and together they resolved to make provision for the maintenance of Protestantism before the new king arrived. The Råd was anxious that the matter should be dealt with by certain members of their own body, in conjunction with the delegates of the clergy, but Charles had made his brother promise 2 years before that a general assembly, kyrkomöte, would be held, and he assented to the demand of the clergy that it should take place now. Accordingly, a synod was convened, which was attended by deputies both clerical and lay, from all parts of the kingdom, though Finland was but sparsely represented. There were present, in addition to the members of the Riksråd, 4 bishops. Most of the sees were vacant and were filled whilst the synod was still in session, over 300 clergy, and nearly as many nobles and representatives of the citizens, miners, and peasants. The famous Uppsalamöte was opened on February 25, 1593, Nicolaus Bothniensis, one of the professors of theology at Uppsala, being chosen as speaker. The assembly first laid down the rule of Scripture as the basis of all doctrine. Then it sought a doctrinal standard, and the obvious one was the Augsburg Confession, which had already been commonly accepted in Sweden, though it had never been definitely adopted by the Swedish Church. The articles were now gone through one by one, after which Luther's catechism was again made the basis for instruction in religion. The use of the Red Book was abolished, and Laurentius Petri's church ordinance once more became the standard of worship, subject, however, to a certain amount of pruning in the matter of ritual. After this, the synod proceeded to the details of practical reform. The Uppsalamöte may be considered the coping stone of the Swedish Reformation. Sigismund came to the throne with the knowledge that his new kingdom had made a definite stand from which there could be no withdrawal, and although many efforts were made during his reign on behalf of Roman Catholicism, first for concurrent establishment, and then for bare toleration, the issue was never for a moment doubtful. The Swedish Church was definitely committed to Lutheranism. The clergy continued to be in a state of the realm down to the middle of the 19th century, and separation from the national communion was so severely punished that until modern days organized dissent was practically unknown. The endeavours of Charles IX, the most learned of the royal brothers, to widen the doctrinal basis of the Swedish Church were on the whole unsuccessful, but it was not only in Sweden that the Murta had far-reaching consequences. The definite adhesion of Sweden to the Augsburg Confession gave strength to the cause of Protestantism everywhere. It opened the way for the Protestant League of the North in the following century. End of section 65.
Section 66 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. Recording by Piotr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Note on the Reformation in Poland by Stanley Leathes. The Reformation in Poland, although its influence on general European history in the period treated in this volume is comparatively slight, has some features of special interest. It pursued its course for nearly half a century without material hindrance either from the national government or the authorities of the Church. During this era its difficulties arose principally from the dissensions of the reformers, from the independence of the nobility, the ignorance and apathy of the oppressed peasantry, and the want of sympathy between the country and the towns, where the German element was strong, and between the burghers and the nobles. Thus the evolution of a national reformed church was impossible. The reform movement never obtained any vital hold on the mass of the people, and no united opposition could be offered to the forces of the counter-reformation when at length they began to act. On the other hand, the lack of organization, of combination, and of national and ecclesiastical control left the way free for the most hazardous and audacious speculations. Every man's intellect was a law to himself, and heresy assumed its most exorbitant forms. The conditions of the Church in Poland called for reform not less than elsewhere. The bishops were enormously wealthy, and the character of the episcopate was not likely to be improved by the measures of 1505 and 1523, which were intended to exclude all but nobles from the bishoprics. The right of the king to nominate to bishoprics was practically recognized. In 1459 a memorable attack was made upon the administration of the Polish Church by John Ostroruk, a man not only of the highest rank but of great learning. His indictment, made before the Diet, foreshadows the general demand for a reform of the Church, though nothing is said about doctrine. The excessive authority of the Pope, the immunity of the clergy from public burdens and public control, the exactions of the Papacy, the expenses of litigation before the Curia, indulgences, simony, and the requirement of fees for spiritual offices, the unworthiness and ignorance of monks and clergy, the encouragement of idleness, are all put forward with no sparing hand. Owing to the privileges of the Polish nobility, the power of the ecclesiastical church was less in Poland than elsewhere, and excommunication was openly set at defiance. On the side of doctrine, Hussite influence continually spreading in Poland during the 15th century prepared the ground, and the fact that nearly a half of the subjects of the Polish crown, the Slavonic population of the south and east, professed the faith of the Greek Church, familiarized the Jagiellon kings with divergences in faith, and the people with the existence of other beliefs. It was not long before the movement initiated by Luther spread to Poland, and it appeared first in Polish Prussia, the western part of the territory of the Teutonic Order, ceded by it in 1466 to King Casimir III. Danzig was the first centre of an active propaganda, and the urban population favoured the new opinions. The ecclesiastical authorities endeavoured to act with firmness, but found their authority insufficient. In 1525 the reformers captured the town government, and the Reformation was set on foot. But in the following year Sigismund I, then King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, took forcible measures to suppress the reform. In this, almost the only energetic step taken by that king against the spread of the reform, he was actuated by political motives. In 1523 Albert of Brandenburg, the last Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, had adopted the reform, and in 1525 he converted the dominions entrusted to his charge into a hereditary dukedom, and Sigismund feared that the reforming tendencies of West Prussia might lead the inhabitants into closer political relations with the emancipated master of East Prussia. In spite, however, of Sigismund's temporary success at Danzig, Lutheran opinions continued to spread, and finally triumphed in Polish Prussia. In Poland itself, frequent acts against the new opinions were passed by ecclesiastical synods in 1527, 1530, 1532, 1542, and 1544, but the Church was powerless in face of the famous Polish privilege neminem captivare nisi iure victum, and the other immunities of the nobles. The ecclesiastical courts were regarded with general contempt, the hostility of the Diets was undisguised. In 1538 they forbade the Polish clergy to receive any preferment from the Pope. In 1543 they abolished annates, and in 1544 they subjected the clergy to ordinary taxation. Sigismund I issued an order in 1534 forbidding Polish students to study at foreign universities, but this order was cancelled in 1543, and the inaction of Sigismund proclaims either his impotence or his lack of zeal. His son, Sigismund II Augustus, who succeeded in 1548, was probably rather friendly than indifferent, and in any case the power of the king was little, and individual nobles took what line they pleased without reference to king or church. In these circumstances not only did Lutheran views spread freely, but other heresies appeared. A society was formed at Cracow under the influence of Francisco Lismanini, which not only ventilated the opinions of the more orthodox reformers, but also cast doubt upon the doctrine of the Trinity. In 1548 the Reformation in Poland received a great impulse by the expulsion from Bohemia of the Bohemian Brethren, a sect which received a definite organization about 1456, and had survived through many vicissitudes, preserving many of the more advanced Hussite opinions. Luther, at first hostile to their views, afterwards became reconciled, and established a spiritual communion with them. Ferdinand, after other repressive measures had failed, expelled them from his territories, and on their way towards Prussia they found temporary hospitality in Posen, where they were entertained by Andreas Gurka, the Castellan of Posen. The Bishop of Posen, however, before long procured their expulsion. They passed into Prussia, leaving behind, however, many converts, and their congregation afterwards evangelized many districts of Posen and of Great Poland. The reign of Sigismund Augustus, 1548 to 1572, saw the Polish Reformation at its height. The Synod of Piotrków in 1552, at which Stanislaus Hosius, the Bishop of Ermland, first took a prominent part as a defender of the Church, initiated a vigorous campaign against the reform. But although the clergy procured the martyrdom of a poor priest, they found themselves helpless against the nobles. The Diet of 1552 left to the clergy the power of judging heresy, but deprived them of the authority to inflict any civil or political penalty. In the same year a Polish reformer, Modrzewski, laid before the King a remarkable and moderate scheme of national ecclesiastical reform, but there was no authority capable of carrying it out. In 1556 licence assumed the form of law, and the principle of cuius regio was carried to its extreme consequence when the Diet enacted that every nobleman could introduce into his own house any form of worship at his pleasure, provided that it was in conformity with the Scriptures. The King at this time also demanded from Pope Paul VI, in the name of the Diet, the concession of Mass in the vernacular, communion in both kinds, the marriage of the priests, the abolition of annates, and a national council for reform, and the union of the sects. He received in the following year a stinging reprimand from the fiery Pontiff for an offence in which he was little more than a passive agent. The Reformation seemed to be triumphant, but excessive liberty was a source of weakness. The Bohemian Brethren indeed formed a durable union with the Genevan churches in Poland in 1555. The former were most powerful in Posen and Great Poland, the latter in Little Poland in Lithuania, but the Lutherans were a persistent obstacle to union. It was hoped that the return of John Laski, a Lasco, to his native land in 1556 might put an end to divisions. This member of a noble Polish house had listened to the voice of Zwingli and Erasmus in his youth, and afterwards had renounced his prospects of high preferment in his own church in order to preach reform. His self-denying labours in East Friesland had been crowned with success, and as head of the community of foreign reformers in London he had won a reputation beyond the Channel. His gentle nature and the moderate character of his opinions, which, although they were nearest to those of Calvin and Zwingli, were calculated to give the least possible offence to the Lutherans, raised great hopes of him as a mediator, but he died in 1560, having effected nothing. Protestant dissensions continued, and the Protestant cause was further discredited by the activity of the anti-Trinitarians. Lismanini had openly denied the Trinity, and Bernardino Ochino, in 1564, found many hearers. He was expelled, however, very shortly. The Unitarians had their centre at Pinczów, near Cracow, and among their leaders were first Stancari and Lismanini, and afterwards Giorgio Biandrata and Peter Gonesius, a Pole. Even in the face of this double danger from their own advanced wing and from the Catholic side, the Protestants failed to achieve unity. At length, at the Synod of Sandomir, 1570, mutual toleration rather than union was arranged between the Lutherans on the one hand and the United Church of Genevans and Bohemians on the other. Thus the critical time of the death of Sigismund Augustus in 1572 found the Protestant sects widely spread in the Polish dominions, enjoying virtual toleration, but probably not very deeply rooted in the Polish people, compromised by advanced freethinkers, and barely concealing their mutual antagonism. Meanwhile dangers were arising. The direct efforts of Stanislaus Hosius, the mission of Lippomani in 1555, and that of Commendoni in 1563, did little to check the reformed opinions. But from the introduction of the Jesuits into Poland at the suggestion of Cardinal Hosius in 1564, and from the transfer into their hands of the institutions of higher education founded by him in Poland, dates the beginning of the more insidious and effective opposition, which was destined in a period beyond our present scope to attain complete success. This brief note may serve to show the position of the new religions into Poland down to the death of Sigismund Augustus, but the name of Socinus is so closely linked with the religious history of that country and with that of the Dissidentes de Religione, the appellation given in Poland in 1573 to the adherents of the Reformation, though afterwards extended in its significance, that a word must be said about the two well-known teachers of that name. Lezio Sozzini was a native of Siena, born in 1525. Attracted early by the writings of Luther, he made himself suspected at home, and travelled widely throughout Europe, coming into contact with all the leading reformers. He visited Poland twice, and doubtless found kindred spirits there. He probably influenced Lismanini, but although the audacity of his opinions and the free expression of his doubts seem to have caused him to be regarded with suspicion by more orthodox reformers, he does not appear to have actually denied the doctrine of the Trinity. He died in 1562. His nephew, Fausto Sozzini, passed the line. He was also born at Siena in 1539. He came to Poland in 1579, after the anti-Trinitarian opinions had long been developed there. Under the protection of the Transylvanian Prince Stefan Batory, the sect had flourished, and had acquired in the town of Raków its own school, church, and printing press. Sozzini speedily won great influence, and was able to influence the doctrines of the Unitarians. Eventually the sect received his name, and was known as Socinian. The distinctive doctrine of the Socinians was the denial of the doctrine of the Trinity, the teaching of one God. They recognized divinity in the Father alone, and denied it to the Son and the Holy Ghost. They reverenced Christ as the Messiah, as a teacher and a reformer, but a human being. They believed nevertheless in his supernatural birth, in his miracles, his resurrection, his ascension. They believed that he received revelations from the Father. They followed also the Bible as their guide and standard, giving it their own interpretation, which differed from that of the Protestants and of the Fathers of Nicaea. They rejected the Augustinian doctrine of original sin, and believed that salvation was to be obtained by conscientious following of Christ's teaching and virtuous living. They rejected therefore also the doctrine of the Atonement. Baptism was for them only the symbol of admission into the Christian communion, and the Lord's Supper a mere memorial. This remarkable sect had its origin in the active brains of speculative Italians, its favourable ground for growth in the religious liberty or anarchy of Poland, but it received its definite organization, its tenets, and its name from Fausto Sozzini. Section 66.
Section 67 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 18, Part 1, The Church and Reform, by R.V. Laurence. Chapter 18, The Church and Reform. The necessity of reform and of a spiritual regeneration of Catholicism had been acknowledged again and again at the opening of the 16th century by men of high position in the Church. Time after time it was admitted by the Sacred College, and at each conclave the whole body of cardinals pledged themselves to reform. Commissions were appointed, but nothing came of them, and the Fifth Lateran Council, 1512 to 1517, instead of reforming the evils that had resulted from excessive centralization, did little more than lay down the plenitudo potestatis of the papal monarchy with an insistency that had hitherto found expression only in the pages of curialist writers. The vested interests of the officials of the Roman court were in fact too strong for the forces working for reform, and the measures which might have obviated the schism and nipped the revolution in the bud were not taken until it was too late. The opponents of reform had the strength of a group of men working together with a definite knowledge of what they wanted to defend. The Catholic reformers, on the other hand, were scattered, voices in the desert, with no means of common action. Nor, when opportunities occurred to them, were they for long agreed as to the particular lines reform should take. The seeds of the later divisions among the Catholic reformers existed from the very first, and the course of events soon led to those differences becoming acute. For men desired reform from very different motives. The ascetic temperament saw nothing but the moral abuses in the corruption of the clergy. The humanist desired a greater freedom of thought, and a certain toleration of divergences of opinion, which was abhorrent to the doctrinal reformer. The latter shared with the humanist the wish for a reconstruction of the traditional dogma, but wished to see the line between orthodoxy and heterodoxy drawn with no uncertain hand. Ultimately, two great parties evolved themselves among the Catholic reformers. The one desired conciliation and the discovery of common ground on which the old and the new ideas might be harmonized. The other, while sharing with the former party its indignation at the moral corruption of the Church, yet parted company with it with regard to the reform of doctrine. The supremacy of St. Thomas and of the great scholastics must be preserved, and the whole body of dogma which the Middle Ages had evolved must be retained. Concession of any kind was not to be heard of, and this party believed that a further increase of the powers of the papacy and of centralization of authority was the surest safeguard of the Church. The former party wished for a real Catholic Reformation. The latter succeeded in reducing a movement which started with so great a promise to little more than a counter-Reformation. It will be our purpose in this chapter to sketch the steps by which this was brought about, and all real reform, such as might have conciliated nascent Protestantism and preserved the unity of the Western Church, was made impossible. The aspirations of scattered individuals for reform first found a nucleus and an organization in the Oratory of Divine Love, founded at Rome towards the end of pontificate of Leo X. This famous society numbered among its members some of the most learned prelates and upright laymen who were connected with the court of Rome in that day. They met for prayer and meditation in the little church of Santi Silvestro e Dorotea e Trastevere, and discussed means for the purification of the church. Almost every tendency of thought and temperament among the Catholic reformers was to be found there. Carafa and Sodalletto Gaetano de Ten and Ghiberti were alike members. The ascetic and the humanist, the practical and the doctrinal reformer, met together and worked in harmony. Their numbers were some 50 or 60 in all. In the last years of the pagan Renaissance, when its weaker elements were coming to the surface, and when decadence, rather than a new interest in life, was becoming its keynote, there was thus growing in numbers and influence a party full of promise for the future history of the Church. A stem, an almost Puritan moral ideal, was combined with the belief that there was no essential antagonism between faith and culture, between profane learning and Christian knowledge. As the great medieval theologians and scholastics had interpreted Christianity to their age and had harmonized the divergent elements in the knowledge of their time, so now, in the oratory of divine love, the feeling found expression that the work had to be done afresh, and that the new revelation given to men by the Renaissance must be incorporated into the system of Christian thought. Nor was it only the desire for a closer alliance between Christianity and humanism which bound many of these men together. Augustine had always been a force in the medieval church, and the Augustinian elements in his theology were ever again asserting themselves and claiming supremacy. The attraction of Augustine, felt so strongly by Luther, was not felt only by him. The end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th centuries were marked by a renewed study of St. Augustine in many quarters, and by a consequent revival of the Pauline ideas of justification in different forms. As Reginald Pole said in one of his letters, the jewel which the Church had so long kept half concealed was again brought to light. This trend of thought found expression in the writings of Thomas de Vio, Cardinal Cajetan, and for some time was looked on with favor in the highest quarters of the Church. That section of the Oratory of Divine Love, which wished to spiritualize theology and to deepen the basis of the Christian life, found ample support in the accepted theology of the day. Venice was the home from which came many of the thinkers of this type in the Oratory of Divine Love. After the sack of Rome in 1527, its members were scattered, but in a short time many of them met again at Venice, where they found new recruits. The senator Gasparo Contarini and Gregorio Cortese, abbot of St. Giorgio Maggiore, were the most influential of the new members. Ghiberti had become Bishop of Verona in 1524, and his household became a new center for the reforming movement. His administration of his diocese sent an example to other prelates, and his reform of his clergy served in many ways as a model to the fathers at Trent, though he himself did not live to take any active part in that assembly. At Padua, Reginald Pole spent many years, and though he was only a layman, his manner of life and conduct of his household were not unworthy to be compared with those of Ghiberti. The University of Padua numbered then among its teachers some of the most eminent scholars of the day, and it was one of the centers of Christian Renaissance. Modena also was one of the strongholds of the Catholic reformers. Giovanni Moroni, who afterwards with difficulty escaped the charge of heresy, was its bishop. Sadoleto, bishop of Carpentras, Gregorio Cortese, and other leaders of the movement either were Modenese or had been connected with Modena. The union of scholarship and holiness of life with zeal for practical reform, as exemplified in these men, is rare in the history of the Church. The movement for reform from within, thus inaugurated in Italy, did not become a power in official circles in Rome until the pontificate of Paul III. The paper reforms of the Fifth Lateran remained a dead letter, while the good intentions of Adrian VI came to nothing. His reign, nevertheless, will ever be memorable from his confession that the source of the poison which was corrupting the whole Church was in the papal court, nay, even in the pontiffs themselves. Ignorant of the world, ignorant of the forces at work in Rome itself, Adrian was helpless. If he had had any measure of success, his reforms would have been a moral and practical kind alone. Having lived most of his life in cloisters, he knew little of the change that had come over human thought. St. Thomas was his master, and he did not wish to go beyond the work of the greatest of medieval thinkers. Adrian was a precursor of, and the later Counter-Reformation, rather than of the peace-loving Contarini and the learned Ghiberti. Clement VII, of the House of Medici, was well-meaning and wished to remove the worst abuses in the Church. The hell through which the papacy passed during his pontificate was indeed paved with good intentions, but they all came to nothing. The cares of the temporal power and the interest of his family left little time for the reformation of society. Still, in 1524, the Roman congregation was set up to reform the clergy, but in the troublous years which followed, leading up to the sack of Rome, little could be done. Ghiberti, who, with Nicholas Schomberg, the Cardinal of Capua, appears to have influenced Clement's policy in those early years of his reign, had little time to spare from secular affairs, and it was not until he finally retired to his bishopric of Verona that he obtained an opportunity of playing the part of a reformer. Thus, while the Teutonic lands were rapidly falling away from the Church, nothing was done in Rome itself to heal the abuses which all men acknowledged to be crying for reform. There was one remedy for the Church's evils which was a nightmare to Clement. A reform of the Church by a free general council was a cry which grew in intensity and sprang up from many quarters as Clement's vacillating reign dragged on its way. Luther had appealed from the Pope to a free general council, and the appeal was echoed in the German diets. Charles himself took up the idea, but as it soon came to be seen, what Charles meant by a general council was very different from that desired by the Protestants. The enthusiasm for it soon cooled down in Germany, and the idea of a national council for the settlement of the affairs of religion took its place. At times, when it was a useful weapon to be used against the Pope, Charles also gave the idea of a national council his support, but he sincerely desired the convocation of an ecumenical council, and he fell back on the alternative only when the conduct of the papacy forced his hands. General councils had ominous memories for the papacy since the days of Pisa, Constance, and Basel, and Clement no doubt felt that the government of the Church during his pontificate would not stand the ordeal of a public examination. General councils were apt to get out of hand, and no one could foresee whether they might ultimately lead. Clement succeeded in putting off the evil day at the price of letting events in Germany take their own course. With Clement's successor, Alessandro Farnese, who took the title of Paul III, 1534, a new era began, and at last the party of Catholic reformers found their opportunity. One of the first acts of the new pope was to confer a cardinal's hat upon Gasparo Contarini, and soon after Carafa, Sadoleto, and Pole also received the sacred purple. The leaders among the Catholic reformers were summoned to Rome. On January 30th, 1536, a bull was read in the consistory for the reform of many of the papal offices, but it was not published, and in the summer of the same year Paul appointed a commission of 9 to report on the reforms that were needful. The 9 members of the commission were Contarini, Carafa, Sadoleto, Ghiberti, Pole, Aleando, Federico Fregoso, Gregorio Cortese, and the master of the sacred palace, Tommaso Ladia. Their report, presented in 1537, is the well-known Concilium Delectorium Cardinalium et Olorium Prolatorium de Amendata Ecdicia. The great principle, to which they return again and again, is that laws ought not to be dispensed with save for grave cause, and that even no money should be taken for dispensation. To the system of money payments they trace the chief evils of the Roman court. Everything could be obtained for money, however hurtful it might be to the general welfare of the Church. The report does not confine itself to the evils at the fountainhead. The whole Church was infected with corruption. Unfit persons were habitually ordained and admitted to benefices. Pensions and charges were imposed upon the new revenues of benefices, which made it impossible for the holder to live an honest life. Expectatives and reservations had a demoralizing effect. Residence was generally neglected by the bishops and clergy, and exemptions from the authority of the ordinary enabled leaders of the scandalous lives to persist in their wickedness. The regular clergy were no better than the seculars. Scandals were frequent in the religious houses, and the privileges of the orders enabled unfit persons to hear confessions. The cardinals were as bad as the bishops with regard to residence and accumulated offices in their persons. Indulgences were excessive in number, and superstitious practices were too often encouraged. Much evil had followed from the granting of marriage dispensations, and absolutions for the sin of simony could be obtained for a mere song. In Rome itself, the services were slovenly conducted, and the whole priesthood was sordid. Loose women were openly received even in the houses of cardinals. Unbelief grew apace, and unnecessary disputations on trivial points disturbed the faith of the vulgar. It was the duty of the mother and mistress of all churches to lead the way in the amending of these evils. Simultaneously with the appointment of this remarkable commission for reform, Paul III published a bull, May 29, 1536, summoning a general council to meet at Mantua in May 1537, and a bull of reformation was published in September 1536. But the renewal of war prevented the council from assembling, and its meeting was deferred. Meanwhile, little was done to carry out the proposals of the Reform Commission. It was decided, on the suggestion of the Cardinal of Capua, Nicholas Schomberg, not to publish the report, as it revealed so many grave scandals in connection with the Holy See. The document was, however, privately printed in Rome, and by some means a copy reached Germany. It was republished there with scoffing comments. This incident shows that there was little chance of papal attempts at reform being regarded in Germany as seriously intended. A beginning was indeed made at Rome. The offices of the Datary, the Chancery, and the Penitentiary were overhauled, and a report signed by Contarini, Carafa, Aleander, and Baja, the Concilium Quator Delectum Apollo III, Super Reformation Scumate Romane Ecclesiae, was in the autumn of 1537 presented to the Pope. But in reality, little seems to have been done. The General Council never met at Mantua. The Duke did not desire its presence in his territory, and the war between Charles and Francis made it practically impossible. The council was then summoned to meet at Vicenza on May 1, 1638, but it again had to be postponed. It soon became clear that the Pope's zeal for reform was rapidly waning. Contarini did his best to stir him up to action. In his Epistola de Potestate, Pontificis and Uso Clavium, and in his De Potestate Pontificis in Compositionibus, he emphasized the propositions that the papacy was a sacred charge and that its powers were to be used for the good of the Church and not to its destruction. In all Contarini's writings, the conception of the papacy as a monarchy and not a tyranny appears. It is a monarchy over free men, and its powers are to be used according to the light of reason. Though the Catholic reformers held strongly to the divine mission of the papacy in the Church, they distinguished carefully between the legitimate and the illegitimate exercise of its authority. Freely the papacy had received, freely it should give. The whole official system of the Curia, with its fees and extortions, had become a scandal, and iniquitous traffic in sacred things had grown up. Contarini appealed to the Pope to root out effectively this canker, which was destroying the spiritual life of the Church. In November 1538, Contarini traveled with Paul III to Ostia, and they discussed his writings. Our good old man, as Contarini calls him in a letter to Pole, made him sit by his side and talked with him about the reform of the compositions. The Pope informed him that he had read his treatise and spoke to him with such Christian feeling that his hopes were thus awakened anew at the moment when he was about to give way to despair. Sarpi doubts the sincerity of Paul III with regard to reform. He believes that the Pope took up various projects of reform merely as an excuse to prove that a council was unnecessary. But Sarpi's prejudice still always blinds him to any good action on the part of a pope, and there is little doubt that Paul was in earnest in wishing to remove the graver abuses of the papal court. But he was an old man when he ascended the papal throne, and his energy did not increase with years. Moreover, he was not a zealot possessed with one overmastering idea. The interests of his family, his own personal comfort, and the dignity of the Holy See were to him things that were not to be lightly risked in the carrying out of any scheme of reform. Nothing came immediately of his talk with Contarini in the autumn of 1538, but in the spring of 1540, a fresh, as it appeared, a more energetic beginning of reform was made in Rome. In April, Ghiberti was summoned from his diocese to give the Sacred College the benefit of his experience, and commissions were appointed for carrying out reforms in the Apostolic Chamber, the Rota, the Chancery, and the Penitentiary. The hopes with which the pontificate had begun were fully revived. Giovanni Moroni, the papal nuncio in Germany, had again and again in his letters pressed upon the Pope the necessity of a council and of energetic measures of reform, if the Church was to be saved in Germany. Moroni's instructions ordered him to be as conciliatory as possible, and it seemed that moderate men on both sides might arrange an understanding. The proposal of Faber, the Bishop of Vienna, to condemn as heretical a series of propositions selected from Lutheran writers was disapproved of by the Pope. The failure so far of the attempts to assemble a general council made Charles fall back on a series of national conferences, in which endeavors were made to find some common terms of agreement that might serve as a basis for the action of the ecumenical council when it should meet. It was in pursuance of this policy that the famous religious colloquy took place at Ratisbon in April 1541, after preliminary meetings at Haguenau, June 1540, and at Worms, November 1540. The detailed story of the negotiations belongs to the history of Germany, but the discussions which took place are of interest to us as showing the extent of the reconstruction of the church system, to which the most liberal of the Catholic reformers were prepared to consent. Agreement was arrived at on the fundamental articles of original sin, free will, and justification. With regard to the last, a neutral formula was arrived at midway between the Lutheran doctrine and that formulated later at Trent. Justification was twofold, and depended both on inherent and on imputed righteousness. It was attained by faith, but that faith must be living and active. The marriage of priests might be permitted, but not encouraged, as also communion in both kinds. On the general doctrine of the sacraments, and especially on the doctrine of the Eucharist, agreement was found more difficult. And when the papal prerogatives came on for discussion, a clear divergence of opinion showed itself. It was clear that, after concessions on both sides, a considerable gulf still remained between them. Moreover, even if the peacemakers could come to terms, there were still Luther and the Pope to reckon with. Luther was suspicious, even unduly suspicious, of all papal advances, and he refused to believe in the sincerity of proposals in which his old adversary Eck had a share. The Pope, on the other hand, unhesitatingly rejected an ambiguous definition of the papal prerogative and of the doctrine of the sacraments, and the agreement on justification was viewed with suspicion in Rome, and only tolerated after much explanation. It was clear that no final settlement could be carried at the conference, which was accordingly brought to an end by the Emperor at the beginning of June 1541. Something at any rate had been gained, and the beginnings of a peaceful solution had been made. That complete success should have been attained at Ratisbon was probably impossible from the first. The exigencies of the political situation at the time made it the interest of the enemies of Charles to prevent a settlement of the religious difficulties, which it was feared would strengthen his hands. Moreover, it was clear that the Catholic reformers were no longer as united as they had been, and their influence over the Pope was evidently lessening. Carafia was drifting apart from his colleagues and was rapidly becoming the leader of a party whose spirit was very different from that of the gracious idealist with whom he had been associated. The future of Catholicism lay in the balance, and the next few years would determine for centuries the attitude of the Roman Church towards the modern world, its politics, and its thought. It may be that when the colloquy of Ratisbon took place, it was already too late to save the unity of the Church in Germany. But to contemporaries, even that did not seem quite hopeless. It was difficult for men living in the midst of the drama to realize how far the world had moved from its old orbit, and how few of the old landmarks remained. To declare dogmatically, however, that the attempt at compromise made at Ratisbon was doomed to failure from the first is to assume that Protestantism and Catholicism had already taken up the definite positions which they reached at the end of the century. In the case of Catholicism, however, it was only after a struggle, the issue of which was long doubtful, that its attitude was definitely determined. The revival of religious life, combined with a strict adherence to the old scholastic dogma, the feeling, as Carnesecchi put it, that men had the Catholic religion and only desired that it should be better preached, revealed itself first in an awakening of the old religious orders, and the formation of others to meet new needs. The numerous exemptions from episcopal jurisdiction possessed by the old orders had given rise to many grave abuses, and contributed to the slackening of their spiritual life. Spain, the home of religious orthodoxy, united with religious zeal, led the way in reform. The achievement of national unity at the end of the 15th century brought with it a revival of the Spanish Church. The state used the Church for its own purposes, and the royal authority became all-powerful. The Spanish hierarchy, though always fervently Catholic, was never ultramontane. Papal interference was carefully limited, and, with the aid of the revived Inquisition, Ximenes reformed the Spanish Church. The religious orders were brought under control, and the morals of the Spanish clergy soon compared favorably with those of the rest of Christendom. A revival of scholasticism in its Thomist form took place, of which the great Dominican Melchor Cano became later the chief exponent. Stress was laid upon the divine right of the episcopate. Bishops were not merely curates of the Pope. The nobler sides of medieval Christianity were again displayed to the world by the Spanish Church. The darker side, the horrors of the Inquisition, the intellectual intolerance and narrow outlook on life, the deficient sense of human freedom, and the rights of conscience were there also, but in a narrower sphere the seeds were being sown of one of the greatest religious revivals the world has seen. The line which events took in Spain could not fail in time to react upon the Catholic reform movement in Italy, and that reaction became more and more powerful. The inspiration of the movement in Italy was at first indigenous, but in time the gloomy fanaticism of Spain overshadowed it and crushed out its more humane elements. But in its beginnings, the movement was a spontaneous expression of the single desire to make the Catholic religion once more a reality. With many, it took the form of a restoration of the primitive austerity of the older orders. Gregorio Cortesi recalled to its ideal the Italian Benedictine congregation, reorganized in 1504, and oppressed upon its duty of supporting the Church by its learning. The Camaldolesi, de Lacy, an offshoot of the Benedictines founded by St. Romuald in the 11th century, were reformed by Paolo Giustiniani, a member of noble Venetian family. A number of these monks, under his direction, led an ascetic life at Masaccio, between Ancona and Camerino. After his death in 1528, Montecorone became the center of the new congregation, and the order spread rapidly throughout southern Europe. The old monastic orders, however, only set an example, which, powerful for good though it was, went but a little way in restoring Catholicism among the people. It was reserved for the Franciscans and for new religious societies to bring about a revival of popular religion. In 1526, Matteo de' Bassi was authorized by Clement VII to found a reformed branch of Franciscans, pledged to revive the simple rule of their founder. They became known as Capuchins from their garb. Simple and superstitious, they appealed to the populace, and they became the spiritual guides and counselors of the people. Religion was vulgarized in their hands, and their influence was not altogether for good. Some of them embraced Protestant ideas, and for a time the order was viewed with some suspicion. But to the Capuchins, more than perhaps to any other organization, does the Roman Church owe the preservation of the mass of the Italian people in her fold. The older orders of monks and friars were, however, unequal by themselves to achieving the regeneration of Catholicism. The secular clergy, in many parts, had fallen into a lower state of degradation than the regulars, and it was one of the chief concerns of the Oratory of Divine Love to bring the parish priests to a sense of their high calling. Two of the members of the Oratory, Gaetano d'Etienne and Giovanni Pietro Carafa, took the first active steps to effect this reformation. Gaetano d'Etienne, of an ancient family of Vicenza, was one of the pronotari participante at the papal court under Julius II. The life, however, became distasteful to him, and he accordingly resigned his post and took orders. He was one of the earliest members of the Oratory. After a short time, he left Rome and worked in Vicenza and Venice, preaching to the people and doing good works. His experience there taught him that the weakness of the Church was largely due to the inefficiency and corruption of the parochial clergy. Accordingly, in 1523, he returned to Rome with the idea of founding a society to remedy this evil. There he again met Carafia, who at once fell in with his views, and the two worked together to achieve this end. The Canons Regular of St. Augustine may have suggested Gaetano d'Etienne the order which they had obtained the permission of Clement VII to found in 1524. The new society was to consist of ordinary secular clergy bound together by the three monastic vows. They were to be, in short, secular priests with the vows of monks. The reformation of the clergy and a life of contemplation were to be the objects of the society. The new society is important, not so much on account of its own work among the secular clergy as for the example it set. It always remained small in numbers, and its membership came to be confined to the nobility. Though the original conception was due to Gaetano d'Etienne, yet it was from Carafia that the society took its name. It became known as the Order of Theatines after his see of Thiete. It was no doubt largely due to his administrative ability and power of organization that the society was a success. It found many imitators. A similar society of regular clerks was founded at Somasca in the Milanese, 1528, by Girolamo Miani, son of a Venetian senator, and at Milan the Order of Barnabites was established about 1530 by three noble ecclesiastics, Zaccaria, Ferrari, and Moresia. The Barnabites were extremely successful in their labors, and their society carried into practice far and wide the scheme which Gaetano d'Etienne had been the first to conceive for the improvement of the secular clergy. Quietly and unostentatiously, with little active assistance from the papal court, the regeneration of Catholicism in Italy was thus begun. Carafia was the guiding genius in the work, so far as a movement which was so wide can be connected with a single man, and it was pregnant with importance for the future that he was growing more and more estranged from the liberal Catholic reformers, with whom he had at one time worked in the Oratory of Divine Love. The path which Contarini and his friends were indicating, greater freedom and discipline, reduction of papal prerogative, and a considerable restatement of traditional dogma, meant to break with the past, which, when its full import dawned upon them, shocked Carafia and those who clung to medieval Christianity. The Ratisbon proposals of 1541 opened their eyes, and the parting of the ways came. The group of Catholic reformers split in two, and the division paralyzed for a time the work which had been begun with the Concilium de Emerita Ecclesia, until it was clear that a reform of morals would not entail any surrender of medieval theology and of the medieval system of church government. Carafa and friends made impossible any general scheme of reform. The new orders, the Theatines, the Barnabites, and the Capuchins, were restoring Catholicism rapidly on the old lines. Their work went steadily on, and meanwhile it was enough to wait. They were doing the work as Carafa, and not as Contarini wanted it to be done. The progress made, however, was not as rapid as might have been wished, until two agencies appeared upon the scene, which became the most potent of the forces that regenerated Catholicism, and breathed into it a militant spirit, making all conciliation impossible. The Inquisition, the Holy Office for the Universal Church, and the Society of Jesus were the new organizations which achieved the work. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 18, Part 2, The Church and Reform by R.V. Laurence. The Inquisition, which was set up in Rome in 1542 by the bull Licet Inicio, was not new, but the adaptation of an old organization to the changed conditions of the times. The tendency to persecute appeared in the Church in very early days, but its lawfulness was always challenged, and it was not until the 11th and 12th centuries that any deliberate attempt was made to persecute systematically. A wave of heresy then passed over Western Europe. Dualism and Manichaeism, always prevalent in the East, obtained a firm footing in the West, and the south of France became their stronghold. The Church became alarmed at the spread of ideas which not only were subversive of Christian faith, but threatened the foundations of society and morals. The crusading spirit was diverted from the infidel to the heretic. The Albigensian crusade achieved its purpose. But something more was needed than an occasional holy war upon heresy. The work was taken in hand at first by the new episcopal courts, which were beginning to administer the recently codified canon law in every diocese. But their action was spasmodic, and in the 13th century their efforts were reinforced by a papal inquisition entrusted to the Dominican and Franciscan orders. It was regulated by the papal legates, and its authority was enforced by provincial councils. The papacy, however, never had complete control of it, and side by side with it the old episcopal inquisition went on. The episcopate viewed the papal inquisition with jealousy, and in the 14th century succeeded to some extent in limiting its powers. In the 15th century its work was done and its activity ceased. It had stamped out heresy in Europe at an awful expenditure of human life, and at the cost of a complete perversion of the spirit of Christianity. At the moment, however, when it was about to disappear, Spain asked for its introduction into that country. The problem of the Moors and the Jews prompted the request, and on November 1st, 1477, Sixtus IV authorized Ferdinand and Isabella to set up the Inquisition in their states. The papacy consented with reluctance, and both Sixtus IV and Innocent VIII reserved a right of appeal to the Holy See. But they were obliged to give way, and by a brief of August 23, 1497, Alexander VI finally abandoned the claim. The Spanish Inquisition thus, though founded by Rome, did not remain under its direct control. The Spanish monarchy was responsible for it and used it as an instrument of state, though at times the terrific engine which it had created got beyond its control. The thoroughness with which Torquemada did his work achieved its object, and when Ximenes became chief inquisitor in 1507, the fierceness of persecution to some extent relaxed. It was this third of Spanish form of the Inquisition, the success of which suggested to Carafa the setting up of an Inquisition in Rome to supervise the whole Church. The idea was warmly supported by Ignatius Loyola, and accordingly Paul III, by a bull of July 21st, 1542, set up the Holy Office of the Universal Church. 6 cardinals were appointed commissioners and were given powers as inquisitors in matters of faith on both sides of the Alps. The papacy thus provided itself with a centralized machinery which enabled it to supervise the measures taken for checking the spread of the new opinions. Pius IV and Pius V extended the powers of the Inquisition, and its organization reached its most developed form under Sixtus V, who, by the Bulla Mensa, remodeled it along with the other Roman congregations. The number of cardinals composing it was increased to 12, and there were in addition a commissary, an assessor, and a body of consultors, who were chosen from among canonists and theologians. Besides these officials, there were numerous qualificators, who gave their opinion on questions submitted to them. There were also an advocate charged with the defense of accused persons and other subordinates. The Roman Inquisition not only proceeded against any persons directly related to it, but also heard appeals from the sentences of the courts of the Inquisition in other localities. Inquisitors were, in addition, sent by it to any place where they appeared to be needed. Though the sphere of active work of the Roman Inquisition was confined to Italy, it achieved the purpose not only of stamping out Protestantism in the peninsula, but of bringing back the old intolerant spirit into the government of the Church. Conciliation and confessions of failure could not go hand in hand with the Inquisition. The failure of Contarini at Ratisbon in 1541, followed by the establishment of the Inquisition in 1542, marks the active beginning of the Counter-Reformation in its narrower sense. A restoration of Catholicism by violence and irresistible force was beginning, which was driving the party of conciliation from the field and rendering all their endeavors useless. The proposals of the peacemakers were belied by the actions of the Inquisition. The Society of Jesus was the second of the 2 great organizations which rose up to save the tottering Church. What the Papal Inquisition did for Italy, the Society of Jesus did for the Catholic Church throughout the world. Where force could not be used, persuasion and the subtler forms of influence were possible, and in the Society of Jesus, the most powerful missionary organization the world has ever seen was placed at the disposal of the papacy. With rapidity little short of marvelous, the society spread not only throughout Europe but to China and the Indies, and became one of the chief powers in the councils of the Church. Jesuit fathers molded to a considerable extent the dogmatic decrees at Trent. The emergence of the papacy from the ordeal of the council, with its prerogative increased rather than diminished, was largely due to their efforts. Don Inigo Lopez de Recalde, their founder, was born in 1491 at the castle of Loyola in Guipuzcoa. He served as a page at the court of Ferdinand of Aragon, and his youth and early manhood were devoted to the profession of arms. A severe wound which he received at the siege of Pampeluna in 1521 lamed him for life. During a long and painful period of convalescence, there fell into his hands several books dealing with the life of Christ and the heroic deeds of the saints. So deep an impression was made upon his mind that he determined to devote himself entirely to the service of God and transfer his allegiance from an earthly to a heavenly army. Restored to health early in 1522, he set out as a knight-errant of Christ and the Virgin. We hear of him first at Montserrat, at a shrine of the Virgin famous throughout Spain. But his stay here was short, and we next find him at Manresa, not far from Montserrat. At Manresa, according to the traditional story, Ignatius had his celebrated vision, lasting for 8 days, in which the plan of his society was revealed to him, and the method which he worked out in his spiritual exercises. There is reason to believe, however, that the evolution of his great idea was a very gradual process, and that he owed more to others than his disciples have been usually willing to admit. At any rate, we know for certain that he left Manresa early in 1523 as a pilgrim for the Holy Land. He had already conceived the idea of founding a great society for the service of the Church. But its exact nature was not yet at all clear in his mind. Ignatius had little knowledge of the great world and its needs. To a Spaniard, war with the infidel was an obvious idea, and it is not surprising that the reconquest of Jerusalem should occur to him at the first as the most laudable object for his society. His stay at Jerusalem was not, however, very successful. A reckless enthusiast might cause trouble amidst a Mohammedan population, and Ignatius was refused permission to remain in Jerusalem and returned to Venice in 1524. But the long journey had left its mark on his mind. He perceived his ignorance of the world and his lack of education, and he determined to do his best to remedy these defects. From 1524 to 1528, he studied at the universities of Barcelona, Alcalá, and Salamanca, and in 1528 he proceeded to the University of Paris. It has been suggested that the fear of the Inquisition prompted him to this step, for twice, once at Alsace and once at Salamanca, he had fallen under its suspicion and narrowly escaped condemnation. At Paris, Ignatius proceeded more cautiously, and the 7 years of his stay there marked the crisis of his life, when the visionary and enthusiast developed into an organizer and leader of men. Patiently and quietly, accepting no rebuff, he gathered round him one by one a little band whom he had infected with his enthusiasm. Pierre Lefebvre, a Savoyard, was his first disciple. Through him he obtained an influence over Francis Xavier, the future apostle of the Indies, though he was no easy conquest. Diego, Jacobus, Lenas, and Alfonso Salmeron, both Spaniards, were the next converts, and Nicolas Bobadilla and Simon Rodriguez soon followed. On August 15, 1534, the 7 of them heard Mass and received the communion in the church at Montmartre and made a vow of poverty and chastity. They also solemnly bound themselves to go to Jerusalem for the glory of God when they had finished their courses at the university. But if it was found impossible to do so within a year, they agreed to throw themselves at the feet of the Holy Father and place themselves absolutely at his disposal. Accordingly, in 1537, they left Paris and went to Venice with the object of reaching the Holy Land. On the eve of their leaving Paris, Lefebvre had gained 3 fresh recruits, Claude Leger, Jean Cogère, and Pascal Bruet. When Ignatius, who had meanwhile visited Spain, rejoined his companions, the little band had thus increased to 10. They, however, found it impossible to proceed to Jerusalem in consequence of the war with the Turks, and therefore, in accordance with their vow, determined to offer their services to the Pope. It was at Venice that Carafa and Ignatius met, and it is probable that it was Carafa's influence which brought home to Ignatius that there was more important work for him and his disciples nearer home. The infidel was at the time less of a danger to the Church than the heretic, and, just as in the Middle Ages, the transition from a crusade against the one to a crusade against the other was easy, so now it was not difficult to persuade Ignatius that his true mission was the extirpation of Protestantism and the expulsion of half-hearted brethren. Carafa would have wished Ignatius and his disciples to unite themselves to his favorite order of Theatines, but to this Ignatius would in no way consent. He felt his own peculiar mission vividly, and what were to be the characteristic features of his institute were rapidly taking shape in his mind. Though displeased by the refusal of Ignatius to conform to his wishes, Carafa nonetheless gave him every encouragement. Carafa's later dislike of the society, when he was pope, was due to deeper causes than Ignatius' refusal to throw in his lot with him. The diplomatic skill, which had marked Ignatius ever since he left Spain in 1528, displayed itself in the caution with which he approached the Holy See. Accompanied by Lefebvre and Leathes, he determined to visit Rome, leaving his other companions to carry on in northern Italy the work of preaching and teaching and the gathering of fresh disciples, which they had begun in Venice. He felt it was necessary to survey the ground at Rome before attempting to settle there. On his journey, Ignatius had a vision in a little church not far from Rome, which shows that the worldly wisdom which he had acquired had not dimmed his sense of a divine mission. God appeared to him in this wayside sanctuary, and he heard a voice saying, Ego vomus Romae propedis ero. It was October 1539 when the 3 enthusiasts reached Rome. Reform was in the air, and though, as we have seen, little was done to carry out the suggestions of the Concilium de Emeranda Ecclesia, yet Paul was ready to give every encouragement to any scheme for the improvement of the Church which did not call for any great self-denial on the part of the papacy itself. Ignatius and his companions were accordingly favorably received and authorized to preach a reform of manners in Rome. The door thus being opened, Ignatius felt that the time had come to summon his other disciples to join him. At Easter, 1538, the little band were again united, and the work which they had begun in northern Italy was extended to Rome. Contarini, as well as Carafa, welcomed new allies and became their protector. It only remained for Ignatius and his friends to draw up a definite rule and to obtain confirmation from the Pope. A supplication was accordingly drawn up, indicating the objects and constitutions of their proposed society. Their petition was referred to a committee of 3 cardinals, with Guidiccioni at its head, who at first reported unfavorably on the scheme. The needs of the day required the reform or suppression of existing religious orders, rather than the creation of new. Ignatius was, however, not discouraged. He worked on, and at length, on September 27, 1540, the opposition was overcome, and by the bull Regimini Militantes Ecclesiae, the Society of Jesus was founded. The bull contained a recitation of the petition of Ignatius and his companions, and it is the only certain authority in our possession from which we can learn the nature of his plan in its early form. The first thing which strikes the reader is that, while the objects of the society are clearly indicated, its constitution is only vaguely outlined. Its members are to bear arms in the service of Christ and of the Roman Pontiff, his vicar, to whom they are to take a special vow of obedience. They are to be the militia of the Holy See, devoting themselves to service whenever it may direct. As preachers and directors of consciences, they are to work for the propagation of the faith, and above all, by means of the education of the young. They are to take the vows of poverty and chastity, and obedience to the general whom they set over themselves, in all things which concern the observation of their rule. The power granted to the general is unprecedented in its extent. The right of command belongs to him entirely. He is to decide for each his vocation and define his work. This is the only indication in the bull of the elaborate hierarchy of degrees which appears in the later constitution of the society. At the same time, this apparently absolute power granted to the general is limited by the fact that in certain cases he is to take the advice of his council, which is to consist, in important matters, of the greater part of the society, while in affairs of less moment those members who happen to be in his immediate neighborhood alone need be consulted. Here, and in the insistence of a period of probation before admission to the society, there is an apparent approximation to the constitutions of the older religious orders, in which, however, much stress might be laid on the duty of obedience to authority, that authority was always bound to act in a canonical and constitutional way. If, then, the scheme laid before Paul III contained the germ from which the matured constitution of the society was to grow, yet there were also present in its elements which disguised the extent to which the society was in new departure. The language of Ignatius' petition is not inconsistent in its main features with the future constitution of the society, but it did not necessarily imply it. The unique nature of the new organization was not fully realized by the officials of the Roman court. The limitation of the number of members to 60, which was inserted in the bull, may, however, show that they did not intend it to grow to unmanageable size until its tendencies revealed themselves more clearly. On April 4, 1541, 6 out of the original 10 members of the society, who were then in Rome, Ignatius, Leathes, Salmeron, Leger, Pasquier-Brouet, and Coder, met to elect their general. The 4 who were absent, with the exception of Bobadilla, had sent their votes in writing. Ignatius was unanimously elected. He, however, refused the honor, but he was again elected on April 7th. At last, on April 17th, he gave way, and on April 29th he received the vows of his companions at the church of San Volformare. Thus began the generalate of Ignatius, which lasted until his death on July 31st, 1556. The fame of the new order soon spread throughout the Catholic world, and many fresh members were admitted to its ranks. A second bull, Ariundum Nobis, was obtained from Paul III, dated March 14, 1543, which repealed the clause of the former bull, limiting the number of members to 60. Meanwhile, Ignatius continued to work at the constitutions, and the experience which he gained during the first years of the Society's existence no doubt unconsciously modified his scheme for its government. The great increase in the number of members, an increase which he himself did not altogether welcome, with the consequent mixture of heterogeneous elements in the society, made it advisable to strengthen the authority of the general, and to weaken still further those checks on his power which appear in the petition of 1540. In no other way could the unity of the action of the society be preserved. Judging from the part played after the death of Ignatius by Leathes, it is extremely probable that this development was largely due to his influence. However this may be, the change undoubtedly took place, and by a bull of Paul III of October 18, 1549, Licet Debitum Pastoralis Officii, and by a bull of Julius III on July 21, 1550, Episcoput Pastoris Officii, the power of the General's Council was still further limited, and other changes were made in the original plan. It is clear from the language of both these bulls that, though further drafts of the constitutions had been laid before the papal authorities, Ignatius had not yet reduced them to their final form. From the bull of Julius III, it is evident that the system of a series of degrees in the society was already shaping itself, but that the government of the society had not yet become the system of absolutism it afterwards became. Julius III, 1550-55, was kindly disposed towards Ignatius, and during his pontificate, the Collegium Romanum and the Collegium Germanicum were set up in Home, to both of which he granted an annual subsidy. His successor, Marcellus II, the Cardinal of Santa Croce, had been one of the legates at Trent. It was due to his influence that Leathes and Salmerone were present at the council as the theologians of the Pope. With Marcellus, the Counter-Reformation ascended the papal throne, and the Jesuits appeared about to become the predominant influence in the Roman court. But he died 3 weeks after his election, and was succeeded by Carafa, who took the title of Paul IV. The new pope immediately displayed hostility to the order. A domiciliary visit was paid to the Jesu, and a search made for arms. Paul's hostility to Spain made him suspect a body which had such close relations with that country. He, however, employed Leathes in connection with his schemes for reform, and it was only after the death of Ignatius that he interfered in the internal affairs of the society. Leathes was elected Vicar General on August 3, 1556, to administer the affairs of the society until the congregation could assemble to elect a new general, and to approve the constitutions which Ignatius had left. For various reasons, the meeting of the general congregation seems to have been delayed, and Leathes spent the time in preparing a final edition of the Institute for submission for its approval. Dissensions meanwhile broke out. Leathes was accused of purposely deferring the meeting of the general congregation in his own interest. Bobadilla, Rodriguez, and Pasquier Bruet were the leaders of the opposition. They appealed to the Pope against the arbitrary conduct of the Vicar General, and requested that the government of the society during the interim might rest with the council of the society. The Pope then called upon Leathes to bring before him the constitutions and rules of the society. Cardinal Carpi was appointed to inquire into the matter. His report recommended the confirmation of Leathes as Vicar General, but advised that in the future he should be obliged to consult the council. Leathes, however, managed to obtain from the Pope a second inquiry, which was conducted by Cardinal Gisleri, the future Pius V. It is not clear what the exact result of this second inquiry was, but Leathes skillfully managed to divide the opposition and paralyze its efforts. At length, on June 19, 1558, the General Congregation met, and July 2nd was appointed for the election of the new general. 20 fathers were present. Cardinal Pacheco superintended the election by order of the Pope, and Leathes was elected by 13 votes out of 20. The Assembly then proceeded to approve the constitutions in the form they were presented to it by Leathes. Leathes had apparently won a great triumph. He had quelled the opposition to his authority. He had persuaded the Assembly to accept the Latin version of Politico of Ignatius Institute, by which the absolute power of the general was secured. But he had reckoned without the Pope. When Paul IV heard that the General Congregation had confirmed the constitutions of the Society without consulting him, and were about to adjourn, he sent Cardinal Pacheco to demand the insertion of 2 alterations in the rule. In the first place, the Jesuits were to be bound to recite the offices of the Church in choir, as other religious orders were bound to do. And in the second place, the office of general was to be for 3 years only, and not for life. Paul IV evidently feared the power which the constitutions of the Society would give to an able man to wield as he thought fit. The Society might become an imperium and imperio. The Black Pope might become a dangerous power behind the throne. If we read the story in the light of the later history of the Society, this is not an improbable interpretation of the action of Paul IV. Leathes saw there was nothing to do but submit. The General Congregation bowed to the wishes of the Holy Father and dispersed. The 2 alterations of the rule were not incorporated in it, but are printed as an appendix to the edition published at Rome in December 1558. Leathes could do nothing but wait for better times. They were not long in coming. On August 18, 1559, Paul IV died and was succeeded by Pius IV, who did not share his predecessor's dislike of the order. Leathes seized a favorable opportunity of bringing before the Society the question whether a mere informal order of a pope was binding on them. But they considered it better to bring the matter directly before Pius IV, who revoked the order of his predecessor, so far as that was necessary. The papacy thus gave way in its first struggle with the Society, which was to be so often more a master than a servant. It has been necessary to describe at considerable length the early history of the government of the Society, in order to show how gradually it revealed its true nature to the world, and that absolutism did not triumph without considerable opposition in the Society itself. The new institution, however, from its very beginning, was the expression of the principle of blind obedience to authority. Other orders had inculcated it as a virtue, but none had provided so searching a discipline by which complete ascendancy could be attained over its disciples. Moreover, its purpose was not merely to produce Christian humility and the spirit of self-denial in the individual. It was to make each member a ready instrument for the purposes of the Society in its warfare with the world. A practical object was always the end in view: the triumph of the Church over hostile forces, the conquest of the hosts of Satan, whatever form they might assume. A perpetual warfare was to be waged, and success could only be obtained by faithful obedience to orders. The theory of this discipline is developed in the Spiritual Exercises of St. Ignatius, a work of genius in devotional literature. Though it owes its form to a considerable extent to the Exercitatorio de la Vida Espiritual of Dom Garcia de Cisneros, the Benedictine abbot of Montserrat, published in 1500, which Ignatius no doubt found in use at the convent of Montserrat during his stay there, and to the writings of mystics such as Gerard Zerbold of Zutphen and Mobimus Johannes Monobar, members of the Brotherhood of the Common Life, which he probably met with during his stay in Paris. Yet it is no mere compilation. The spirit which breathes through its pages differs from that which distinguishes most mystical writings, in that the absorption of the soul in God is not to be the end of action, but the source of inspiration for further work. the moral paralysis of pantheism. The danger of all mystics is avoided. According to the plan of the work, the meditations are divided into 4 main divisions or weeks. In the first period, the course of the meditations is conducted so as to produce in the neophyte a kind of hypnotism, a passive state in which he will be ready to receive the impressions that it is desired to make upon him. In the second week, the glories of the heavenly King and the privileges of his service are set before the disciple. The armies of Christ and Satan are contrasted, and the demands that God makes upon men are set forth. The third and fourth weeks are devoted to meditation upon the sacred story, the life and passion of Christ, and the enormity of human sin. And finally, the eternal joys of heaven are set before the disciple. To gain them, he must give up liberty and the freedom of thinking for himself. Absolute obedience to the bride of Christ, the Church, its doctrines, and its life is the only way of salvation. Such was the ideal which Ignatius set before the world in the spiritual exercises, and its spirit was faithfully reproduced in his society. The spiritual exercises became the Bible of the order and molded its religious life. The novice on admission was trained in its method. He lost his personality to find it again only in the society. He himself was but raw material for the society to mold as it would. All his faculties were to be developed, but the initiative was never left to him. The life of the society was a life of mutual supervision and subordination. That there were diversities of gifts was fully recognized, but no man might be the judge of his own capabilities. The society, through its general and those appointed by him, apportioned to each his work. The novices were distinguished according as they were selected for the priesthood or for the secular duties, while those whose vocation was not yet clear formed a separate class called indifferents. After a novitiate of 2 years, promotion was given to the grade of scholastics. Those who belonged to this class spent some 5 years in the study of arts, and then acted themselves as teachers of junior classes for a similar period. The study of theology followed for 4 or 5 years, and then admission might be given to the rank of spiritual coadjutors. Others, however, were confined to the rank of temporal coadjutors. They were employed in the service of the society and ministered to its needs, and may be compared to the lay brethren of other orders. The great majority of members of the society never passed beyond the rank of spiritual coadjutor. They took part in all the missionary work of the society in preaching and teaching. The heads of its colleges and residences were taken from this class, but they had no share in the government of the society, which was confined to the professed of the 4 vows, who were the society in the strictest sense of the word. Besides the 3 ordinary vows, they took one of special allegiance to the Pope, undertaking to go whithersoever he might order. The higher offices of the society were confined to them. Their number was always small in comparison with the total membership of the society, and at the death of Ignatius they only numbered 35. There was also a small class called the professed of the 3 vows, which only differed from that of the spiritual coadjutors in that the vows were taken in a more solemn way. It was reserved for those who were admitted into the society for exceptional purposes. At the head of this elaborate hierarchy stood the general. His power was absolute so far as the ordinary affairs of the society were concerned, but he could not alter its constitution except with the consent of the general congregation. An intricate system of checks and counterchecks guarded against any part of the huge machine getting beyond his control, a system to which some extent he was also subject. 6 assistants were appointed to keep a watch upon him, and the possibility of his deposition was provided for. Espionage and delation permeated the whole society. Absolute as his authority was, the general felt that in the society there was a great impersonal force behind him, which prevented him from departing from the spirit of the founder. Admirably fitted as such an organization was, with its combination of adaptability and stability, to carry on the work of the society with the least possible friction, yet it was inevitable that the influx of able men into the society should lead to a variety of ideas. The intended enmity of thought, as well as action, could only be partially enforced, and the abler minds could not be made to think alike. A considerable Spanish opposition arose in the society, which criticized what it thought to be certain evil tendencies in the body. Mariana wrote a work on the defects of the order, and the theory of morals, which Pascal criticized, did not become prevalent in the society without a struggle. But in its first and golden age, such division as there was did not weaken to any appreciable extent its unity of action, and it offered an unbroken front to the enemies of the Church. The spread of the Society's organization and the ubiquity of its members in the first years of its existence were remarkable. The Latin countries, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, were soon covered with the network of its institutions, and Jesuit fathers became an influence in the councils of princes. North of the Alps, progress was less rapid. In southern Germany and Austria, a foothold was obtained, but it was not until after the final dissolution of the Council of Trent that much progress was made there. In France, considerable opposition had to be overcome before the society could obtain an entry at all, and its afterwards famous College of Clermont long lived a precarious existence. Candid critics in the Church were not wanting. Melchior Cano called the Jesuits the precursors of Antichrist, and St. Carlo Borromeo, in his later years, viewed with suspicion the power and tendencies of the society. Great as their importance became, almost immediately after their foundation, in the councils of the Church, their missionary influence, and at any rate outside the Latin countries, is commonly antedated. Their educational system, which was a great advance on anything which had gone before, was only gradually developed, and by means of it their greatest services to the Church were rendered. During the years in which the Council of Trent sat, and in those immediately preceding, it was the Inquisition which was the most potent weapon in the hands of the papacy. The Jesuits rendered yeoman service at the council itself, and their day came when it was brought to a successful conclusion. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 18, Part 3, The Church and Reform, by R.V. Laurence. Such were the forces at work in the Church, when at length circumstances allowed the long-deferred council to meet. The Christian Renaissance, with its ideal of the unity of faith and reason, and its attempt to find a place within the Church for all that was best in the achievements of the human mind, its philosophy, its science, and its art, was rapidly being eclipsed by a new spirit, which claimed for Church authority complete control, and gave little scope to human freedom and self-realization. The sacrifice of the intellect rather than its consecration was demanded. Mankind was to remain in bondage to the dead hand of the past. The progress that was being rapidly made in human knowledge was to be ignored. Catholicism was never to go beyond its medieval exponents. Conciliation and compromise with the new views was consequently treason, and no surrender was the cry. Paul III stood aloof and looked on as the new power grew in strength and made itself felt in the Church. The last of the Renaissance popes, he was liberal in his sympathies, but he never gave his whole confidence to any party. The reformed and tolerant Catholicism, which seemed about to prevail in the early years of his reign, found itself only partially supported, if not abandoned, and others were allowed to frustrate its efforts. Contarini, on his return to Italy after the colloquy of Ratisbon, was rewarded with the government of Bologna, but his influence was gone. His death occurred soon after, on August 24, 1542, and he was spared the further disillusionment which the council would have inevitably brought to him. He was one of the noblest figures in an age of great men, and the blessing of the peacemaker was his. Ghiberti survived him little more than a year, dying on December 30th, 1543. The loss of Contarini and Ghiberti was an irreparable blow to the party of conciliation. Sadoleto, Pole, and Morone survived, but none of them had the force of character to fight a losing cause, and Pole and Morone ended their days in trying to vindicate their orthodoxy, the one by playing the part of a persecutor in England, the other by winding up the council in the papal interest. For the time, however, Viterbo, of which Pole was governor, became the center of the remnants of that little band which had first found a common bond in the oratory of divine love. Everything now depended on the coming council, and there was nothing but to await events. Though the colloquy of Ratisbon had failed to achieve any permanent result, yet the emperor did not altogether despair of conciliation. The varying circumstances of the political situation from time to time affected his attitude towards the Lutherans, but he appeared to have had a genuine desire all along for a thorough reformation of abuses in the Church by a general council, from which the Roman coin itself was not to be exempt. Paul III, on the other hand, had little desire for a council, at which it was clear, after the events at Ratisbon, that the papal prerogative was likely to be severely handled. It was impossible for him, however, to resist the demands of the emperor altogether, and, after an interview between them at Lucca, Paul III at length again agreed to summon a council. Accordingly, on May 22, 1542, a bull was published, summoning a general council to meet at Trent on November 1, 1542. Trent was selected as the place of assembly, with the hope of satisfying the German demand that the council should meet on German territory. Though the population of Trent was mainly Italian, it was within the empire and under the protection of Charles' brother Ferdinand. At the same time, it was easy of access to the Italian bishops, and was not so far distant as to be beyond the Pope's control. It was an ecclesiastical principality under its bishop, Cristoforo Madruso, Cardinal of Trent. In August 1542, Parisio, Morone, and Pole, the legates appointed to open the council, started for Trent, and the council was duly opened on November 1st. There were, however, only a few Italian prelates present, and, as no more arrived, by a bull of July 6, 1543, the Pope again adjourned the council. The war between Charles and Francis I again made the council impossible, and at the Diet of Speyer in 1544, it was agreed that all proceedings against the Lutherans should be stayed until a free and general council could be held in Germany. Charles also promised to hold a diet in which the religious questions should again be discussed and, if possible, arranged. The Lutherans were privately assured that an endeavor should be made to frame a scheme of comprehension, and that the Pope should not be allowed to stand in the way. The proceedings at Speyer seriously alarmed the Pope, and on August 5, 1544, he addressed a strong letter of remonstrance to the emperor. The sin of Eli would be his, he wrote, if he did not lift up his voice against the unwarranted interference in the affairs of religion by the emperor and the Diet. Toleration was pernicious, and the attempt to regulate the affairs of the Church in a national assembly, largely composed of laymen, unheard of. He was himself desirous of a reformation, and had declared this often, by promising a council, and it was the emperor himself who, through the war, was hindering the one means which could restore the peace of Christendom. The Pope now saw that it was necessary for him to take active steps if the control of the situation was not to pass out of his hands. Unless something was done, Charles might be driven to follow the example of Henry VIII, and the German Church might fall away from the Holy See. The council must be held in order to satisfy Charles, but it must be conducted with quite other objects than those contemplated by him. The formulation of doctrine should be its chief business. the old traditional doctrine of the Church must be laid down afresh, so as to make all conciliation of the Protestants impossible. All discussion of the papal prerogatives must be avoided, and the reform of practical abuses must take quite a secondary place. Having enunciated the Church's doctrine, the Council might leave to the Holy Father the carrying out of such reforms as were necessary. The Council, in fact, was to be used as an agent of the Counter-Reformation and as another means to the defeat of Protestantism. All the resources of a skillful and patient diplomacy were now devoted to this end. A bull was published on September 17, 1544, summoning the council to meet on March 14, 1545, and Cardinal Alessandro Farnese was sent to Germany to come, if possible, to an understanding with the emperor. On September 18, 1544, the Treaty of Crepy was signed, and it was no longer so essential to Charles to keep on good terms with the Lutherans. The emperor and the papacy soon began to draw nearer to one another. Charles refused to confirm the rights of the Lutherans without regard to the proceedings of the council, but at the same time he proceeded with the greatest caution. He did not feel strong enough as yet to provoke a general contest with German Protestantism. The Turkish danger was again imminent, and the imperial treasury was empty. It thus came about that, when at length the papacy was willing to proceed actively with the council, the emperor, on the other hand, wished to defer it for a time, as it seemed likely to drive the Lutherans to desperation. Charles, accordingly, at the Diet of Worms in 1545, allowed the religious question to be again discussed, and proposed another colloquy of the theologians. Until the Diet was concluded, he requested the Pope to defer the opening of the council. Paul III vigorously protested against what was nothing short of an insult to the council, and the negotiations proceeded. Charles even went so far as to propose the transference of the council to a really German town, from Trent, which was only German in name, and the Pope replied by threatening to translate it to Rome or Bologna. Charles then saw that further concession was necessary, as he could not afford to risk the hostility of the whole of Germany, which this transfer would inevitably provoke. In October 1545, accordingly, after the conclusion of the Diet of Worms, he requested the Pope to open the council as quickly as possible at Trent, and informed him that the religious negotiations at the Diet were not seriously intended, and that their only purpose was to deceive the Protestants until his military preparations were ready, and he should be able to crush them. The negotiations that led up to the opening of the council thus ended in a triumph for the papacy, and the Protestants had little to expect from a council which began under such auspices. Their only hope lay in a conflict of interest between the emperor and the Pope, and these powers now appeared in close alliance. Their agreement was not, however, so close as it appeared, and the papacy felt that only the first step had been gained. Charles, even when in alliance with the Pope, never intended the council to content itself with a solemn publication of Catholic dogmas to the world. A reform of the Church in head and members was necessary, even if the wishes of the Protestants were to be ignored. Charles never had any intention of merely playing the papal game. The exigencies of the political situation would determine the extent of the concessions he would make to the papacy, and Paul III felt that it was no easy task which still lay before him. Paul III deemed it unwise to preside in person at the council. An old man of nearly 80, the prospect of the journey and a lengthy sojourn at Trent was alone sufficient to deter him from the idea. Besides which, it was better for the papacy to avoid being directly involved in the struggle of parties, which was inevitable at the council. He accordingly appointed 3 legates to preside over its meetings, and to conduct the business. They were to keep in close communication with Rome, and no important matter was to be decided until he had been consulted. His choice fell upon Giovanni Maria del Monte, Marcello Cervini, Cardinal of Santa Croce, and Reginald Pole. Del Monte and Cervini were entirely devoted to the papal interest. The former was hasty and impatient, a worldly cardinal of the unreformed papal court. Cervini represented the party of Carafa and the new Catholicism, intolerant, narrow, and uncompromising, but keenly anxious for the removal of moral abuses in the Church. Cervini, moreover, was a diplomatist of the first order, and it was due to him that the numerous rocks and shoals on which the papacy stood in danger of being wrecked during the council were skilfully avoided. He prevented many a scene, which the haughtiness of Del Monte had provoked, from becoming serious, and none knew better how to pour oil on troubled waters. Pole was little more than a cipher from the beginning. His academic mind was helpless amidst the play of living forces in which he found himself, and he had to acquiesce in the policy of his colleagues, who had the papacy behind them. His nomination as legate was only intended to give the appearance of conciliation to the papal policy, and he felt himself helpless from the first. He spoke several times in favor of moderation, but soon lost heart. His health provided him with a convenient pretext to withdraw later from a scene in which he was doomed to be a failure. Great as was his intellectual ability, he had none of the qualities of a leader, and he was unequal to playing the part that Contarini might have played in the council. On March 13, 1545, the legates made their solemn entry into Trent. They had the vaguest instructions and could do nothing but wait while the negotiations mentioned above went on between Charles and the Pope. At length, when a favorable juncture seemed to have arrived, the Pope ordered them to open the council on December 13, 1545, and bade a number of Italian bishops make their way to Trent. The attendance at the opening ceremony was but meagre. Besides the legates and Cardinal Medruzzo, the Bishop of Trent, only 4 archbishops, 20 bishops, and 5 generals of orders, with a small number of theologians, were present. Of the bishops, 5 were Spanish and 2 French, and Sweden, England, and Ireland were represented by 1 bishop each. Cardinal Medruzzo was the only prelate who in any sense could be said to represent the empire, and the rest were Italians. The first 3 sessions were spent in making the necessary arrangements for the business of the council. A division of opinion at once arose as to the exact title to be used. The proposal of the legates, Sacrosanta Tridentia Senatus in Spiritu Sancto legitime congregata in a prosubitus trebis apostolicae sedis legatus, was not satisfactory to a portion of the council, and it was proposed to add the word Universitam Ecclesiam Representicus. The intention of the amendment was to express the superiority of the council even to the Pope, and to revive the memories of Constance and Basil. The legates expressed their dislike of it to the Pope on these grounds, though in public they resisted it merely as being unnecessary, and they succeeded in obtaining the rejection of the proposal. A question of more practical importance followed as to the right of voting. At Constance, voting had been by nations, and abbots and theologians, as well as bishops and generals of orders, were allowed to vote. The bishops were, however, very jealous of their privileges, and it was decided to confine the power of voting to bishops and heads of religious orders. The claim of absent bishops to vote by proxy was rejected by the legates by order of the Pope. Only bishops in partibus might represent their dioceses. This was a great victory for the curial party. In the absence of voting by nations, it ensured a preponderant influence to the Italian bishops, who were mostly blind adherents to the papacy. Many of them were very poor, and were in fact dependent upon the legates for their daily bread. The papal pensions and the hope of being rewarded with lucrative offices kept them loyal to the curia, the interest of which were largely their own. It was from the Spanish bishops, on the other hand, that the legates had most to fear. Charles had issued peremptory orders for them to attend the council, and they became the backbone of the opposition to the pretensions of the curia. The work of Ximenes had borne good fruit, and the Spanish bishops were the most learned and the ablest among the members of the council. Their orthodoxy was unimpeachable. They had no sympathy with the wishes of the moderate party for conciliation and doctrine, but equally with them they were determined to maintain the supremacy of the council to the Pope. and to remove the abuses of the papal court. So alarmed were the legates by their arrival, and by the prospects of an increase in their number, that they wrote to the Pope urgently requesting that 10 or 12 capable Italian bishops of proved fidelity might be sent to the council to resist them. The divergence between the interests of the Curia with its Italian supporters and the foreign fathers was plainly revealed when the order of business came to be determined. In his instructions to the legates, Paul III clearly laid down that reform was only a secondary and less important cause of the convocation of the council. Its principal work was to be the definition of dogma. It was for this latter purpose that Paul III had consented to summon the council. By proclaiming anew the old dogma's reconciliation with the Protestants would be rendered impossible, and before any reforms hostile to the papal interests could be undertaken, it would probably be possible to bring the council to an end. The emperor and the Spanish bishops, together with the few moderate and independent men among the Italians, had, however, no intention of meekly submitting to the indefinite postponement and the consideration of reform. When the Church had been purified, then the time would come for the discussion of questions of doctrine. Led by Cardinal Badruzzo, who represented the imperial views, they insisted on reform being taken in hand at once. The legates were placed in a very difficult position, and were afraid of risking an open defeat. Feeling ran so high in the council that an open revolt was likely if they insisted on beginning with the discussion of doctrine alone. They accordingly, at the suggestion of Thomas Campeggio, the Bishop of Feltre, proposed a compromise, that doctrine and reform should be treated at the same time by the separate commissions, and should come before the council in alternation. And for this proposal, in spite of the opposition of Cardinal Badruzzo, they obtained a majority on January 22, 1546. The compromise was a partial defeat to the curial party and revealed the strength of the opposition. The Pope was furious and called upon the legates to get the decision rescinded. The legates, however, pointed out that this was impossible, and the Pope accordingly acquiesced with bad grace. He, however, prohibited the discussion of any plan for the reform of the Roman Curia until it had been first referred to him. As a consolation, the legates reminded the Pope that they could always lengthen the discussion on the dogmas, so as to receive his opinion on the questions of reform that were under consideration at the same time. The details of the procedure of the council were arranged with less difficulty. The whole synod was divided into 3 classes, and the work of preparation was distributed between them. A preliminary discussion of each question, after it had been prepared by the theologians and canonists, was to take place in the special congregation to which it was allotted. This matter was then to be further discussed in a general congregation of the whole synod, and if approved, it was to be promulgated in a solemn session of the council. The rules of procedure being thus settled, the dogmatic discussions were opened at the 4th session, which began on April 8, 1546. The rule of faith was first considered. The Nicene Creed, including the Filioque, had been reaffirmed in the 3rd session, with the significant description, Symbolum Judai que sancta Romana Ecclesia uditur. The sources of knowledge of religious truth were now examined, and Scripture and tradition were set side by side as having equal authority. Tradition was defined as Traditio Christi and Traditio Apostolorum, Spiritu Sancto Dictamate. The Church alone had the right to expound Scripture, but silence was maintained as to the relations of the Pope and the Church in the matter. The traditional canon of Scripture was accepted, and the Vulgate was declared the authoritative text, which no one was to presume to reject. It was not to be expected that these definitions would be accepted without opposition. Naciante, Bishop of Chioggia, maintained that Scripture was the sole rule of faith, but he found only 6 supporters. Others proposed to distinguish between apostolic traditions and tradition in general, but they also met with defeat. The declaration that the text of Vulgate was infallible was out of harmony with the knowledge of the time and met with criticism in the papal household itself. The enthusiasm of the theologians at Trent, mostly Dominicans, for medieval theology was almost too zealous to please the Roman court. The Pope could not help feeling a certain displeasure at the Council coming to a decision on such fundamental points without consulting the Holy See. He directed the legates to have the decrees of the fourth session examined anew, but on their protesting he gave way and abandoned the idea of dictating directly to the Council, on condition that its decrees should always be submitted for his approbation before being published. In accordance with the order of business agreed upon, reform was next taken in hand, and a discussion began upon a difficult point of discipline, the question as to the rules for preaching and catechizing. This raised the contentious question of the relation of the bishops to the regular clergy. Stormy scenes took place, and reverend prelates gave one another the lie. The bishops of Fiesole and Chioggia were the most offensive to the legates, on account of their plain speaking, and their recall from the council was requested of the Pope. A considerable number of bishops demanded that there should be no exemptions from episcopal control. The discussion soon passed to wider issues. It was claimed that the residence of bishops in their dioceses was jure dimno, and that the Pope therefore possessed no power of dispensing with it. The legates, however, succeeded in keeping to the question immediately before them, and it was finally decided that, while the regulars were to be allowed to preach in the churches of their own order without episcopal permission, they were to be prohibited from doing so in other churches without the license of the ordinary. Original sin was the next subject of discussion, and this led on to the thorny paths of free will and justification. The emperor endeavored to defer the discussion on these speculative points, but the Pope was determined to obtain definitions which would make the breach with the Protestants irreparable. The legates again, June 1546, requested that more Italian bishops might be sent to the council to cope with the opposition, and the consideration of the nature of justification was entered upon. A Neapolitan, Thomas de San Felicio, bishop of La Cava, and a few theologians maintained the doctrine of justification by faith alone, but their views could obtain no hearing, and a scene ensued in which San Felicio and a Greek bishop fell upon one another, and the latter's beard was torn out in handfuls. The discussion then confined itself to the mediating view which Contarini had advocated in his Tractatus de Justification. Piges, Flug, and Groper had maintained a similar position in Germany, and it had the adherence of some of the ablest Catholic intellects, both north and south of the Alps. Serapando, the general of the Augustinians, was the chief champion in the council of this view. Serapando in many respects resembled Sadoleto. The best elements of humanism and Christianity were united in him, and the position he took up on this doctrine was in harmony with the traditions of the Augustinian order. He distinguished between an inherent and an imputed righteousness, and the inherent only justified because of the imputed. The one was needed to complete the other. In the imputed righteousness of Christ alone, however, lay our final hope. The inherent righteousness, the righteousness of works, was by itself of no avail. It was in this discussion that Leathes and Salmeron, the two Jesuits who had been brought to the council by Cervini as the Pope's theologians, first played a prominent part in the debates of the assembly. Ignatius was of opinion that the council was not of very high importance, but he wished his society to receive favorable notice there. Leathes and Salmeron had received very careful instructions as to their behavior in the council. They were to use every opportunity for preaching and carrying on pastoral work. Dogmatics, however, were to be avoided in the pulpit, and no excessive asceticism that might be repellent was to be practiced. The spiritual exercises were to be introduced whenever an occasion offered itself. In the meetings of the council, they were to speak with moderation and avoid giving offense, but they were to oppose anything approaching to the new views. Every night they were to meet and discuss their joint plans of action with Leger. The politic instructions of Ignatius, which Leathes and SimonParent faithfully earned out, were eminently successful. The Jesuits were exempted from the general prohibition of preaching during the council, and soon obtained considerable influence with the Spanish bishops. They came to be known as the great advocates of purity of dogma and scholasticism in the council, and their importance rapidly increased. When Ignatius wished to recall Leathes, Cervini wrote to say that he was indispensable. With regard to the conflicting claims of the papacy and the bishops, Ignatius wished the Jesuits to play the role of mediator. But this position was soon abandoned, and they became the scientific supporters of the Roman claims. Their skill in patristic and scholastic quotation was remarkable, and they read to the council what were whole treatises rather than speeches. Leathes especially devoted himself to the great question of justification. While admitting the distinction between inherent and imputed righteousness, he maintained that the imputed righteousness became involved in the inherent. The merits of Christ were imparted to man through faith, and we must rely on the merits of Christ not because they complete, but because they produce our own. The efficacy of works was thus implied. Sierrapondo had maintained that we must rely on the imputed righteousness. The righteousness of Christ was alone true and sufficient, and it was our faith in that which ultimately justified us. Such a view made reconciliation with the Protestants not impossible, while that of Leathes brought all hopes of agreement to an end. In his speech against Sierrapondo, Leathes pointed out with great skill the weakness of mediating theology, and the superficial clearness of his logic appealed to the assembled fathers. The moderate party, though amiable to persuade the council of their views, were yet able to obtain a decree on the subject sufficiently ambiguous to allow the possibility of the development of Jansenism in the future. The formula, however, made reconciliation with the Protestants impossible, and the papacy and the Jesuits thus obtained their object. Pole exhorted the council not to reject any opinion simply because it was held by Luther, but his voice had little weight. Sierrapondo was left to read the moderates, and Pole left the council at the end of June, his health breaking down, and retired to Padua. In August, the Pope requested him to return to Trent, but he excused himself. In October, he was definitely relieved of his functions. Meanwhile, the decrees of the fifth session were solemnly published on June 17, 1546, and Paul III approved and ratified by a brief the decrees with regard to preaching. Only the Bishop of Fiesole protested against this indirect claim of the Pope, that the decrees of the council required his assent and confirmation. Though the legates had successfully steered their way through the discussions on the most fundamental points of doctrine, they still feared the determination of the emperor and the Spanish bishops to carry out a thorough reform. To prevent this, they endeavored to procure the translation of the council to an Italian town where it would be more completely under their control. Madruzzo, who was the energetic advocate of the emperor's ideas on the subject of reform, had several acrimonious conflicts with the irritable Del Monte, and the situation again became strained. Cardinal Pacheco went so far as to accuse the legates of falsifying the votes. The charge was groundless, but it is an indication how high feeling ran. The emperor peremptorily refused to consent to the translation of the council, and the legates had to content themselves with the endeavoring to obtain the solemn publication of the decrees on justification. A further rampart against the Protestants in the form of doctrinal decrees upon the sacraments was also prepared, and, while the emperor endeavored to prevent further definition of doctrine, the legates did all they could to hasten it on. Fearing to press the emperor too far, Cervini, diplomatic as ever, proposed a compromise. The publication of the decrees on justification was to be delayed if the emperor would consent to the suspension of the council for 6 months, and to all disciplinary reform being left to the Pope. The emperor, however, rejected the proposal at once, and the legates then, on December 29, 1546, persuaded the council to agree to the publication of the decrees on justification at the 6th session on January 13, 1547. This was accordingly done, and the decrees were confirmed by the Pope, who, as a concession to the council, in return for the adjournment of the question of the residence of bishops, proceeded to publish a bull requiring cardinals holding bishoprics in plurality to resign them within a certain date. So far as it was carried out, the bull was little more than a dead letter, as they reserved to themselves many pensions and charges upon the revenues of the sees which they resigned. Rapid progress was made meanwhile with the decrees on the sacraments, while that on the residence of bishops was again delayed. The view that residence was jure divino, and therefore not dispensable by the Pope, was again insisted on by the Spanish bishops, and Carranza wrote a special treatise on the subject. But the servile Italian majority was continually increasing, and when the independent bishop of Fiesole maintained that the episcopate possessed all spiritual powers in itself, and that bishops were not simply the delegates of the Pope, the manuscript of a speech was demanded, in order that he might be proceeded against for derogating from the authority of the Holy See. This was, however, too much for the council, and such a storm ensued that his manuscript was returned to him. The legates, however, succeeded in avoiding any mention of the cardinals in the decree on residence, and no reference was made to the question whether it was jure divino or not. Residence was simply declared necessary, and power was given to bishops to visit all the churches of their diocese, including the cathedral chapter. The whole decree was, however, limited by the prescription that it was not to diminish in any way the authority of the Holy See. In this form, it was solemnly published at the seventh session on March 5, 1547, together with decrees on the sacraments in general, and on baptism and confirmation. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 18, The Church and Reform, by R.V. Laurence, Part 4. While affairs were thus proceeding in the council, the Emperor was obtaining a series of successes in Germany which alarmed the Pope. Paul III had no desire to see Charles too powerful, and was afraid that he might come in person to Italy and insist on far-reaching reforms. He therefore determined to authorize the legates to transfer the council to Bologna. The translation was not, however, to be carried out on the sole authority of the legates, but they were to endeavour to obtain a vote of the council approving of it. A convenient pretext was found in the fact that there had been a few cases of plague in Trent, and on the ground that the health of the fathers was endangered, at the 8th public session, March 11, 1547, the council, by 38 votes to 14, with 4 abstentions, decided to adjourn to Bologna. Cardinal Pacheco and the Spanish bishops, however, remained at Trent and awaited the Emperor's orders. Charles was exceedingly angry when he heard the news. He refused in any way to recognize the translation of the council, and the Spanish bishops were prohibited from quitting Trent on any pretext whatsoever. They were, however, to refrain from any conciliar act which might provoke a schism. The course of European politics during the next 2 years has been narrated elsewhere. Charles remained firm. His political difficulties did not diminish, but the mission of Cardinal Sfondrato did not move him, and Paul III was disappointed of his hopes from France. The Diet of Augsburg recognized the prelates at Trent as the true council, and the Emperor attempted to settle the religious affairs of the nation by the interim until a general council acceptable to him should meet. Nothing remained for Paul III but to bow to the inevitable, and on September 17, 1549, he formally suspended the Council of Bologna. The Pope made a show of himself undertaking the reform of the Church, and appointed a commission of cardinals for the purpose. But before his real intentions in the matter could become clear, he died, November 10, 1549. The Cardinal Del Monte came out of the conclave as Julius III on February 7, 1550. Reginald Pole was nearly elected, but Carafa reminded the conclave of his Lutheran tendencies at the council, and succeeded in turning the scale against him. Cervini was the candidate of the party of reaction, but the Imperialists regarded him as their most dangerous enemy at Trent, and secured his exclusion. Del Monte, though he had not been less hostile to the interests of the Emperor, might be gained over, and events justified to some extent their anticipations. The new Pope was utterly selfish. He only desired to enjoy the papacy in peace, and he was quite willing to acquiesce in the Emperor's wishes, so far as they did not entail any loss of power to the Holy See. He at once agreed to the return of the council to Trent, and on November 14, 1550, published a bull summoning it to meet on May 1, 1551. In return for a guarantee from the Emperor that the papal authority should remain intact, he even consented to leave it an open question whether the preceding decisions of the council were binding, and to grant the Lutherans a hearing. The new pontificate seemed to be opening under the most favourable auspices. Reform was again entered upon at Rome. A commission of 6 cardinals was appointed to consider the conditions of appointment to benefices, and another commission to reform the procedure of conclaves. Difficulties, however, soon arose. Henry II of France wished the Pope to join a league against the Emperor, and when he declined, refused to recognise the coming council. The German bishops, and still more the Protestants, despaired of any good result from another papal assembly, and showed no eagerness to attend. The Spaniards likewise were reluctant to take a long journey which would probably be fruitless. Only some 40 prelates were present at Trent when the council was reopened on May 1, 1551. Cardinal Marcello Crescenzio, together with 2 bishops, Pigino, Archbishop of Siponto, and Lippomano, Bishop of Verona, were the papal representatives. The 2 bishops, with the title of nuncios, were to assist Crescenzio, who alone exercised the legatine authority. The choice of presidents did not augur well for the success of the assembly. Crescenzio was a blind adherent of the papacy, and obstinate to boot, and his assistants were equally attached to the curial party. They well understood that it was their business to proceed further with the emphatic restatement of the old dogma in the interests of the papacy, which had been so successfully begun. The papacy had no more intention of conciliation in doctrine than it had during the sessions held under Paul III. The second meeting at Trent was thus, from the beginning, doomed to failure so far as the Protestants were concerned, as the first had been. The Emperor and the Pope were no more in real agreement than before. The meagre attendance at the opening left no alternative to the council but to adjourn, and September 1 was accordingly fixed for the first, 12th, public session. By that time the electors of Mainz and Trier had arrived, together with a few other German and Spanish bishops. It was agreed to take up the work at the point at which it had been dropped in the previous assembly of the council, and in this manner all its previous decisions were tacitly confirmed. In such circumstances, it was little good attempting to persuade the Protestants to send representatives to the council, but nevertheless the emperor persevered in the attempt. The doctrine of the Eucharist was the first subject entered upon by the council. Leathes and Salmeron, who again appeared in the council as the Pope's theologians, and with a greater influence than ever, strongly opposed any concession to Protestant views in the matter, even in points of discipline, such as communion in both kinds. The Jesuits had a considerable share in drawing up the decrees and adopted a purely conservative attitude. The German prelates, however, and a few others, advocated strongly a concession with regard to the cup. Finally, at the request of the representative of the emperor, the matter was deferred until the Protestants should arrive. Meanwhile, the discussion on reform was resumed. The abuse of the right of appeal to the Pope from the episcopal courts was prohibited, and the procedure of the courts regulated. Decrees to this effect, together with the decisions on the Eucharist, omitting those on communion in both kinds, were promulgated at the 13th public session, which was held on October 11, 1551. A safe conduct was also granted to the Protestants who should attend the council, though not until after much negotiation as to its exact wording. The legate began now to grow anxious as to the course affairs would take on the arrival of the Protestants, and tried to hasten the deliberations of the council. At the general congregation on November 5, Crescenzio proposed that the fathers, in order to save time, should simply accept or reject the articles that the theologians had prepared. The proposal was, however, rejected by a bare majority. As the two Jesuits were now the most influential among the theologians, the success of the legate's proposal would have meant that they would have practically dictated the decrees of the council. The sacraments of penance and of extreme unction were next discussed, together with 13 further decrees on reform. Many minor grievances were removed, but burning questions were skilfully avoided. The conclusions arrived at were promulgated at the 14th public session, held on November 25, 1551. At length, in January 1552, some Protestant delegates arrived in Trent, representing the Duke of Württemberg, the Elector Maurice of Saxony, and a few of the South German towns. The legate opposed their admission to the public congregation unless they first accepted all the conclusions of the council. But the representatives of the emperor finally overcame the opposition of the legate, and the delegates were allowed to address the general congregation on January 24, 1552. The only result was to reveal how wide was the gulf between the council and the Protestants. Nevertheless, at the 15th public session on January 25, 1552, it was decided to adjourn the next public session until March 19, 1552, in order to enable other Protestants to arrive, and another and more explicit safe conduct was granted to them. The theological discussions meanwhile continued, but nothing was done. It was obvious that the situation was hopeless. In February, many of the bishops departed. In March, the Protestant delegates also left, and finally, on the news of the rapid advance of Maurice of Saxony, the council was suspended on April 28, 1552. The Peace of Passau, 1552, and its confirmation at the Diet of Augsburg, 1555, marked the failure of the emperor's policy. The unity of the Church was definitely broken. The two confessions were compelled to tolerate one another in their respective spheres, and all attempts at conciliation and compromise were abandoned. So far as the papacy was concerned, the council passed away as a bad dream. Julius III determined to risk no more experiments, and the remainder of his pontificate was spent in beautifying his villa near the Porta del Popolo, the villa di Papa Giulio, which is his chief memorial. On his death, on March 24, 1555, Cervini at last ascended the papal throne as Marcellus II. He was the first true pope of the Counter-Reformation, of blameless life and untarnished orthodoxy, and zealous for reform. A friend of the Jesuits, he was at the same time tactful and diplomatic, and he well understood the maxim that on occasions more prudence and less piety was better than more piety and less prudence. But Marcellus II only survived his election 3 weeks, and was succeeded by the uncompromising Carafa, who took the title of Paul IV. The Counter-Reformation was now master. The new reign began in earnest with reform. The papacy itself would purify the church and needed no council to assist it. A bull was published announcing that the first care of the new pontiff would be the reform of the universal church and of the Roman court. Congregations were appointed to carry out this announcement. Edict after edict was issued for the reform of convents, and the whole method of appointment to clerical officers was overhauled. But what no one could have anticipated happened. Reform and the Catholic reaction were sacrificed to what Paul IV thought were the political interests of the Holy See. He had ever been a hater of Spain, and he now made it his object to free the papacy from its thraldom. His unworthy nephews attained an ascendancy over him by playing upon the anti-Spanish mania of the old man. The purification of the church sank into the background. But the failure of his nephews to achieve the object dearest to his heart opened his eyes towards the end of the year 1558, and when Cardinal Pacheco had the courage at the session of the Inquisition on January 9, 1559, to reply to Paul's excited cries of "Reform! Reform!" "Holy Father, reform must first of all begin among ourselves," the Pope was convicted of sin. His nephews were banished, and reform of the whole administration in church and state was again begun. A large remission of taxation had marked Paul's accession, and the burdens of the people were now still further lightened. The dattaria, on which all the schemes of reform under Paul III had been shattered, was taken in hand once more, and with a considerable measure of success. The removal of vexatious taxation and of the toll on good works was pressed forward. At the beginning of the reign, Ignatius and Leathes had been consulted, and Paul IV realized from the example of their society that freedom of spiritual services was the road to success. He saw that the whole system of fees levied on every possible occasion was utterly bad. Marriage dispensations, a very profitable source of revenue, he would have none of. Officials must not live by court fees, nor should their offices be bought and sold, or performed by a deputy who had to make his own profit. In short, the object of Paul's reforms was to substitute direct for indirect taxation. The levying of tenths was approved, and the people were to be taught that it was their duty to give directly towards the support of the Holy See. At the same time, Paul IV recognized that too many of the rights of the bishops had been absorbed by Rome, and in this way many of his reforms anticipated the ordinances made later in the last sessions of the Council of Trent. An equal zeal for purity of doctrine and for purity of life was shown by the energetic old man. The Inquisition exercised its powers with the utmost vigour, and even cardinals were not spared. Morone was imprisoned, and the suppression of liberal Catholicism as well as Protestant opinions was now definitely taken in hand. The Inquisition and the Index suppressed the slightest tendency to diverge from medieval theology. The spirit of Ignatius and his society had now taken possession of the Church. Paul IV, however, died on August 18, 1559, and an immediate reaction set in Rome. The severity of his measures had made him many enemies, and even among those in favour of reform there was a considerable number who had no wish that it should be the arbitrary work of the Pope. All the cardinals accordingly, before entering the conclave, bound themselves to summon anew the General Council in the case of their being elected, and on December 26, 1559, Giovanni Angelo de' Medici, Medicino, was elected Pope. He was a Milanese of middle-class origin and unconnected with the great Florentine family. Learned and kindly and of exemplary life, he was better acquainted with the times in which he lived than his predecessor had been. He wished to live at peace with all men, and to win the support of the Catholic monarchs for the Holy See. At the same time, he had no intention of suffering any diminution of the papal prerogative. Before his accession he had expressed himself in favour of concessions in discipline, such as the practice of communion in both kinds, and he believed that by this means a council might heal the divisions of the Catholic world without endangering the rights of the Holy See. Events showed that it was not so easy to confine the issues to such narrow lines, but at the opening of his reign, Pius IV looked forward to a council with no misgiving. The Emperor Ferdinand and Francis II of France greeted with approval the proposals of the Pope to hold a council, but they at once proceeded to name conditions which were received with little favour at Rome. Complete freedom must be given to the council. It must be held in a German town, and it should work above all for the reconciliation of the Protestants. In view of these proposals, Pius IV, chiefly under the influence of his nephew Carlo Borromeo, Secretary of State, drew back from the idea of a council. The Pope, in his turn, made impossible conditions, and considered the question of carrying out the necessary reforms by means of congregations of cardinals. Events in France, however, compelled the Pope to proceed with the proposed council. The States General at Orléans, January 10, 1561, ordered the French bishops to meet on January 20, 1561, to prepare for a national council if the announcement which had been made of a general council were not carried out. A papal bull had been issued on November 29, 1560, summoning a council to Trent for April 6, 1561, and Pius hastened to assure the French of the seriousness of his intentions. The French National Synod was accordingly abandoned, and Trent was accepted as the place of meeting. Before the assembly could meet, there was, however, another difficulty to be settled. The Emperor and the French government wished for an explicit declaration that the council was a new assembly and not merely a continuation of the previous sessions at Trent, as Philip II and the Spanish Church insisted. The sympathies of the Pope were with Philip, but it was necessary not to offend the Emperor and the French. Accordingly, the question was left in doubt, and no definite pronouncement was made on the matter. Meanwhile, the preparations for the council went on. The Pope instructed his nuncios to invite all Christian princes to the council, whether schismatic or not. The Protestant powers, however, had little confidence in the proposed assembly, and it soon became clear that the council would be confined to the nations still in communion with the See of Rome. Ferdinand, however, and the French government had no intention of allowing the council simply to register the wishes of the Curia. Both powers wished for concessions which might unite to the Church the moderate Protestants and disaffected Catholics in their dominions. The reforms which they desired are enumerated in the instructions given to the French ambassadors at the council, and in the libel of Reformation which the Emperor caused to be drawn up. The Mass in the vulgar tongue, revision of the service books, communion in both kinds, the marriage of priests, reform of the Curia, and a reduction in the number of cardinals, the enforcement of residence on ecclesiastics, the abolition of the whole system of dispensations and exemptions, and a limitation of the power of excommunication were among the chief points demanded. The whole church system was in fact to be revised, and the share of the papacy in its government to be reduced. Bavaria supported most of these demands, and in fact nearly all Catholics north of the Alps desired a radical reform of the Church. Philip II and the Spanish bishops, on the other hand, wished for no alteration in the ritual and practice of the Church, but they equally desired a thorough reform of the Curia and a diminution of the papal authority. At the same time, they wished it to be distinctly declared that the assembly was a continuation of the previous council, and that an effectual bar should be thus provided against any advances towards Protestantism. The Spanish bishops were opposed even more strongly than the papal court to any alteration in the discipline and practice of the Church. The division among the Catholic powers gave the papacy a means of which it was quick to avail itself. The history of the third meeting of the Council of Trent is mainly the story of the skilful diplomacy with which the papacy played off one nation against another, and succeeded in bringing all efforts for radical reform to naught. The task was not difficult, as there was little cooperation among the powers, even in the pursuit of objects which they had in common, and the council ended in strengthening rather than weakening the papal grip upon the Church. The papacy, supported by the Italian episcopate, defied the Christian world. No less than 5 legates were appointed to preside over the council. At their head was placed Ercole di Gonzaga, Cardinal of Mantua, brother of the Duke, a man of conciliatory disposition, and he had for his colleagues Girolamo Serepando, the former general of the Augustinians, who had played a prominent part in the earlier sessions, Luigi Simonetta and Jacopo Puccio, both of them canonists of renown, and Stanislaus Hosius, who had worked hard against heresy in Poland. The last-named 3 were firmly devoted to the papal interests. Puccio, however, soon fell ill, and his place was taken by Cardinal Marc d'Alton, Bishop of Constance, a young man of little experience. Ludovico Madruzzo, nephew of Cardinal Madruzzo, had succeeded his uncle in the bishopric of Trent, and received the legates on their arrival on April 16, 1561. The bishops, however, arrived but slowly, and summer and autumn went by. At length the Pope could wait no longer, and fixed the first, 17th, session for January 18, 1562. There were then assembled for the opening of the council 5 cardinals, 3 patriarchs, 11 archbishops, 90 bishops, 4 generals of orders, and 4 abbots. The first business undertaken by the council was the question of an index of prohibited books. It was decided to revise the index issued by Paul IV, and a commission of 18 prelates was appointed for the purpose. A safe conduct was then granted to any Protestants who might come to the council in the same terms as that granted under Julius III. But this was nothing more than a formality, as there was not the least prospect that any would attend. It was, however, necessary to satisfy the emperor so far. Although the numbers present at the opening of the council were greater than they had ever been in any of the earlier sessions at Trent or Bologna, the assembly was purely a gathering of the Catholic world. There was no longer even the possibility, which had existed at an earlier date, of a frank meeting of the Protestants and a consideration of their objections. The papacy had defeated the attempt before, and mutual distrust now made it hopeless. The interest of the third meeting of the council lies in the effort made by certain elements in Catholicism to readjust the balance of forces in the government of the Church and to satisfy the needs of Catholics north of the Alps. The cleft between the parties revealed itself at the very beginning of the council. The legates inserted in the decree concerning the opening of the council the words proponentibus legatis ac praesidentibus. Against this, the Spanish bishops, led by Guerrero, Archbishop of Granada, protested. Its object was to diminish the independent power of the council, apart from the Pope, by taking away its right of initiative. Any proposals hurtful to the papacy and the Curia would thus be barred. Philip II, through his ambassadors, supported the objections of the Spanish bishops to the clause. The legates, however, explained the words away, and the opposition had not the courage to bring the matter to the vote. The situation at first was not very promising for the opposition. A little group of Spanish bishops, led by a determined man, the Archbishop of Granada, stood face to face with an overwhelming number of Italian prelates, the great majority of whom were devoted to or dependent upon the Curia. A few northern bishops and a few independent Italians supported them, but they were not certain of the help even of all the Spaniards. Some of these, chief of whom was the Bishop of Salamanca, had already been won over by the Curia. Behind the Spanish bishops, however, were the Catholic powers. All alike were determined to maintain the liberty of the council, to declare its supremacy over the Pope, and to free the Church from the curial despotism. There was, however, no harmony of action, and a singular lack of cooperation among them, even for the objects which they had in common. Moreover, their efforts were ultimately paralysed by the fact that, while the Emperor and France desired the Council to start entirely afresh and to make concessions in church ritual and practice which would meet the needs of their respective countries, Spain, on the other hand, was determined that the Council should be considered a continuation of the old and develop the old dogma and practice on the traditional lines. The skilled intriguers of the Curia found a promising field for their work. The second, 18th, public session was held on February 26, 1562. The resolutions with regard to the index and the safe conduct to the Protestant were then published. The congregations meanwhile proceeded with their work, and doctrine and reform were taken in hand together as before. The decrees on the Eucharist were taken up at the point where they had been left in 1552. Communion in both kinds, and the communion of children remained to be considered. The Articles of Reform dealt with diocesan and parochial administration, and the question of the residence of bishops was again raised. Simonetta endeavoured to avoid a declaration on the subject, but to this the council would not consent, and on March 11, 1562, its discussion was begun by the general congregation. The council was unanimous as to the necessity of residence. The only disagreement was as to its being jure divino or merely lege ecclesiastica. This indirectly raised the question of the limits of papal authority, and the controversy soon became heated. The legates were not agreed as to the attitude they should adopt. Simonetta opposed any concession on the subject, while the Cardinal of Mantua and Seripando hesitated. At length, on April 20, the legates put the question to the vote. 66 voted for the divine nature of the obligation of residence, while 71 either rejected it absolutely or voted for remitting the question to the Pope. The result was not altogether pleasing to the curial party. Only a minority had voted for a direct negative on the subject. Simonetta wrote secret letters to Rome, accusing his colleagues of betraying the interests of the Holy See by precipitately putting the matter to the vote. The whole council was now in a state of confusion. The Cardinal of Mantua and Seripando ceased to feel sure of their ground. The papal letters to the legates changed their tone. Borromeo urged Simonetta to oppose any action of his colleagues which would be hurtful to the interests of the Holy See. The recall of the Cardinal of Mantua was seriously considered at Rome. Everything stood still while frequent letters were exchanged between the legates and Rome. The French ambassador profanely remarked that the council was not free, as the Holy Spirit came to Trent in the courier's bag from Rome. To add to the difficulties of the legates, on June 2, a dispatch arrived from Rome ordering the council to be definitely declared a continuation. Philip II had insisted on this, and the Pope had had to give way. But no sooner had the news arrived than the French and imperial ambassadors declared that they and the prelates of their respective countries would take no further part in the council if this were done. There was nothing for the legates to do but to temporize, in spite of the distinct orders of the Pope, and on June 6 the 20th session was held, merely to be prorogued. Meanwhile, the general congregation continued the discussion of the decrees on the Eucharist, and here the question of communion in both kinds caused further trouble. A cross-division of parties arose, Spain and Italy against France and Germany. The imperial ambassadors allowed themselves to be outwitted by the legates. The consideration of Ferdinand's libel of Reformation was deferred, and the council occupied itself with matters of purely secondary importance. The legates knew well how to follow Borromeo's advice and to gain il beneficio del tempo. Pius IV, meanwhile, hesitated. He gave way to the legates on the point of the continuation, and left the logic of facts to demonstrate its reality. He mollified Philip as best he could. With regard to the obligation of residence, nothing was done. After the vote of April 20, the legates had referred it to the Pope, and rumours reached Trent that Pius had declared it to be jure divino, but this was not confirmed. The Curia came to no decision. It was unwise to run counter to the opinion of the great majority of the Catholic world in the matter, and the question was left in suspense. To show the zeal of the papacy, 3 bulls were published at the end of May, reforming the apostolic chamber, the penitentiary, and the chancery, and meanwhile the council marked time. So hopeless did the situation appear that the Pope even contemplated the transference of the council to an Italian town and a complete breach with the non-Italian nations. So strong an opposition, however, showed itself to the mere suggestion that the idea had to be abandoned, and other means were adopted to bring the council to a more reasonable frame of mind. Carlo Visconti, afterwards Bishop of Ventimiglia, the Pope's confidential agent at Trent, worked unceasingly to increase the papal influence in the council. The old methods were pursued with the Italian episcopate. When a bishop arrived at Trent, Visconti consulted with the legates as to whether he should receive payment for his services or not. Those who could not be reached by pensions were not always proof against the hope of promotion in the church. When these methods failed, threats were sometimes effective. The few independent bishops underwent the most outrageous provocations and too easily lost heart. They gave up the struggle before it was half begun. The papal diplomacy was completely successful, and Philip was persuaded to order the Spanish bishops to let the question of the divine obligation of residence drop for a while. Pius made matters smoother by taking the hint from Visconti to treat the Cardinal of Mantua with more consideration, and flattered many of the bishops of the opposition with complimentary letters. Simonetta was warned not to show excessive zeal, and he and the Cardinal of Mantua were publicly reconciled. End of section 70. Recording by Tom Denham. Section 71 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 18, The Church and Reform, by R.V. Laurence. Part 5. The 21st public session was at length held on July 21, 1562, and the decrees on the Eucharist and on reform were solemnly published, the questions of the possibility of granting the chalice and the nature of the obligation of residence being skilfully avoided. The council went on to discuss the doctrine of the Mass, and further decrees dealing with reform were drawn up. The imperial ambassadors, who throughout the council displayed little tact, pressed on the legates an immediate consideration of the emperor's demands for the use of the chalice in Germany. The Pope all along had not felt strongly on the point, and so persistent was the German demand that he was prepared to accede to it. The Spanish and Italian opposition to the concession was, however, very strong, and Leathes threw all his influence into the scale against it. He read a lengthy theological treatise on the subject and influenced many votes. In these circumstances it would have been wise for the emperor to proceed cautiously, and not run the risk of an open defeat. The ambassadors, however, thought otherwise, and on August 22 the Cardinal of Mantua submitted the emperor's proposal to the council. The voting took place on September 6, when 29 voted in the affirmative simply, 31 in the affirmative with the proviso that the matter should be referred to the Pope, 19 were in favour of its being granted in Hungary and Bohemia alone, 38 rejected it absolutely, 10 did the same, but desired to leave the definite decision to the Pope. 24 were in favour of its being left to the Pope without the Council expressing an opinion, and 14 thought the matter not yet ripe for decision. It was a discouraging result for the imperial ambassadors, but they made one more effort and moved a decree recommending to the Pope the request of the Emperor. This was, however, rejected by 79 to 69. The Cardinal of Mantua, however, came to the rescue to avoid a breach with the Emperor, and on September 16 moved to refer the matter simply to the Pope without any expression of opinion on the part of the Council. Simonetta gave his support to this proposal, and it was carried by 98 votes to 38. The Emperor thus, at the best, could get nothing from the Council, and was referred back to the Pope. At the 22nd public session, which took place on the following day, September 17, 1562, the decrees on the Mass and a series of minor reforms were approved, but even then 31 bishops voted against any reference of the question of the chalice to the Pope. The Council then took up the discussion of the sacrament of orders. Though there was little disagreement as to the nature of the grace conferred in ordination, yet the question of the relations of the various members of the hierarchy to one another and to the Pope was likely to cause difficulty, and troubled waters were soon again entered upon. The French and imperial ambassadors protested against any further definition of dogmas, and demanded that the Council should await the arrival of the French and German bishops who were on their way. A thorough reform of the Church might then be entered upon. They further complained of the haste in which proceedings were conducted. The legates only communicated the decrees on reform to the bishops 2 days before the general congregations, and it was impossible to examine them properly in that time. The legates returned an evasive answer, and the discussions on the sacrament of orders were proceeded with. The papal legion was strengthened by the arrival of more Italian bishops, and at the same time several of the more independent prelates left Trent. The Spaniards felt that it was necessary to assert themselves again, and on November 3, the Archbishop of Granada propounded the view that bishops were the vicars of Christ by the divine law under his chief vicar, the Bishop of Rome. This raised the whole question of the Pope's supremacy, and an angry debate ensued. The Bishop of Segovia went so far as to say that the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome was unknown to the primitive Church. Leathes again made himself the chief advocate of the papal prerogative and displayed a violent hostility to the episcopate. In the midst of these discussions, the Cardinal of Lorraine arrived with 12 French bishops and 3 abbots on November 13, 1562. The attitude which he would adopt was eagerly awaited by both parties. On November 23, the Cardinal appeared in the Assembly, and in a speech made similar demands to those made by the Emperor in the libel of Reformation, and a little later declared himself in favour of the divine right of the episcopate. On January 2, 1563, the French demands were formally presented to the legates. The articles were 34 in number and embraced most of the proposals previously demanded by the Emperor. They suffered the same fate as his, and were simply forwarded to Rome for consideration. It was now obvious to all that the papacy had no intention of carrying out any reforms of importance. The papal policy was clearly expressed in a letter of Borromeo to the legates, in which he informed them that they must keep two objects in sight: that of strengthening the papal power over the council, and that of procuring its speedy dissolution. To this intent, the legates endeavoured to have the Pope described as Rector Universalis Ecclesiae in the canon dealing with the episcopate, but owing to the opposition of the Cardinal of Lorraine, they failed. The interminable discussions continued, month after month passed by, and nothing was done. At the beginning of February, Ferdinand had moved to Innsbruck with the object of being nearer the scene of affairs. The legates thereupon sent Commendoni to see him and endeavoured to come to some understanding. His embassy, however, had little success, and he soon returned to Trent. All turned now upon the action of France and the Emperor. On February 12, 1563, the Cardinal of Lorraine journeyed to Innsbruck to confer with Ferdinand, and there he found, assembled with the Emperor, Maximilian, King of the Romans, Albert V, Duke of Bavaria, and the Archbishop of Salzburg. The Cardinal, in a memorandum which he presented to the Emperor, attributed the barren result of the council to the fact that only matters which had been approved of at Rome were allowed to be decided at Trent. The overwhelming majority of Italian bishops, and the fact that the right of initiative rested with the legates alone, prevented any real reform. As a remedy, the Cardinal suggested that the ambassadors should have the right of making proposals directly to the council, and that a larger number of non-Italian bishops should be sent for to counterbalance the Italian majority. Above all, the Emperor should come in person to Trent and exercise his influence upon the council. Ferdinand, however, saw little hope in these proposals. It was a practical impossibility to find any other non-Italian bishops who would go to Trent, and his own presence would give the papal party an opportunity of raising the cry that the council was not free. To attempt to give the ambassadors a right of initiative in the council would only lead to the breaking up of the assembly. The Emperor was, in fact, fast losing hope of obtaining any good from the council. The failure to obtain the concession of the chalice from the council in September 1562 was a great disappointment to him, and the slow progress that the council had made since that time filled him with despair. At the beginning of March 1563, he turned to the Pope instead of to the council, in the hope of persuading him to bring about some effective reforms. The Pope threw all the blame for the delay upon the council, and especially upon the Spanish bishops, for raising theoretic and useless questions. In this way, one country could be played off against another. The papacy perceived, however, that Ferdinand's confidence in the council was much shaken, and determined to send a cardinal to Innsbruck to endeavour to alienate him from it still further. Meanwhile, at Trent, still further delay was caused by the death of two of the legates. The Cardinal of Mantua died on March 2, and Cardinal Serepando on March 17, 1563. Cardinal Dalton had returned to Rome some time previously, and Simonetta and Hosius did not care to act alone. They accordingly wrote to the Pope asking that two new legates might be sent. The papal choice fell upon Morone and Navaggero. The former was now a devoted servant of the papacy, and had re-established his reputation for orthodoxy. He was, however, very acceptable to the emperor, and the moderate party still had some hopes of him. Navaggero, on the other hand, was an open adherent of the curial party. The new legates arrived at Trent on April 13, 1563. Morone, after an introductory discourse to the assembled fathers, at once set out for Innsbruck. The Jesuit father Canisius was with the emperor and acted as the agent of the Roman court in the imperial entourage. This remarkable man, the first German Jesuit, was perhaps the ablest of the leaders of the Catholic reaction in Germany. Alike at Cologne, where he withstood the influence of the Archbishop Hermann von Wied, and at Ingolstadt, where in 1550 he became rector of the university, he turned back the advancing tide of Protestantism. In 1552, Ferdinand, then King of the Romans, had summoned him to Vienna, and Canisius soon obtained considerable influence over him. At Ferdinand's request, Canisius drew up a catechism, which was translated into many languages, and from which thousands were instructed in the rudiments of the Catholic faith. His Summa Doctrinae Christianae became the textbook of Catholic teachers and preachers throughout Germany. When Ignatius set up a province of his society in Upper Germany, it was only natural that he should place Canisius at its head. Directly Canisius heard of the arrival of Morone at Trent, he sent urgent messages to him to come to Innsbruck as soon as possible. France and Spain had not yet agreed upon active cooperation with the emperor, but with so many objects in common, an agreement as to a course of action might occur at any moment. Canisius skilfully prepared the way for Morone. He pointed out to Ferdinand that by an amicable arrangement with the Holy Father he might obtain more than he would ever get from the council. Ferdinand began to waver. His previous policy had ended in failure. Philip had been unmoved by his warning that reform of the rites and ceremonies of the Church, and not only of its discipline, was necessary to preserve Germany to the Church. By means of the council, he had achieved nothing. Morone now arrived with the definite offer of the concession of the chalice directly the council should be terminated, and Ferdinand was won over. He agreed to give the legates his support, and declared himself content with the minor reforms that the legates proposed to put before the council. The papacy had thus gained the first step. It remained to come to terms with the Cardinal of Lorraine and Philip II. Morone returned to Trent on May 27, and the discussions on the sacrament of orders were actively resumed. It was finally decided to avoid all mention of the disputed points as to the direct divine origin of episcopal authority, and whether residence was jure divino or not. The decrees in this ambiguous form were published at the 23rd public session on July 15, 1563. The difficulties of the legates were, however, not yet over. Philip sent to the council a new ambassador, the Count de Luna, who was instructed to demand anew the suppression of the formula proponentibus legatis, and pressed forward the formulation of doctrine and a thorough reform of discipline. But the emperor gave his support to the legates, and the situation remained unchanged. National feeling now ran very high, and a dispute as to precedence between the French and Spanish ambassadors nearly brought the council to an end. The state of tension is well illustrated by the interjection of a member of the Curialist party after a French prelate had denounced the abuses of the Roman court. Ascabiae Hispana insidimus in morbum Gallicum. Meanwhile, efforts were being made to draw the Cardinal of Lorraine over to the papal party. A man of little sincerity, able and ambitious, he considered his own interests alone. After the death of his brother, the Duc de Guise, and the conclusion of the Treaty of Amboise, his position was not very secure at home, and in those circumstances the friendship of the Holy See was not to be despised. The papal diplomacy began its work early in the year 1563, and by the end of June the cardinal was won over. Through his influence, the French government agreed in August to the council being brought to an end on the terms which the emperor had accepted. The French bishops meekly followed the lead of the cardinal and ceased to oppose the policy of the legates. The Spaniards alone remained, and agreement with them was not so easy. They were the Puritans of the council. Political expediency had no meaning to them. As they could not be bought, the only thing for the papacy to do was to outmaneuver them. Direct appeals to Philip II to consent to the council being brought to an end failed, so there was, for the time being, nothing to be done but to allow the council to occupy itself in matters which were comparatively of little importance. The sacrament of matrimony was discussed and its nature defined. The marriage of priests was forbidden without any opposition, though the imperial ambassadors made a feeble protest. The question of clandestine marriages gave some trouble. They had admittedly given rise to great abuses, but the view that the sacraments were ipso facto operative, ex opere operato, drove many of the prelates to advocate their recognition. Finally, however, they were, by 133 votes to 59, declared invalid. The work of reform was also continued. The legates brought forward a series of decrees for the reform of the morals and discipline of the clergy. They involved the abandonment by the Curia of many valuable privileges, but at the same time they entrenched upon the rights of the state. To ecclesiastical tribunals powers were assigned which no government could afford to tolerate. The rights of patrons were interfered with, and immunities of the clergy, which had long been abandoned in practice, were again claimed. The Catholic powers for once united in their protests, and the more extravagant claims were withdrawn in consequence. The conduct of the Cardinal of Lorraine in this matter shows how completely he had thrown in his lot with the Holy See. He had visited Rome in September, and his head was completely turned by the flattery which he received. He went so far as to advise the French government to submit to some of the extravagant claims put forth on behalf of the clergy, but his advice was not followed. The council now resolved itself into chaos. The control of the legates became little more than nominal. Pius himself had consented to a reform of the cardinals being included in the general reform of the clergy, but the Italian episcopate were not willing to see what they regarded as the privileges of their nation swept away. They succeeded in reducing the proposed reforms of the Sacred College to a mere shadow. The French ambassadors withdrew to Venice, hopeless of any good coming out of such an assembly. The firmness of the Spanish bishops, however, prevented the scheme of reform being completely nullified by reservations and exceptions, and on November 11, 1563, the 24th public session was held, and the decree on matrimony and 21 out of the 42 decrees on reform proposed by the legates were promulgated, the remaining decrees being deferred to a later session. Everything was now subordinated to bringing the council to an end. The papacy ordered the legates to withdraw the proposals which infringed the rights of the state, and canons dealing with the remaining matters under discussion were drawn up with feverish haste. Purgatory, the invocation of saints, and indulgences were hastily defined, and 20 more decrees of reformation were prepared. The Spanish ambassador and the Spanish bishops maintained their protests to the end, but with no avail. A rumour that the Pope was dying hastened matters still further. The 25th session was opened on December 3, 1563, and on December 4 the council was brought to an end amid the acclamations of the assembled fathers. 255 members of the council signed its decrees. The 4 legates, Cardinal Madruzzo and the Cardinal of Lorraine, 3 patriarchs, 25 archbishops, 168 bishops, 7 abbots, 7 generals of orders, and 39 who were absent, represented by their proctors. With the close of the Council of Trent, the determination of the principles which were to regulate the reorganization of the Catholic Church was completed. There followed, under the direction of the papacy, an application and working out in detail of those principles, which was a task of many years, but the struggle was over and the battle won. Medieval theology had been emphatically restated. The scission of Christendom into 2 halves, each going its own way regardless of the other, was definitely confirmed. The spirit of dogmatic certainty, which drew its chief nourishment from Spanish soil, and of which the Society of Jesus was the clearest expression, was to be the predominating influence for the future in the Church. Her doctrine was now completely articulated for the first time. Matters which the medieval Church had left to the speculations of the schools were now authoritatively settled, and the Church was provided with a logical presentation of her position, definitely marking it off from all other circles of ideas. The issues had been put before the world, and it remained for Catholicism and Protestantism to fight the battle to the bitter end. Though the triumph of the Counter-Reformation thus enabled the Church to present a united front as against Protestantism, it is not true that all opposition to the prevailing tendencies within the Church had been silenced. Many of the dogmatic decrees of Trent were as such a compromise. The great decree on justification preserved room in the Church for those Augustinian ideas which the Church had never been completely able to assimilate, and which found subsequent expression in Jansenism. Great as was the influence of the Jesuits at Trent, they did not succeed in winning a complete triumph for their theology. This was not, however, of so great consequence as might appear, for all particular dogmas were beginning to sink into the background, compared with the one great principle that the use and wont of the Roman Church is law, and that to the Pope alone appertains the right to expound the teaching of the Church. The complete expression of this principle was impossible at Trent. The hostile elements were too strong, but the way was laid open. The papal supremacy over the Church received a new extension as the result of the work of the Council. The confirmation of the Pope was acknowledged to be necessary for the validation of its decrees. The supreme power in the universal Church was admitted to rest in the Roman pontiffs. They were the vicars of Christ on earth. The attempt to enunciate the direct divine authority of the episcopate was frustrated. The Vaticanum was only the logical outcome of certain elements in the Tridentinum. The decrees on Reformation successfully removed the worst abuses which had brought the Church and the clergy into contempt. The authority of the bishops over their clergy, both secular and regular, was considerably strengthened, and means were provided for the removal of evil livers and the incompetent. The parochial clergy were compelled to preach, and the whole discipline of the Church was improved. The practical reform, however, that was most far-reaching in its results was probably the establishment of seminaries for the education of the clergy in each diocese. This measure provided the Church with an adequate supply of trained men for its service, and removed the reproach which had formerly rested on the clerical state. At the same time, it made the clergy a body more distinct from the laity than they had ever been before. It narrowed the interests of the clergy, and made them, to a considerable extent, the blind instruments of their superiors. Together with the system of celibacy, it separated the clergy from the ordinary social life of the people, and accentuated the division between the Church and the modern world. The Council left to the papacy the right of interpreting its decrees, and Pius IV hastened to enunciate this principle in the bull Benedictus Deus, January 26, 1564, which confirmed its proceedings. No prelate was to publish any gloss upon the decrees of the Council, or venture to interpret them without papal authorization. In 1588, Sixtus V set up a special congregation of the Council of Trent to supervise the carrying out of its decisions. Meanwhile, the papacy anxiously endeavoured to persuade the Catholic powers to accept in their entirety the decrees of the Council. But with the decrees on doctrine, governments did not concern themselves. They were accepted throughout the Catholic Church, but with the decrees on discipline, it was different. Even in the modified form which they received after the protests of the ambassadors, they infringed many ancient rights of the secular power in various countries, rights which it was not likely would be easily abandoned. In the end, the decrees on discipline were only accepted in their entirety by the Emperor Ferdinand for his hereditary dominions, by Portugal, and by the King of Poland. France and the Empire never accepted them, while Spain and Venice received them with a reservation of their own rights, which had practically the same effect. There were limits beyond which no modern state would allow the papal claims to go. The tasks which the Council had left to the Pope were actively taken in hand. The breviary and the missal were revised, and a new edition of the Corpus Juris Canonici was published. A purification of church music was begun. A commission of 8 cardinals was appointed on August 2, 1564, and in Palestrina a genius arose who became the founder of modern church music. his famous Missa di Papa Marcello, performed before the Commission on April 28, 1565, subordinated the music to the words, and substituted a dignified and masterly simplicity for the florid and decadent style which had hitherto characterized ecclesiastical music in Rome. The most important task left to the papacy was, however, the preparation of an index of prohibited books. So early as 1479, Sixtus IV had empowered the University of Cologne to inflict penalties on printers, purchasers, and readers of heretical books. This was confirmed and extended by the bull Inter Multiplices of Alexander VI in 1501. At the Fifth Lateran, Leo X in 1515 authorized the Master of the Sacred Palace to act as censor in Rome and the Papal States, and the Inquisition in 1453 began to regard the censorship as one of its functions. The first lists of prohibited books were, however, drawn up in 1546 and 1550 at Louvain, and in 1549 at Cologne, and by the Sorbonne between 1544 and 1551. The first papal index was that of Paul IV, which was published in 1559. It was arranged alphabetically, but under each letter came 3 categories. The first class consisted of the heresiarchs, all of whose writings were prohibited. This was a mere list of names. The second class consisted of writers, some of whose productions, which were enumerated, tended to heresy, impiety, magic, or immorality. The third class consisted of writings, chiefly anonymous, which were unwholesome in doctrine. The index of Paul IV met with much opposition, and Naples, Milan, Florence, and Venice refused to print or enforce it. Pius IV modified it in 1561 by allowing the use of non-Catholic editions of the Fathers and other inoffensive writings to licensed readers, provided comments by heretics of the first class had been previously erased. No index expurgatorius, however, as distinguished from an index librorum prohibitorum, was ever published officially at Rome. The harder work of pointing out particular passages which must be deleted was only undertaken in Spain. The papacy contented itself with prohibiting books altogether, or with a donec corrigitur of which nothing came. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum of Paul IV was, however, condemned at Trent as a bad piece of work, and a commission was appointed to revise it. 10 rules to be observed were drawn up, but the work itself was left to the papacy. The new index was published by the papacy in March 1564, and is known as the Tridentine Index. The index of Paul IV was improved, and some of its worst blunders removed. It was accepted by Portugal, Belgium, Bavaria, and parts of Italy. In 1571, Pius V set up a special congregation of the Index distinct from the Inquisition, and in 1588 this body was empowered by Sixtus V to undertake further revision of the Index. 22 new rules took the place of the 10 laid down at Trent, and this new index was published in 1590. Shortly after its publication, however, Sixtus V died, and Clement VIII restored the Tridentine rules, and issued another index in 1596. The materials collected for the index of 1590 were used, though the Spanish index of Quiroga, published in 1584, was one of the chief sources. The index of 1596 remained the standard, though additions were made to it, until the middle of the 18th century. So far as the southern nations were concerned, the index achieved its work. The peoples who continued to adhere to the Catholic Church were cut off from the culture and science of the North, and a serious blow was dealt to human progress. It was impossible for such measures to succeed ultimately, but for a time at any rate, they were a serious hindrance to the advance of knowledge. The learned Jesuit Canisius, in a striking letter written to the Duke of Bavaria in 1581, printed in Reuscher's great history of the Index, pointed out the futility of such measures. Repression by edicts and indexes could never succeed. Construction was needed, as well as destruction, and good authors must be provided to take the place of bad. A revival of Catholic scholarship, such as Canisius advocated, marked the close of the 16th century, a revival in which his own order played a prominent part. Rome became again a centre of Christian learning, and the annals of Baronius were worthy to stand by the centuries of Magdeburg. New editions of the Fathers were prepared. In 1587 appeared the Roman edition of the Septuagint, and both Sixtus V and Clement VIII endeavoured to improve the text of the Vulgate. Historical scholarship ceased to be the monopoly of one party. The Jesuits were the equals in learning of their adversaries, and their educational system was immeasurably superior. Protestantism in Germany was torn asunder by petty feuds, and by sheer force of superior ability and unremitting labour, Catholicism was restored, first in the Rhinelands and then on the Danube. The story of this work, the success of which drove Protestantism to desperation and assisted to provoke the 30 Years' War, is beyond our scope. It is sufficient to notice here that it was the fruit of that new Catholicism which emerged triumphant from the Council of Trent. Saintliness of life and the beauty of holiness were again exhibited to the world in a Carlo Borromeo and a Filippo Neri, while Protestantism was too often sinking into a time-serving Erastianism, or developing an arid scholasticism of its own, which quenched the springs of religious life. Increased centralization in government and strict definition of dogma made Catholicism after Trent a far more powerful fighting force than it had ever been before, but it was only at the price of drawing in its borders and limiting its sympathies. There is a curious likeness in essence, though in forms of expression they are poles asunder, between Puritanism in England and the movement of which Carafa and Ignatius are the typical representatives in the Roman Church. Both alike subordinate the wider interests of humanity to the supposed requirements of religious faith. The sacred was rigidly marked off from the profane, and the culture of the world and its wisdom were banned and avoided as evil in themselves. The world was given up as hopeless, and the attempt to separate its evil from its good was abandoned. The work which Clement of Alexandria and Origen had begun for the ancient Church, and Thomas Aquinas and the great schoolmen had achieved for the Church of the Middle Ages, was not done anew for the modern world. The true Renaissance was not absorbed into the circle of ecclesiastical ideas, and the medieval conception of Catholicity was limited rather than widened. The modern world, if not actually hostile to the Church, grew up apart from it, and by its side rather than under its influence. The kingdom of intellectual unity, which Raffaelli had depicted for Julius II on the walls of the Vatican, was not realized. The leaders of the Christian Renaissance had not the moral enthusiasm or the force of character necessary for the task. As the gentle Andrews and the gracious Falkland had to give way before the sterner enthusiasm and the narrow pedantry of Laud, which in its turn fell before a more single-minded but still narrower creed, so Contarini and his associates abdicated the leadership to Ignatius and Carafa. Neither Pole nor Morone had the spirit of martyrdom, and freedom could not triumph without its role of martyrs. It was left to the sects in the future to vindicate the rights of conscience and to extort by force from without what liberal churchmen had failed to achieve within the Church. There was a touch of the dilettante spirit in the aristocratic circles of the Catholic reformers in Italy at the opening of the 16th century, which paralysed their efforts and enervated their moral fibre. The movement was too academic to influence the world effectively. Some of its members fell into the sins which they themselves had denounced, and like Cortese ended their lives in joining in the hunt for benefices. The rest contented themselves with a lower ideal as best they could, and stood helplessly aside. The Church was reformed, and underwent a moral regeneration, but religious and intellectual freedom were left further off than ever. The issues at stake were, however, made clear, and the parties in the great struggle were definitely marked out. A modus vivendi between authority and liberty could not be found. Neither would tolerate the other, and Europe was doomed to be the battlefield of the contending principles. The sword alone could be the arbiter. End of section 71. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 72 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. Tendencies of European Thought in the Age of the Reformation, by the Reverend A. M. Fairbairn, Part 1. When the 16th century opens, the West, with the exception of Italy, is still medieval, distinguished by a superficial uniformity of mind, thinking ideas which it has ceased to believe, and using a learned tongue which it can hardly be said to understand. When the century closes, the West, with the possible exception of Italy, now fallen so far to the rear as she once stood in the van, has become modern. Its states have developed what we may term a personal consciousness and an individual character, have created a vernacular literature and a native art, and have faced new problems which they seek by the help of their new tongues to state and to solve. In Spain, the land of ancestral and undying pride, the humors of a decayed chivalry have been embodied in a tale which moves to laughter without ever provoking to contempt. In Portugal, the navigators have created afresh the epic feeling. A new Iliad has been begotten, where swifter ships plough a vaster sea than was known to the ancient Greeks, where braver heroes than Agamemnon do battle against a mightier Troy, where travellers fare to remoter and stranger lands than those visited by Odysseus. In France, where the passion for unity is beginning to work like madness in the brain, Rabelais speaks in his mother tongue the praises of the new learning. Montaigne makes it the vehicle of the new temper and its cultured doubt. Clément Marot uses it to sing the psalms of the ancient Hebrew race. John Calvin to defend and commend his strenuous faith, while Descartes, born in this century though writing in the next, states his method, defines his problem, and determines the evolution of modern philosophy in the language of the people as well as in that of the learned. In England, the century began in literary poverty, but it ended in the unapproached wealth of the Elizabethan age. In Germany, where the main intellectual interest was theological and confessional, Martin Luther gave the people hymns that often sound like echoes of the Hebrew Psalter. Kepler, listening to the music which nature reserves for the devout ear, discovered the unity which moves through her apparent disorder. And Jacob Böhme, though but a cobbler, had visions of higher mysteries than the proud can see. The Netherlands proved their heroism in their struggle for independence, and their love of knowledge in the tolerant reasonableness that made them a home for the persecuted of all lands. In Scotland, William Dunbar, Gavin Douglas, and David Lindsay shed lustre upon the early decades of the century, while in its later years reformers like Knox and scholars like Andrew Melville trained up a people who had imagination enough to love and achieve liberty without neglecting letters. The thought which at once effected and reflected so immense a revolution can be here traced only in the broadest outlines. We are met at the threshold by twofold difficulty, one which concerns the included thought, and another which concerns the thought excluded. The 16th century is great in religion rather than in philosophy, and stands in remarkable contrast to its immediate successor, which is great in philosophy rather than religion. With the latter, the great modern intellectual systems may be said to begin, and to it belong such names as Bacon and Descartes, Hobbes and Locke, Spinoza and Leibniz, Gassendi and Malebranche. But without the earlier century, the later would have been without its problems, and therefore without its thinkers. The preeminence of the one in religion involved the preeminence of the other in thought. For what exercises the spirit tends to emancipate speculation, and raises issues that reason must discuss and resolve before it can be at peace with itself and its world. Hence, the thought whose course we have to follow is thought in transition, dealing with the old questions, yet waking to the new, quickened by what is behind, to inquire into what is within, and foreshadow what is before. But while the thought that is to concern us may thus be described as moving in the realm of our ultimate religious ideas, the thought that is not to concern us moves in the realm of political and social theory. The two realms touch, indeed, and even interpenetrate, yet they are distinct. The ideal of human society is a religious ideal, but it is a consequence or a combination of religious ideas rather than one of the ideas themselves. Hence, though certain of the most potent thinkers of the 16th century occupied themselves with the constitution and order of human society, with the actual or ideal state, both in itself and in relation to the actual or ideal church, yet they must here be rigorously excluded, and our view confined to the thought that had to do with the religious interpretation of man and his universe. It is customary to distinguish the Renaissance as the revival of letters from the Reformation as the revival of religion, but the distinction is neither formally correct nor materially exact. The Renaissance was not necessarily secular and classical. It might be, and often was, both religious and Christian. Nor was the Reformation essentially religious and moral. It might be, and often was, political and secular. Of the two revivals, the one is indeed in point of time the elder. But the elder is not so much a cause as simply an antecedent of the younger. Both revivals were literary and interpretative. Both were imitative and recreative. But they differed in spirit, and they differed also in province and in results. There was a revival of letters which could not possibly become a reformation of religion, and there was a revival which necessarily involved such a reformation. And the two revivals must be distinguished if the consequences are to be understood. The roots of the difference may be found partly in the minds that studied the literatures, and partly in the literatures they studied, though even here the qualities, the interests, and the motives of the minds only stand the more clearly revealed. The difference is better expressed by a racial rather than by a temporal distinction. The term race, indeed, as here used, does not denote a unity of blood, which can seldom, if ever, exist, but unities of language, inheritance, association, and ideas. In this sense, the Catholic South was in speech, in custom, in social temper, in political and municipal institutions distinctly Latin, and for similar reasons the Protestant North may be termed Teutonic. Now, of these two, the Latin race was in thought the more secular, while the Teutonic the more religious. But as regards custom and institutions, the Latin peoples were the more conservative, while the Teutonic were the more inclined to radical change. And this is a difference which their respective histories may in some measure explain. The Latin race, especially in Italy, was the heir of the Roman Empire, still a vivid memory and a living influence. Its monuments survived, its paganism had not utterly perished, its gods were still named in popular speech, customs which it had sanctioned and dreams which it had begotten persisted, having refused, as it were, to undergo Christian baptism. Italy was to the Latins as much a holy land as Palestine had been to the Crusaders, with graves and relics and shrines lying in every valley and looking out from every hill. And these appealed all the more to the imagination, since ecclesiastical Rome was a reality, and imperial Rome a memory and a dream. The eternal city was like a desolate widow who yet tarried and yearned for the return of the Caesar who had been her spouse. And if Rome lived in the dust of her ancient roads and the ruins of her temples, the Italian peoples and states seemed singularly suggestive of Greece. Their republics and tyrants, their civic life and military adventurers, their rich cities and their colonies and commerce, their rapid changes of fortune, their swift oscillations from freedom to bondage and from bondage back to freedom, their love of art and of letters, their mutual jealousies and ambitions were Greek rather than Roman. Indeed, at certain moments, they might almost make us feel as if ancient Greece had risen from the dead and come to live upon the Italian soil. Here, then, the Renaissance could not but be classical, not the product of some accident like the capture of a city or the fall of an ancient dynasty, but the inevitable outcome of minds quickened by the Italian air and made creative by the vision of a vast inheritance. The Teutonic mind, on the contrary, had no classical world behind it. Its pagan past was remote, dark, and fertile, without art or literature, or philosophy, or history, or any dream of a universal empire which had once held sway over civilized men. In a word, its conscious life, its social being, its struggles for empire and towards civilization, its chivalry, its crusades, its mental problems and educational processes, all stood rooted in Christian religion. Behind this, the memory of man did not go, and into the darkness beyond, the eye could as little penetrate as the vision of the man can trace the growth of knowledge in his own infant mind. Now, these different conditions made it as natural that the Teutonic Renaissance should concern itself with the early Christian ideal as that the Latin should with the ancient classical literature. and where they touched religion, that the one should be more occupied with its intellectual side and the other with its institutional. For where the Roman Empire had lived, the Roman Church now governed. The literature which the Teutonic mind mainly loved and studied and edited was patristic and Christian, but the literature which the Latin mind chiefly cultivated was classical and pagan. The Latin taught the Teuton how to read, to edit, and to handle ancient books. But nature taught both of them the logic that binds together letters and life. As a consequence, the Latin Renaissance became an attempt to think again the thoughts and live again the life embalmed in the literature of Greece and Rome, while the German Renaissance became an attempt to reincarnate the apostolical mind. The Latin tendency was towards classical naturalism, but the Teutonic tendency was towards the ideal of the scriptures, both Hebrew and Greek. Among the Latins, almost every philosophical system of antiquity reappeared, though in an instructively inverted order. But among the Teutons, the field was occupied by theologies based on Augustine and Paul, while philosophy began as an interpretation not of literary thought or societies, but of man, individual and social, as he had lived and was living. Hence, in the region of belief, the Latins were more critical and the Teutons the more positive. The thought which the Latins studied was that of a world into which Christ had not entered, though it was one in which Caesar had reigned. But the thought which the Teutons cultivated had Christ as its source and God as its supreme object. The Latin Renaissance thus produced two most dissimilar yet cognate phenomena: intellectual systems affecting mainly the notion of deity, and orders like the Society of Jesus, organized for the work of conservation and reaction. On the other hand, the parallel phenomena produced by the Teutonic Renaissance were attempts either to revive the religion of the apostolic literature or to found the Protestant churches and states. What concerns us here is the new thought and not the new organizations. And these preliminary distinctions and discussions will enable us to set the Latin or classical Renaissance in its true relation to the Teutonic or religious. We begin with the most obvious of the influences exercised by the revival of letters upon the thought of the 16th century, viz., those concerned with grammar and what it signified, and with language as the creation and the interpreter of thought. It has often been said that the Church preserved the knowledge of Latin as a living tongue, but Lorenzo Valla, 1406–57, would have said if the tongue were still alive, it were better dead. As a grammarian, Valla held grammar to be higher than dialectic, for it took as many years to learn as dialectic took months, and he may be said to have discovered literary and historical criticism by executing with its help judgment on three famous documents, viz., the Vulgate, which he condemned as faulty in style and incorrect in translation, the Donation of Constantine, which he proved by its anachronisms to be late and false and forged, and the Apostolic Symbol, whose terms and clauses he showed could not be of apostolic origin. His criticism of these documents, we omit all reference to that of the Pseudo-Dionysius, was prophetic and more potent in a later generation than in his own. Erasmus published in 1505 the Annotationes on the Vulgate, and in a dedication which served as a preface, he compared Valla as a grammarian and Nicholas of Lyra as a theologian, and he argued from the errors which had been proved to exist in the version which the Church had in a sense canonized by use, in a way that was at once an apology and a call for his own edition of the Greek New Testament 9 years before it appeared. In 1517, a copy of the De Donatione Constantini Magni came into the hands of Ulrich von Hutten, who published it and with his usual careless audacity dedicated it to the Pope, whom he straightway proceeded to denounce as a usurper and robber. Later this was sent to Luther, just as he was meditating his De Captivitate Babylonica Ecclesiae, and it strengthened his trust in the German people, confirmed him in the belief that the Pope was Antichrist, and fortified him for the daring deed of burning the Pope's bull. The criticism of the Apostles' Creed indicated a method of discussing dogma which only needed to be applied to become a theory of development capable of dissolving the vast systems of the traditional schools. We need not be surprised that Calvin speaks of Valla as an acute and judicious man and an instrument of the divine will. The Italian mind was simple in spite of all its subtle complexity, and in the Renaissance it was like the explorer who set out to find a new way to India and found a new world instead. It had no more typical son than Giovanni Pico della Mirandola. He was, if we are to believe his nephew and biographer, chivalrous, beautiful, radiant, a man it was impossible to see without loving, an artist who loved art, a thinker who delighted in thought, a seeker whose passion it was to find the truth, and who would gladly have sold all he possessed to buy it. Born in 1463, he studied canon law at Bologna. Then, first at Padua, and later at Paris, he cultivated philosophy. When only 21, he returned to Italy and read Plato in Florence under Ficino. 3 years later, he traveled to Rome, where he drew up 900 theses, philosophical and theological, which he offered to discuss with the scholars of all lands, promising, if they came, to bear the cost of their journey. But heresy was discovered in some of these theses, and the disputation was prohibited. Later he devoted himself to a contemplative life, renounced the world, divided his goods between his nephew and the poor, saying that once he had finished the studies which he had undertaken, he should wander barefoot round the world in order that he might preach Christ. He was a mystic. Nature was to him a parable, history was an allegory, and every sensuous thing an emblem of the divine. He magnified man, though he distrusted self. And as he believed that truth came only by revelation, he felt bound to seek it from those who had thus received it from God. Hence he searched for truth, successively in Aristotle, in Plato, in Plotinus, in the Pseudo-Dionysius, who seemed to many, even after Valla had written, the source of the highest and purest truth. But, as Pico said, philosophy seeks truth, theology finds it, but religion possesses it. And the truth which religion possesses is God's. Man can best discover it in the place where God has been pleased to set it. Now, in his quest for truth in its purest sources, Pico heard of the Kabbalah, and conceived it to be the depository of the most ancient wisdom, the tradition of the aboriginal revelation granted to man. And just then John Heuchlin, German mystic and scholar, found Pico. He was older in years but younger in mind. He had studied philology in Paris, law in Orléans, and he had lectured on Greek in Tübingen. He was then on his second visit to Italy, with all the mystic in him alive and unsatisfied. The God whom he wanted, the logic of the schools could not give him. By their help he might transcend created existence, though even then what they led him to was only the boundless sea of negation. In Aristotle the impossible, in Plato the incredible was emphasized. But in the region of spirit, things were necessary which thought found impossible or reason pronounced incredible. The Neo-Pythagorean school saved Heuchlin from the tyranny of the syllogism and restored his faith. In this mood he came to Pico, and to his mood the Kabbalah appealed. Its philosophy was a symbolical theology which invested words and numbers, letters and names, things and persons with a divine sense. But Heuchlin was more than a mystic with a passion for fantastic mysteries. He was also a scholar. And the idea that there were truths locked up in Hebrew, the tongue which God himself had spoken at the creation, and which he had then given to man, compelled him to learn the language that he might read the thought in the words of that deity. So he put himself to school under a Jewish physician, acquired enough Hebrew to pursue his studies independently, and as a result published in 1506 his De Rudimentis Hebraicis. He himself named this book a Monumentum Aere Perennius, and history has justified the name. It helped to define and determine the religious tendencies in Teutonic humanism, to change the fanciful mysticism that had begotten the book into a spirit at once historical, critical, and sane. It practically made the Hebrew Scriptures Christian, an original text which could be used as a court of appeal for the correction of the translation and of the canon which the usage of the Church had accepted and endorsed. Knowledge of the language thus made the interpretation of the Old Testament more historical and more ethical. It could now be read as little through the Gnosticism of the Kabbalah as through the Roman associations of the Vulgate. The event which took the Old Testament out of the hand of fantasy turned it into an instrument of reform. For if it is doubtful whether Protestantism could have arisen without the knowledge of the Old Testament, it is certain that without it the Reformed Church could not have assumed the shape it took. In all this, of course, specific dangers might lie for the scholar who could no longer freely use the allegorism of Alexandria to convey the New Testament into the most impossible places of the Old, and who was therefore tempted to reverse the process and employ the language and spirit of the Old Testament in the interpretation of the New. But these dangers were still in the future. For the present, it will be enough to recall the story, told in an earlier volume, of the controversy between Reuchlin and Pfeffekon, and of the burning of Reuchlin's books by the Inquisition. In consequence of this unjust treatment, the humanists addressed a series of letters, at once eulogistic and apologetic, to Reuchlin, which were published in 1514 under the title Epistolae Clarorum Virorum. The second edition of 1519 substituted Illustrium for Clarorum. This book suggested to one of the younger and brighter humanists, John Jaeger, better known as Crotus Rubianus, Luther's Crotus Noster Suavissimus, a professor at Erfurt, a series of imaginary epistles written by vagrant students in the execrable dog Latin of the schools, to Ortvinus Gratius, otherwise Ortwin de Brize, professor of Belles Lettres at Cologne, a man whom Luther, in his most emphatic and plain-spoken style, described as poetistam asinum, lupum rapacem, sinom potius crocodilum. The epistolae, while describing the experiences or adventures of their supposed authors, and it is here where the characters so humorously reveal themselves, praise Gratius as well as the divines and divinity of the schools, and censure the poetae secularis, or juristae, who had eulogized Reuchlin. In their composition, various scholars collaborated, notably Ulrich von Hutten, then ablaze with the enthusiasm for Germany and the passion against Rome, which made the strife a joy to his soul. "The prison is broken," he cried. "The captive is free and will return no more to bondage. O century when studies bloom and spirits awake, it is happiness to live in thee." Strauss thought the epistolae a supreme work of art, named them eine weltgeschichtliche Satire, and placed them alongside Don Quixote, since they were pervaded by so excellent a humor as to be higher and better than any merely satirical production. There is here ground for ample and radical differences, but on one point there is none, the success of the satire. It deceived the very elect. The friars who were satirized saw the truth of the portrait and did not feel its shame, even though the men of serious mind, who could not be deceived, were offended. Erasmus did not love it, nor did Luther, who said votum probo, opus non probo, and named the author einen Hanswurst. But it made the schoolmen ridiculous, and while they were laughed at, Reuchlin was applauded. He died in 1522, 6 years after the Epistolae had appeared, the same year in which Luther published his New Testament, sorrowing over the lapse from the Church and from letters of his young kinsman Melanchthon, and over the coming revolution which yet had in him a plain prophet and a main cause. In 1516, 2 years after the first volume of the Epistolae, Erasmus's Novum Instrumentum appeared. The man himself we need neither discuss nor describe. He was a humanist, that is, his main interest was literature. But his humanism was German, that is, the literature which mainly interested him was religious. In an age of great editors, he was the most famous. But he was not a thinker, nor a man who could seize or be seized by large ideas and turn them into living and creative forces. His greatest editorial achievements were connected not with the classics, where his haste and his agility of mind made him often a faithless guide, but with the New Testament and the Fathers of the Church. Religion he loved for the sake of letters, rather than letters for the sake of religion. He had a quick eye, a sharp pen, a fine humor, and could hold up to man and society a mirror which showed them as they were. He was fastidious and disliked discomfort, yet he could make it picturesque and amusing. His letters are like a crowded stage on which his time lives forever, and we can hear and see even as his ear heard and as his eye saw. We are indeed never allowed to forget that he is a rather too self-conscious spectator, and that while all around him men differ and he is a main cause of their differences, yet there is nothing he more desires than to be left alone to live as untroubled as if he had no mind. He is, quote, so thin-skinned that a fly could draw blood, Yet, or possibly therefore, he is a good hater, especially of the ignorant mob, the obtuse and vulgar man who could not see or feel the satire within the compliment or the irony hidden in an ambiguous phrase. He is one of the men whose unconscious revelations of himself have a nameless charm. We see him as a student whose very circumstances remind him of his origin, ortus a scorto, as his enemies said, impecunious, forced into an order he did not love, thirsting for a knowledge hard to obtain, seeking it at home or in Paris, where life is fast, while his clerical guardian is suspicious and his own temper self-indulgent. Then we are touched by the early struggles of a scholar who loved learning and good living, and neither liked nor acquiesced in the poverty which seemed his destined lot, though we may be offended by his complaints, which are too frequent to be dignified, and his appeals for help, which are too urgent to be compatible with self-respect as we understand it. His pictures of our gracious and spacious England, loved because it's so kind to the stranger, the seclusion and erudition of Oxford, the repose and learned activity of Cambridge, the regal Hendrie, the magnificent Wolsey, the devout Colet, the genial Moore, the statesmanlike yet thoughtful Warham, who can rule the Church and yet remember the scholars who serve it, are of the sort which pleases the reader and which he loves to read. And if he desires first-hand knowledge of the manners and morals of a picturesque day, the miseries of the seas and the comforts of the shore, or the discomforts of continental travel, with its strange bedfellows, crowded inns, dirty linen, and unsavory food, or of the dignified society and refined art of living to be then found in the great Italian cities, or of Rome and Roman society under Julius II, where a warlike pontiff and cultured cardinals, the spirit of the Borgia and the temper of the Renaissance make the capital of Christendom an epitome of the world, or of the hopes, the disappointments, and the sorrows of an editor with a zeal for letters and a passion for praise, who negotiates now with mean and now with open-handed publishers, and stands between three publics, one sympathetic and appreciative, a second suspicious and sore and critical, fearful lest he go too far, and a third exacting and insatiable, determined to compel him to go much further than he wishes. Or of the reforming men and movements, the strange and tempestuous Luther, the audacious and restless Hütten, the moderate and scholarly Pirkheimer, the conciliatory and reasonable Melanchthon, the heroic and magnanimous Zwingli, the learned and large-minded Oecolampadius, then he will find this knowledge superabundantly in this vivid and entertaining correspondence. Yet, if we would know Erasmus, he must be studied in his more serious works as well as in his letters. There we shall find the clergy of all grades, from the friar and the parish priest to the pope, the superstitions and ceremonies, the pilgrimages and fastings, the distinctions in dress and food, the worship of relics and of saints, pilloried and satirized and killed, at least so far as ridicule can kill. And his lighter moods express his graver mind, and unless this mind be known, there is no person in history to whom we shall find it harder to be just. He is a proud and a strong man when questions are at issue for which he supremely cares, but he will seem to us indifferent or vain or weak where the question is one for which he did not care, however much we may wish he had. And curiously, where his strength as well as his weakness most appears is in his edition of the New Testament. The inaccuracies of his text, the few and the poor authorities he consulted, the haste of the editor, the hurry of the publisher, the carelessness of the printer, and the facility with which he inserted in the third and later editions a text like 1 John verse 7, which he had omitted in the first and second, are all instances of weakness familiar even to the unlearned. But the sagacity which saw in the Epistle to the Hebrews a work instinct with the Spirit but without the style of Paul, which doubted whether John the Apostle were the author of the Apocalypse, which discerned in Luke the Greek of a writer skilled in literature, which perceived in the Gospels quotations from a memory which could be at fault, or which inferred textual errors even where the authorities were agreed, is characteristic of the honest scholar and indicative of the courageous man. What is still more significant is the deliberate way in which, as an editor and exegete, he repeats the views and reaffirms the arguments of his more occasional works. Stunica charged him with the impiety of casting doubt on the claims and the authority of the Roman See, and of denying the primacy of Peter. The Church, Erasmus said, was the congregation of all men throughout the whole world who agreed in the faith of the gospel. As to the Lord's Supper, he saw neither good nor use in a body imperceptible to the senses, and he found no place in Scripture which said that the apostles had consecrated bread and wine into the body and blood of the Lord. Heathenism of life and Judaism of worship had come upon the Church from the neglect of the gospel. Ceremonies were positive laws made by bishops or councils, popes or orders, which could not supersede the laws of nature or of God. The priest who wore a lay habit or let his hair grow was punished, but if he became a debauchee, he might yet remain a pillar of the Church. These were brave things for a man so timid as Erasmus and so desirous of standing well with the authorities of the Church to say, and in saying them he was governed by this historical idea. Things unknown to the New Testament were unnecessary to the Christian religion. What contradicted the mind of Christ or hindered the realization of his ends was injurious to his Church. This idea determined the attitude of Erasmus both to Rome and to Protestantism. He indeed honestly believed that where Lutheranism reigned, there literature perished, and that to restore the knowledge of the New Testament was to bring back the mind of Christ, who was the one teacher God had appointed, and therefore the sole and supreme authority in his church. Hence his difference from Luther was as inevitable as his difference from Rome, and more absolute, for in the one case he differed from a man, in the other from a system. It has often been said that his De Libero Arbitrio enabled him to express his difference from Luther without expressing his agreement with Rome, or recanting his earlier criticism of ecclesiastical abuses. This judgment is both prejudiced and unjust. It is indeed certain that the book was written in a desire to dissociate himself from Luther, as well as in response to the appeal to write something against the new heresy. But it is no less certain that the book expressed a point on which Luther's scholasticism offended the humanism of Erasmus. The saying liberum arbitrium esse nomen inane seemed to him an enigma absurdum, and for this reason. It was unknown to the New Testament and the Apostolic Church. It might be Augustinian, it certainly was scholastic, but it was neither biblical nor primitive. Erasmus, in short, wrote as a Greek and not as a Latin theologian, as a classical scholar and not as a Western divine. He could not have selected a point more characteristic of his own position. He would have the Christian religion known through its creative literature. He would not have it identified with the philosophy or theology of any school. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, Tendencies of European Thought in the Age of the Reformation, by the Reverend A. M. Fairbairn, Part 2. So far we have been occupied with the formal rather than the material side of thought. Now we must consider the latter, or thought in its objective expression, as it once evolved, governed, and served by the critical method. We begin with the Latin Renaissance. Its thought grew out of the study of classical literature, though it reversed rather than followed the sequences of the classical mind. The one began where the other ended, in an eclectic Neoplatonism, or a multitude of borrowed principles reduced by a speculation more or less arbitrary to a reasoned unity which was yet superficial. But it ended where the other began, in attempts to interpret the nature within which man lived, with a view to the better interpretation of man. Though the order of evolution was inverted, it was yet in the circumstances the only order possible. For the mind which the voice of literature awakened could only respond to a voice which was articulate and intelligible. The mind was old in speculation, though its problems were new, and its age was reflected in the solutions it successfully attempted or accepted. It had been educated in schools where theology reigned while Aristotle governed, and it revolted from the governing minister out of loyalty to the reigning sovereign, whose authority extended over regions of too infinite variety to be administered by his narrow and rigid methods. The literature which enlarged the outlook changed the mind. It could not think as it had thought before, or believe as it had believed concerning the darkness and error of pagan antiquity. The light which dwelt in ancient philosophy broke upon it like an unexpected sunrise, which it saw with eyes that had been accustomed to a gray and creeping dawn. And this means that classical thought was seized at the point where it stood nearest to living experience, and yet formed the most expressive contrast to it. This point was where philosophy had done its best to become a religion, and had tried out of its school to make a church. Hence the new mind, in the first flush of its awaking, turned from its ancient master, Aristotle, and threw itself into the arms of the Neoplatonists. Gemistos Plethon, who took part in the Council of Florence 1439, was intellectually the most potent of the Greeks who helped in the Renaissance. He regarded Aristotle as a westernized Mohammedan rather than as a Greek, a man who had indeed once lived on the Hellenic soil, but who had become an alien in race and an enemy in religion, speaking in the Latin schools ideas which he owed to a Moorish interpreter. So Plethon expounded to the awakening West Plato as the Neoplatonists understood him, the Attic Moses, the transmitter of a golden tradition which the secular Aristotle had tried to break and which ran back through Pythagoras and Zoroaster on the one hand and Abraham on the other. His philosophy was at once monotheistic and polytheistic. God was one and infinite, but he acted by means of ideas or spirits, or minor deities who filled the space between us and him. As first and final cause, he ordered all things for the best, and left no room for chance or accident. Providence was necessity, and fate providence. The world in all its parts and life in all its elements were vehicles of a divine purpose. The soul of man was immortal. The doctrine of reminiscence proved that it had lived before birth, and so could live after death. Plethon emphasized in every possible way the differences between Plato and Aristotle, refusing to allow them to be reduced to a mere question of terminology. This teaching lifted men above the arid syllogisms of the schools, enriched their view of themselves and nature, of God and history, and gave reality to the ancient saying, ex oriente lux. For it came more as a religion than as a philosophy. Even the apparatus of worship was mimicked. Ceremonies were instituted, holy or feast days were observed. Celebrities became saints. Before the bust of Plato a taper was ceremoniously burned. The neophytes underwent a species of conversion. Marsilio Ficino, 1433-99, was said to have been called in his youth to be a physician of souls, and designated as the translator of the two great masters, Plato and Plotinus. Man was conceived as like unto God, and was named divine. His destiny was to seek eternal union with the God from whom he came. And that God was the archetype of the universe, its unmoved mover and orderer, the ground of all our reasoning, the light of all our seeing. He knew the world from within when he knew himself, for creation was only the expression of the divine thought, God as it were speaking with himself, and man overhearing his speech. The circle of those devoted to the study of this philosophy contained the most distinguished scholars of the day. Besides Ficino, there stood his friends or converts, Angelo Poliziano, though his fame is mainly philological, Cristoforo Landino, the exponent of Horace, of Virgil, and of Dante, who has given us a picture of Florentine society which recalls Plato's Symposium. Girolamo Benivieni, the poet who sang in praise of Platonic love. The architect, painter, and man of letters, Leo Battista Alberti. Pico della Mirandola, of whose faith and fame and achievements we have already spoken. And above all, the man of the Medicean house, who founded the so-called Platonic Academy of Florence. This was rather a society than a school, not an equipped and organized college, but an association of like-minded men who cultivated philosophy and professed to live according to the philosophy they cultivated. It added luster to the reign of the Medici, helped to define its character, to fix upon it name and distinction. Under Cosmo and his son Piero, and especially under his grandson Lorenzo, it became the center and sum and even source of Florentine culture. But the patronage of the house proved fatal to the thought for which the Academy stood. With the house it rose, lived in its smile, fell in its fall. Yet it did not fall before it had accomplished things that could not die. It revealed the world which the Church had extinguished and the schoolman superseded. It raised the reason that could speculate concerning truth above the authority that would legislate in its behalf. It taught man to believe that the truth lived in the soul rather than in books, that nature was beautiful and man was good, and the truth existed before church or councils, and stood outside them both, and that man attains to the larger humanity by the study of that literature in which the truth adapted to his nature is best expressed. These were indeed notable contributions to the thought of the century. But though Plato lived in the new academy, Aristotle still reigned in the older schools. He had been too efficient an instrument in education to be easily pushed aside. But the thought which is to shape living mind must not itself be dead. Hence the men who were by birth as well as by discipline Aristotelians set themselves to rejuvenate the ancient master and change his obsolete speech into the language of the day. Three tendencies at once showed themselves: one which interpreted Aristotle in the sense and manner of Averroes, a second which construed him by the help of the Greek commentators, especially Alexander of Aphrodisia, and a third which labored to reconcile him with Plato, some of the last named going to Aristotle for their physics, but to Plato for their metaphysics. It soon became evident that the philosophical questions involved theology, and raised issues affecting certain dogmas of the Church. These issues were more sharply defined in the Aristotelian than in the Neoplatonic schools, and seriously alarmed the Church. How this was, and with what reason, Pomponazzi, 1462 to 1524, Peretto, or Little Peter, as he was affectionately named, will help us understand. Reverence for Aristotle had become in him a second nature, and though he writes poor Latin and knows no Greek, and is, as he said, in comparison with his master but an insect beside an elephant, yet he desires to serve truth by interpreting his philosophy. He frankly emphasized its opposition to faith, and narrowly escaped being burned for his pains, though his books were not so fortunate. He said, "The thinker who inquires into the divine mysteries is like Proteus. In face of consequences he neither hungers nor thirsts, eats or sleeps. The Inquisition persecutes him as a heretic. The multitude mocks him as a fool." Doubt is native to him, and like Descartes he doubts that he may know. But unlike Descartes, his doubt is more critical than speculative, more literary than philosophical. And if he has a doubt to express, he dearly loves to express it in another name than his own, or shield himself behind some noted authority. Religions he conceives as laws instituted by lawgivers, like Christ or Mohammed, for the regulation of life. They are governed in their coming and going, in their bloom and decay by time and space, and their horoscope can be cast just as if they were mortal beings. Christianity is proved true by its miracles, which are not impossible, though they have now ceased to happen, and fictitious marvels have taken their place. Since religions are laws, they must promise to reward the righteous and threaten to punish the wicked, and as conduct rather than knowledge is their end, they may use parables and myths, which of course need not be true. Man is like the ass which must be beaten that it may carry its burden. To teach him deep mysteries would be but to waste our breath. Nor are we to esteem him too highly or exhort him to become godlike, for how can man resemble a god whom he cannot know? As it is impossible to have natural grounds for supernatural faith, we must be content to hold it without reason, though it may be a gift of grace. If religion be moral, then man must be free, and though his freedom may be incapable of rational proof, yet it is a matter of conscious experience. This indeed may seem incompatible with providence, which Aristotle conceives as general rather than particular, though we conceive it as a general made up of all particulars. But where philosophy is blind, revelation may see, and it is better to trust it than to walk in darkness. The God who governs has created, and creation was willed in eternity but happens in time, for Aristotle's idea of an eternal creation is sophistical. As the workman loves his handiwork, so God loves all his creatures and wills their good. He has given to every being not perhaps the absolutely best, but the best for it and for the universe, viewed in their complementary and reciprocal relations. For men supplement each other. What seems in and by itself a defect may become an excellency when seen from the standpoint of the collective whole. Man lives in humanity, humanity within nature, nature in God. And we ought to know all together before we judge any separately. This is what would be called today a system of philosophical agnosticism, where man's ignorance becomes a plea, if not a reason, for faith. But what it signified to Pomponazzi we shall best understand by turning to his famous treatise on the immortality of the soul. The treatise is at once an attempt at the historical interpretation of Aristotle and a serious independent discussion. It is practically concerned with the question, how did Aristotle conceive immortality, as personal or as collective? It is as little soluble by the natural reason as the cognate question whether the world is eternal or created. In each case, the problem as to the beginning holds the key of the problem as to the end. The Aristotelian schoolmen had argued that the capacity of the soul to think the eternal and will the universal implied its immortality. But what is the soul? We cannot define it as thought percipient of the universal reason, for there can be no thought without ideas and no ideas without sense. The soul which lives within nature must develop according to natural law and in obedience to it. Now, we never find soul without body, and hence we must ask, how are these related? Not as mover and moved, else their proper analogies would be the ox and the wagon it draws, but as matter and form, i.e., without the body the soul could not be, for only through the body does man take his place in nature and realize his rational activity. Hence the human soul cannot exist without the human body, and must therefore be liable to the same mortality. And this conclusion is worked out in connection with the moral doctrine that man is bound to act from love of virtue and horror of vice, and not from any hope of reward or fear of punishment, and so to act as to make all nature the better for his action. Reason then must conclude that the soul is mortal. But religion comes to our aid, and by teaching us to believe in the resurrection of the body, resolves our doubts. Of this doctrine philosophy knows nothing, and so we can hold it only as an article of faith. This is in effect all Pomponazzi can teach us. Religion and reason occupy opposite camps. Neither can hold intercourse with the other. The truths of religion are the contradictions of the reason. The processes of the reason cannot serve the cause of religion. The new scholasticism was a philosophy of reasoned ignorance, where the cardinal verities of religion were the inconceivabilities of thought. But here certain new forces which seriously affected the course and the development of Latin thought must be referred to and analyzed. The ecclesiastical situation began to change, and the temper of the Renaissance changed with it. Thought had revived without conscious antagonism to the Church, though with the clear sense of opposition to the schools and their methods. Churchmen had been forward in cultivating the new spirit, had encouraged and studied its literature, appreciated and promoted its art. But the Reformation, with its attendant incidents, made the Church suspicious of movements which might contain the seeds of revolt, while the Renaissance, always sensitive to outer conditions, lost its spontaneity, becoming self-conscious and critical. Italy, after 1525, became what the Moorish wars had made Spain, sullen in temper and jealous in disposition. She imitated Spanish methods and developed the Inquisition. In Rome, once careless and happy, the Holy Office was founded. One of the earliest fruits of this change of feeling was the revival of scholasticism and the increased influence of the Spanish mind upon the Italian. This revived scholasticism, which was bred mainly in two orders, both of Spanish origin, the Dominican and the Jesuit, and introduced by them into schools and universities, pulpits and courts, learning and literature, was used to prove the necessity of the Church to religion, of the Pope to the Church, and of all three to society and the state. It had the learning which the Renaissance created, but was without its knowledge of antiquity, its sympathy with it, or its belief in finding there virtue and truth. Its purpose was indeed quite specific, to prove not that the Church was the mother of culture or mistress of art, but that she was the sole possessor of truth, the one authority by which it could be defined, authenticated, and guaranteed. The line of defense was bold. The Church was the creation of God, its government His express design, its rulers instituted by His immediate act. Secular rulers were but mediate creatures of God, appointed through the people and responsible to them, but spiritual rulers were His immediate creation and responsible to Him alone. And since the Church was the sole custodian of truth, it was not permissible to seek it without her or outside her. To profess to have found it independently was to be heretical. To obey what had been so found was to fall into the deadliest schism. The argument may have been narrow, but it was clear and strenuous. It may not have converted opponents, but it convinced friends. The Church became conscious of her mission. She was the guardian of thought, the guide of mind. She alone could judge what was truth and what error, what men ought to do or ought not to do. And as she believed, so she acted, with results that are broadly written upon the face of history. The new scholastics converted their own church from the Catholicity which encouraged the Renaissance to the Romanism which suppressed its thought. This, then, is what we have now to see. And so we resume our discussion of the thought which, as it faced the second quarter of the 16th century, began to feel the creeping shadow of the future. The change came slowly, for mind loves a violent catastrophe as little as nature. Still it came and was marked by the rise of physical in succession to metaphysical speculation. The Neoplatonic school had tended to a mystical and allegorical conception of the world, which implied a doctrine of the divine immanence and looked towards pantheism. The Aristotelians, on the other hand, emphasized the ideas of cause and creator, conceived the universe as manufactured and limited, and God as transcendent, the two being correlated in the manner of the later deism. The one school was inclined to read nature through deity, the other deity through nature. But in each case nature took its meaning from the temper and fundamental postulates of the school. The traditional ideas were Aristotelian. The universe was geocentric. Its main fact was the opposition of heaven and earth, with the involved antithesis of the higher or celestial element and the four lower elements, earth, air, fire, water, all movements being explained from their attempts to effect a change of place. This theory could not satisfy men who believe in a philosophy of immanence, and efforts were soon made to dislodge it. One of the earliest and most notable of these stands associated with the name of Bernardino Telesio, 1508–80. He was a devout son of the Church as well as a zealous student of nature, and he disliked Aristotle for two reasons. First, because his philosophy knows neither piety nor a creator, and secondly because he tried to interpret nature without questioning herself. Telesio's fundamental principle was this: nature must be explained in her own terms according to the method of experience and by the instrument of the senses. He conceived matter as a substance incapable of increase or decrease, more or less passive, yet susceptible of being acted upon by two forces, heat and cold, which, as causes respectively of expansion and contraction, produce all motion and all change. The heavens are the home of heat, and the earth of cold. And the constant effort of heat to illumine the dark and quicken the cold issue in a conflict whence come all the movement and variety of nature. The whole proceeds according to immanent laws and without the intervention of God. Nature is self-contained and self-sufficient, which, however, did not mean that she is without intelligence. On the contrary, there is a soul in things. Each supplements and serves the other. Mind lives in each and works through the whole. Bacon saw in Telesio a return to Parmenides. Others have seen in him an anticipation of Kant. Others again have construed his principle, non ratione sed sensu, as if he were the first of modern empiricists, the forerunner of the sensuous philosophy, both English and French. In all these views there is a measure of truth. He clothed his doctrines in a guise more or less mythical. He could best conceive natural forces as personal, and he was never so ideal as when he meant to be most realistic. But he intended to be true to his principle, to construe nature not from metaphysics or theology, but from herself alone. It is this that makes him so significant in the history of thought, anticipating so much of what Bacon achieved, and places him, in spite of his crude and allegorical nomenclature, amid the forefathers of modern physics. The speculations of Telesio did not stand alone. They were characteristic of his race and time. Italy, during what remained of the century, seemed to forsake philosophy for science, but the science she cultivated was only disguised philosophy. A distinguished contemporary, a critic and a Platonist, was Francesco Patrizzi, 1529–97, who agreed with the Telesian physics, but differed in his metaphysics, arguing that as both the corporeal and spiritual lights emanated from one source, each was the kin and correlate of the other, the effects being reduced to unity by the unity of the cause. Another and younger contemporary, who loved to think and speak of himself as Telesio's disciple, though he only saw the master after death, was Tommaso Campanella, 1568–1639. His career has something of the tragedy which belongs to another and even more distinguished contemporary, Galileo Galilei, 1564–1642, for whom he wrote while suffering imprisonment a noble though unsuccessful apology. Like Galilei, Campanella lived after Copernicus, and was attracted by his sublimer and vaster view of the universe. And like Copernicus, he was accused of heresy in consequence, spending, partly on account of his religious and partly on account of his political views, 27 years of his life in prison. He was at first, and he probably remained, in spite of all the persecutions he endured, a faithful Catholic. While he followed Telesio, he was yet a most independent disciple. His science evolved into a philosophy of existence, whose highest truth is the deity, and whose fixed first principle is the thought, the notio abdita innata, which is man. He was praised by Leibniz as one who soared to heaven, in contrast to Hobbes, who grovelled upon the earth. Then, as Telesio anticipated Bacon, Campanella anticipated Descartes. Though he doesn't use the formula, he holds the principle of the cogito ergo sum. Both are rooted in Augustine, who said, "As for me, the most certain of all things is that I exist. Even if thou deniest this, and sayest that I deceive myself, yet thou dost confess that I am. For if I do not live, how could I deceive myself?" One of the strangest things in connection with the Catholic Campanella is the state as described by him in his Civitas Solis. It is an echo of the Platonic Republic, without private property or family, with sexual intercourse publicly regulated and children owned and educated by the state, without a priesthood or public and positive religion, with philosophers as rulers and workmen as the true nobility. It was a noble dream, and shows how little physical speculation had killed ethical passion. The best interpreted earth was empty till it was made the home of happy and contented men. Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600, is of all the thinkers of the Latin Renaissance the most modern. In him science becomes philosophical, and philosophy speaks the language of science, confronts, defines, and enlarges its problems. As a man he is passionate, explosive, impetuous, vain, intolerant, and indomitable. And where these qualities are allowed freely to mix and express themselves, it is very difficult indeed to be just. He himself says that if the first button of one's coat is wrongly buttoned, all the rest will be crooked. And the event which set his whole life awry happened when, as a lad of 16, he entered the Dominican order. He early thought himself into heresy, and in his nature were fires which, quote, all the snows of Caucasus, could not quench. In the effort to unfrock himself, he became a wanderer, tried Rome, roamed over northern Italy, crossed the Alps, and settled at Geneva, where he found neither the discipline nor the doctrine of the Reformed Church to his mind. He then emigrated to Toulouse, where he studied the new astronomy, tried to be at home, and to teach the fanatical Catholics of southern France in a city where the Inquisition had an ancient history. He then moved to Paris, where he attempted to instruct the doctors of the Sorbonne and to make his peace with the Church. And failing, he crossed to England, where he lived for a while, wrote and published in London, and at Oxford claimed with much literary extravagance the right to lecture. To his Italian soul, England was an uncongenial clime. He praised Elizabeth, as the Inquisition remembered later to his hurt, but he despised the barbarians over whom she ruled, and the ostentatious wealth and intellectual impotence of Oxford in her day. From England he wandered back to France and thence to Germany, where he lectured at Wittenberg and eulogized Luther, who had, quote, like a modern Hercules fought with Cerberus and his triple crown. He was elected to a professorship at Helmstedt, which he soon forsook for Frankfurt. But the homesickness which would not be denied was on him, and he turned back to Italy, where bloomed the culture which was to him the finest flower of humanity, where dwelt the men who moved him to love and not to hate, whose speech and thought threw over him a spell he could not resist. He was denounced to the Inquisition, spent 8 years in prison, first in Venice and then in Rome, and finally, on February 17, 1600, he was sent to the stake. Caspar Scioppius, a German who had passed from the Protestant to the Roman Church, and who loved neither Bruno nor his views, tells us that when the prisoner heard his sentence, he only said, "You who condemn me perhaps hear the judgment with greater fear than myself." And he adds that at the stake Bruno put aside a crucifix which was held out to him, and so entered heaven, proclaiming how the Romans dealt with blasphemous and godless men. A modern admirer sees, in the eyes uplifted to the blue, a spirit that would have no dark image stand between him and the living God. It is customary now to describe Bruno's system as a form of pantheism. The term was not known then, or indeed for more than 100 years after his death, which means that the idea is as modern as the term. Bruno was roundly named, just as Spinoza was later, an atheist, for men thought it was all one to identify God with nature and to deny his independent existence. The systems were indeed radically unlike, for while the one was a theophantism or apotheosis of nature, the other was an acosmism or a naturalization of God. In other words, Bruno started with nature and ended with deity. But Spinoza began with deity, his causa sui substantia, or ens absolute infinitum, and reasoned down to nature. The antecedents of the one system were classical and philosophical, but those of the other Semitic and religious. The historical factors of Bruno's thought were two, ancient or Neoplatonic, and modern or scientific. His system, if system it can be called, may be described as an attempt to state and to articulate the ideas inherited by him in the terms of the universe which Copernicus had revealed. He conceived this universe as infinite, and so rejected the ancient scholastic idea of a limited nature, with its distinctions and divisions of place, its here and there, its above and below, its cycles and epicycles. But the universe, which has no center and therefore no circumference, has yet a unity for consciousness, and wherever consciousness is, its unity appears. And this unity signifies that order reigns in the universe, that its phenomena are connected, that individual things are yet not insulated. And this coherence implies that all are animated by common life and moved by a common cause. And this cause must be as infinite as the universe, for an infinite effect can proceed only from an infinite cause, and such a cause can be worthily expressed only in such an effect. But there is no room for two infinities to exist at the same moment in the same place, and so the effect must be simply the body of the cause the soul of the effect. Hence the cause is immanent, not transcendent. Matter is animated, the pregnant mother who bears and brings forth all forms and varieties of being. And the soul which animates matter and energizes the whole is God. He is the natura naturans, who is not above and not outside, but within and through all things. He is the monad of monads, the spirit of spirits, carried so within that we cannot think ourselves without thinking him. There are indeed other expressions in Bruno. God is described as the supersubstantial substance, as the supernatural first principle, exalted far above nature, which is only a shadow of divine truth, speaking to us in parables. And this is possible because in every single thing the whole is manifested, just as one picture reveals the artist's power and promise. But these things signify that he refused to conceive God as a mere physical force or material energy, and held, on the contrary, that he must be interpreted in terms of mind or spirit. He hates indeed the notion that nature is an accident or the result of voluntary action, and he labors to represent it as a necessity, seeking by a theory of emanation or instinctive action to reconcile the notions of necessity and God. Yet he does not conceive the best as already attained. Everything in nature strives to become better. Everywhere instinct feels after the good, though higher than instinct is that which it seeks to become, the rational action that wills the best. Thought rises like sense and instinct from lower to higher forms. Heroic love, which desires the intuition of the truth, drives us ever upwards, that we may attain the perfect rest where understanding and will are unified. Bruno's speculations were those of a poet as well as a philosopher, and were in various ways prophetic. His death by fire at Rome signified that Italy had neither the wit nor the will to understand men of his kind, that for her the Renaissance had run its course, so that man must pursue its problems elsewhere in the hope of a more satisfactory solution. Descartes' De omnibus dubitandum est was but the negative expression of Bruno's positive effort after emancipation from authority, the freedom without which thought can accomplish nothing. Spinoza's substantia, with its twin attributes of thought and extension on the one hand, and Leibniz's monadology on the other, carried into more perfect forms the quest on which he had embarked. But for us he has an even higher significance. He is the leader of the noble army of thinkers who have tried at once to justify and to develop into a completer system of the universe the dreams and the doctrines of modern science. It is this which makes him the fit close of the movement, which began by waking the old world from its grave and ended by saluting the birth of the thought that made the whole world new. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, Tendencies of European Thought in the Age of the Reformation, by the Reverend A. M. Fairbairn, Part 3. We have not as yet approached the French Renaissance, which has indeed an interest and character of its own. It was, while less philosophical, more strictly educational, literary, and juristic than the Italian, and may be described as both Teutonic and Latin in origin. It entered the north and penetrated as far as Paris with the Adagia of Erasmus, published in 1500. But it reached the south from Italy, crossing the Alps with the gentlemen of France, who accompanied their kings on those excursions which had, as Montaigne tells us, so fateful an influence on the French morals and mind. Correspondent to this difference in origin was a difference in spirit and in the field of activity. In the north, the Renaissance made its home in the schools and worked for the improvement of the education, the amelioration of the laws, and the reform of religion, as names like Bude, Pierre de la Ramée, and Bézat may help us to realize. But in the south it was more personal and less localized. Its learning was near akin to culture than to education, and it loved literature more than philosophy. Hence the forms it assumed in France can hardly be said to call for separate discussion here. Especially is this true of its more northern form. A better case might be made for the southern. To it belong the great names of Rabelais and Montaigne, but their place is in a history of literature rather than of thought, though both affected the course of the latter too profoundly to be left unmentioned here. Coleridge has said that Rabelais was among the deepest as well as boldest thinkers of his age, that the rough stick he used yet contained a rod of gold, and that a treatise could be written in praise of the moral elevation of his work, which would make the church stare and the conventicle groan, and yet would be the truth and nothing but the truth. These may seem hard sayings, utterly incredible if portions of his work are alone regarded, but accurate enough if the purpose and drift of his teaching as a whole be considered. It has been well said that the confession of faith of the Curé of Meudon has far more moral reality than that which Rousseau puts into the mouth of his Savoyard vicar. He believes that the universe needs no other governor than its Creator, whose word guides the whole and determines the nature, properties, and condition of each several thing. Pascal's famous definition of deity, a circle whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere, is but an echo from Rabelais. And he can, with the wisest of the ancients and the best of the moderns, speak of the great soul of the universe which quickens all things. La Bruyère described his work as a chimera. It has the face of a beautiful woman, but the tail of a serpent. Yet surely the man who had to wear the mask of a buffoon that he might preach the wisdom of truth and love to his age well deserves the epigram which Bézat wrote in his honor. Qui sic nugatur tractantem ut seria vincat, seria cum faciet, dic rogo, quantus erit. Montaigne is of all Frenchmen the most thoroughly a son of the Renaissance. He loves books, especially the solid and sensible and well-flavored books written in the ancient classic tongues, the men who made and those who read them, and he loved to study men. He says, Je suis moi-même la matière de mon livre, and he does not understand himself in any little or narrow sense, but rather as the epitome and mirror of mankind. The world in which he lived was not friendly to the freedom of thought which was expressed in affirmative speech or creative conduct, and so he learned to be silent or skeptical. He had seen men hate each other, willingly burn or be burned out of love to God, and he was moved by pity to moralize on the behavior of those who were so positive where they could not know, and so little understood the God in whom they professed to believe, that they never saw what the love of him bound them to be and to do. The man that he studied and described was not abstract but concrete man, with all his foibles and failings, limited in his nature but infinite in his views, differing without ceasing from his fellows, and not always able to agree with himself. And man so conceived dwells amid mystery, has it within him, and confronts it without. Custom may guide him, but not reason. For reason builds on arguments whose every position depends on another, in a series infinitely regressive. Les hommes sont tourmentés par les opinions qu'ils ont des choses, non par les choses mêmes. Where man is so ignorant, he ought not to be dogmatic. Where truth is what all seek, and no one can be sure that he finds, i.e., where it is nothing but a mere probability, it is a folly to spill human blood for it. God is unknown even in religion. As many as the nations of men, so many are the forms under which he is worshipped. And when they try to conceive and name him, they degrade him to their own level. God is made in the image of man rather than man in the image of God. To the Ethiopian he is black, to the Greek he is white and lithe and graceful. To the brute he would be bestial, and to the triangle triangular. Man then is so surrounded with contradictions that he cannot say what is or is not true. Wisdom was with Sextus Empiricus when he said, Panti logoi logos isos antiquetae. Il n'y a nulle raison qui n'en ait une contraire, dit le plus sage parti des philosophes. Where man so doubts, he is too paralyzed to fight or to affirm. Montaigne's sympathies might be with those who worked and suffered for a new heaven and a new earth, but his egoism inclined to the conventional and followed the consuetudinary. Prévost Paradol termed him une perpétuelle leçon de tempérance et de modération. But this is a lesson which men of culture may read contentedly, while those who struggle to live or to make life worth living will hardly find in it the gospel they need. We turn now to the Teutonic Renaissance. Like the Latin, it began as a revolt against the sovereignty of Aristotle, but unlike the Latin, its literary antecedents were patristic and biblical rather than classical. They were indeed, so far as patristic, specifically Augustinian, and so far as biblical, Pauline. With Augustine, the underlying philosophy was Neoplatonic, with a tendency to theosophy and mysticism. With Paul, the theology involved a philosophy of human nature and human history. This does not mean that other fathers or other scriptures were ignored, but rather that Paul was interpreted through Augustine and Christ through Paul. This fundamental difference involved two others. In the first place, a more religious and more democratic temper, the religious being seen in the attempt to realize the new ideals, and the democratic in the strenuous and combatant spirit by which alone this could be accomplished. The thought which lived in the schools could not resist the authority that spoke in the name of the Church and was enforced by the penalties of the state. But the thought which interpreted God to the conscience was one that bowed to no authority lower than his. In the second place, Teutonic was more theological than Latin thought. The categories which the past had formulated for the interpretation of being, it declined to accept, and so it had to discover and define those which it meant to use in their stead. The God with whom it started was not an abstract and isolated, but a living and related deity, and man it conceived sub specie aeternitatis, as a being whom God has made and ruled. The very limitation of its field was an enlargement of its scope. Its primary datum was the eternal God, and its secondary was the created universe, especially the man who bore the image of his Maker. This man was no mere individual or insulated unit, but a race, a connected, coherent, organic unity. The human being was local, but human nature was universal. Before the individual could be, the whole must exist. And so man must be interpreted in terms of mankind, rather than mankind in the terms of the single and local man. And this signified that in character as well as in nature the race was a unity. The past made the present, the heir became as his inheritance, and so any change in man had to be effected by the Maker and not by those he had made. And here Augustine pointed the way to the goal which Paul had reached. The will of God had never ceased to be active, for it was infinite, and it could not cease to be gracious, for it was holy and perfect. Therefore from this will, since man's nature was by his corporate being and his inevitable inheritance evil, all the good he could ever be or achieve must come. This fundamental idea was common to the types most characteristic of the Teutonic Renaissance. It was expressed in Luther's Servum Arbitrium, in Zwingli's Providentia Actuosa, in Calvin's Decretum Absolutum. These all signified that the sole casualty of good belonged to God, that grace was of the essence of his will, and that where he so willed, man could not but be saved, and where he did not so will, no amelioration of state was possible. But this must not be interpreted to mean that man had been created and constituted of God for darkness rather than light. On the contrary, these thinkers all agree in affirming a universal light of nature, i.e., ideas implanted in us by the Creator, or as Melanchthon phrased it, notitiae nobiscum nascentes divinitus sparse in mentibus nostris. In this position they were more influenced by Paul than by Augustine. With the Apostle they argued that the moral law had been written in the heart before it was printed on tables of stone, and that without the one the other could neither possess authority nor be understood. But they also argued that knowledge without obedience was insufficient, and therefore they held God's will to be needed to enable man both to will and to do the good. But their differences of statement and standpoint were as instructive as their agreements. When Luther affirmed the absolute bondage of the will, and Calvin the absolute decree of God, the one looked at the matter as a question of man's need, the other as a question of God's power. And so they agreed in idea, though they differed in standpoint. Yet the difference proved to be more radical than the agreement. And so when Zwingli said he would rather share the eternal lot of a Socrates or a Seneca than that of the Pope, he meant that God willed good to men who were outside the Church or the covenants, without willing the means which both Luther and Calvin conceived to be necessary to salvation. It is through such differences as these that the types and tendencies of Teutonic thought must be conceived and explained. Luther's article of a standing or failing church, justification by faith alone, is the positive side of the idea which is negatively expressed as the bondage of the will, and the idea, in both its positive and negative forms, implies a philosophy of existence which may be stated as a question thus: how is God, as the source of all good, related to man as the seed and servant of evil? God and man, good as identical with God and evil as inseparable from man, are recognized, and the problem is, how is the good to overcome the evil? The man who frames the problem is a mystic. God is the supreme desire and delight of his soul, and he conceives sin as a sort of inverted capacity for God, the dust which has stifled a thirst and turned it into an infinite misery. Now, Luther has two forms under which he conceives God's relation to man, a juristic denoted by the term justification, and a vital denoted by the term faith. Justification is the acquittal of the guilty. Faith is nothing else than the true life realized in God. The one term thus describes the universe as ethically governed, while the other describes man as capable of participating in the eternal life, and the two together mean that he can realize his happiness or his end only as he shares the life of God and lives in harmony with his law. The philosophy here implied is large and sublime, though its intrinsic worth may be hidden by the crudity of its earliest forms. The Lutheran doctrine of the communicatio idiomatum attempts, for example, to establish a kind of equation between the ideas of God and man. The person of Christ is a symbol of humanity. In it, man can so participate as to share its perfections and dignity. Christ's humanity is capable of deity. God lives in him now openly, now cryptically, but ever really. And his humanity so penetrates the deity as to touch him with a feeling of our infirmities and to make him participant in our lot as we are in his life. This is the very root and essence of German mysticism, which gives the German hymns their beauty and their pathos, which inspired the speculations of Brize and Chemnitz, and which later determined Schelling's doctrine of indifference, or the identity of subject and object, and Hegel's absolute idealism. If we read Böhme from this point of view, how splendid his dreams, and how reasonable his very extravagances become. We are not surprised to hear him speak of the necessity of antitheses to all being, and especially to the life and thought of God, of evil being as necessary as good, or wrath as essential as love in God, who is the fundament of hell as well as of heaven, both the everlasting no and the eternal yes. He dwells in nature as the soul dwells in the body. There is no point in the body where the soul is not, no spot in space and no atom in nature where we can say God is not here. The man who is his image, who is holy as he is holy, good as he is good, is of no other matter than God. This may be pantheism, but it is not rational and reasoned like Bruno's. It is emotional and felt, a thing of imagination all compact. It is born of the love that loses the sense of personal distinctness and identity in the joy not of absolute possession, but of being possessed. Böhme says that the processes of nature conceal God, but that the spirit of man reveals him. And how can it reveal a God it does not know? But the spirit that has never seen and touched deity has never known him or been so one with him as to know him as he knows himself. Here lives the very soul of Luther and the essence of all his thought. Böhme's friend and biographer describes him as a little man of mean aspect, thin voice, snub nose, but eyes blue as heaven, bright and gleaming like the windows of Solomon's temple. And he lived in harmony with lines which he wrote with his own toil-stained hand. Wem Zeit ist wie Ewigkeit, und Ewigkeit wie Zeit, der ist befreit von allem Streit. Of course, such a change as Luther instituted could not but powerfully affect the minds of men. But certain concomitants must not be set down as effects, and the Peasants' War had its causes in centuries of German history, though among its occasions must be reckoned the ideas which the Reformation had thrown, as it were, into the air. But quite otherwise was it with the Anabaptist movement. While it sprang up and flourished in provinces and cities where its Zwingli was potent, as well as in places more expressly Lutheran, yet it belonged more specifically to the Lutheran than to the Reformed Church. To discuss its causes and forms would carry us far beyond our available space. It is enough to say the principle of parity which it emphasized was more antagonistic to the one church than to the other. Luther created his church by the help of princes. Calvin founded his on the goodwill of the people. The system that claimed fullest freedom for the individual could find less fault with the latter than with the former. And it is significant that the heresies which troubled the Lutherans were largely political and social, while those which afflicted the Reformed were mainly intellectual and moral. In nothing is the character of a society more revealed than in the heresies to which it is most liable. Zwingli and Calvin alike conceived God under the category of will, and construed man and history through it. Both held faith to be a consequence of, rather than a condition for, election. Man believed because God had so decreed, and into his will every step in their upward or downward progress was resolved. Now, this emphasis on the will of God necessarily threw into prominence the ideas of God and will, with the result that the main varieties of opinion in the Reformed Church concerned these two ideas. If the will of God was the supreme and sole causality in all human affairs, and if the will always was as the nature was, it became a matter of primary consequence to know what kind of being God was, and what his nature and character. This question was early and potently raised, and in a most significant quarter. Zanchius, himself an Italian, who so emphasized the will of God as to anticipate Spinoza and represent God as the only free being in nature and the sole cause of history, wrote in 1565 to Bullinger, warning him against being too easy in the matter of credentials of orthodoxy, as he had many heretical compatriots. Hispanus servetus Gallinas peperit, Italia fovet ova, nos iam pipientes pullos audimus. And it is curious that the attempts to find a simpler conception of God than Calvin's, or to modify his notion of the will by the notion of the deity whose will it was, came mainly from men of Latin stock. Servetus was the son of a Spanish father and a French mother. Lelio and Fausto Sozzini, uncle and nephew, the one the father of the doctrine, the other of the sect, which respectively bear their name, were Italians, as were also Bernardino Occhino, who wrote a once famous book concerning the freedom and bondage of the will, The Labyrinth, in which he argued that man ought to act as if he were free, but when he did good, he was to give all the glory to God as if he were necessitated. And Celio Secondo Curione, who desired to enlarge the number of the elect till it should comprehend Cicero as well as Paul, while Sebastian Castellio, who is described by some contemporaries as French, though by others as Italian, as a matter of fact he was born in a Savoyard village not far from Geneva, argued that as God is good, his will must be the same, and if all had happened according to it, there could have been no sin. These views may be regarded as the recrudescence of the Latin Renaissance in the Reformed Church, and are marked as attempts to bring in a humaner and sweeter conception of God. They failed possibly because of the severity and efficiency of the Reformed legislation, or possibly because they did not reckon with the Augustinian sense of sin, or most probably for reasons which were both political and intellectual. It is indeed strange that positions so strongly rational and so well and powerfully argued should not have been maintained and crystallized into important religious societies. But, as Boehme helps us to see, the man who knows himself to be evil expects and appreciates wrath as well as mercy in God. This may be the reason why the attempts made by some of the finest minds of the 16th century to soften the severer ideas of deity seem to their contemporaries heresies, and seem to the student of history ineffective failures. The problem was soon attacked from another side. The field in which the will of God was exercised was the soul of man. That will concerned therefore him and his acts. If these acts were done because God had so determined, then two consequences followed. The acts would show the quality of the will, and the man would not be consciously free, would know himself an instrument rather than an agent. The criticism from these points of view was mainly northern. Those who urged it did so in the interests of man and morality. In Calvin's own lifetime, the doctrine of foreordination, or of the operation of the divine will and its relation to human affairs, was assailed by two men, Albert Pigius, a Catholic from the Netherlands, and Jérôme Hermès Bolsec, a Parisian, an unfrocked Carmelite monk who had turned physician and had for a time been closely attached to Calvin. The former argued that if God was the absolute cause of all events and acts, then to him we owed not only the goodness of the good, but the wickedness of the wicked. The second, that if faith is made the consequence rather than the condition of election, then God must be charged with partiality. But towards the end of the century, a more serious movement took place. The question of the divine will had exercised the Reformed theologians, especially as criticism had compelled them to consider it in relation to sin as well as to salvation, i.e., both as to the causation of the state from which man was to be saved, and as to his deliverance from it. Certain of the more vigorous Reformed divines, including Beza himself, said that the decree in date precedes the fall, for what was first in the divine intention is last in execution. The first thing was the decree to save, but if man is to be saved, he must first be lost. Hence the fall is decreed as a consequence of the decreed salvation. But the milder divines said that the decree of God takes the existence of sin for granted, deals with man as fallen, and elects or rejects him for reasons we cannot perceive, though it clearly knows and regards. The former were known by the name of supralapsarians, and the latter by the name of sublapsarians. In the 17th century, an acute and effective criticism was directed against both forms of the belief, which, although it falls beyond our scope, must receive passing notice here. Jacobus Arminius, Jacob Herman, a Dutch preacher and professor, declined to recognize the doctrine as either scriptural or rational. He held that it made God the author of sin, that it restricted his grace, that it left the multitudes outside without hope, that it condemned multitudes for believing the truth, viz., that for them no salvation was either intended or provided in Christ, and it gave an absolutely false security to those who believed themselves to be the elect of God. The criticism was too rational to be cogent, for it was, as it were, an assertion of the rights of man over against the sovereignty of God, and it involved the men who pursued it in the political controversies and conflicts of the time. The Arminians were most successful when the argument proceeded on principles supplied by the conscience and the consciousness of man, and the Calvinists when they argued from the majesty and the might of God. But if the Arminians were dialectically victors, they were politically vanquished. The man who organized authority in Holland proved stronger than those who pleaded and suffered for freedom. There are still large fields of thought to be traversed before we can do even approximate justice to the mind of Protestantism, but our space is exhausted. All we can do now is to drop a hint as to what was intended. We should have wished to sketch the Renaissance that followed the Reformation as fully as the literary revival which preceded it. Theodore Beza is a man whose fame as a Genevan legislator and divine has eclipsed his name as a scholar and educator. But it ought not to be forgotten that he was an elegant humanist before he became a convinced reformer, and his most fruitful work was done in the provinces of sacred learning and exegesis. The Estienne, Robert, and Henri are potent names in the history of Greek and Roman letters. They accomplished much for the languages and the literatures which they loved. Robert, in particular, standing out as a devoted friend of religion and of science, for both of which he made immense sacrifices. Our Textus Receptus, with its division into verses, are witnesses to his zeal. Joseph Scaliger and Isaac Casaubon had the merit of awakening the envy, which was but inverted admiration, and the supple hate which was like the regret of the forsaken, of the society whose mission it was to roll back the advancing tide of the freer thought that had come to quicken interest in letters, while Gerard Jan Vossius construed the classical mythology through religion, and both through Old Testament history, in a way that contributed to form comparative science in the regions of thought, religion, and language. Protestant scholars had a larger and more realistic way of looking at classical problems than the men of the earlier Renaissance, and by its dissociation from polity and custom, Teutonic thought, even while it seems narrower in scope, is yet far wider in outlook and interest than Latin. It goes into a more distant past and rises to higher altitudes. It came as a revolt, but it grew into a development. It continued free from the authority that would have suppressed it, and used its freedom to achieve results which the more fettered Latin mind panted after in vain. France continued in the 17th century the literary activity of Italy in the 16th. But speculation loves freedom, and refused to live where it could not be free. The events which emancipated England from monotonous uniformity in religion set the problems that have been the main factors in her historical development, and the chief causes of her philosophical activity and her literary greatness. Modern thought is the achievement of Northern and Central Europe, but it is the possession of universal man. End of section 74. End of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation.